waging endless wars, mastering the deadly game of noble politics, and ruling over vast armies, thriving towns, and formidable castles? Today, I played the most immersive and dynamic medieval warfare game out there. I played 1000 Days of Mount & Blade 2 Bannerlord. My journey started when I was born into a Vlandian family. My father was a bailiff for an estate. He resolved disputes in villages and fought as an armored knight. When I was just a young lad, I had a way with people, being a very good leader in my friend group, and I had quite the charm. As I got a bit older, I gathered herbs for the village healer, learning how to heal wounds and bring down any fever. In my teenage years, I served a minor baron of the Vlandian kingdom, who taught me about stewardship and tactics. In my young adulthood, my biggest accomplishment was that I hunted down a beast threatening a nearby village. Unfortunately, my beautiful family, consisting of my father, mother, and 3 siblings, was taken from me. We were staying at an inn, and a bunch of raiders came and attacked. My mother and father were slain by the raiders, and my brother and sister were taken captive. My brother and I were only able to escape because we organized a breakout with some of the other victims staying at the same inn. My name is Inric, and this is how my journey began. I quickly regrouped with my brother Nogand after the escape. We both decided that it would be a good idea to split up and look for our siblings under our family banner. Right as I left the training grounds that we escaped to, I came across a man who was wounded under a tree. I shared what little water I had with him, and in return, he gave me this weird artifact and said it was related to Nakarada's folly. I honestly had no idea what that even was, but hey, I'll take anything for free. My family's name is Vortian, and our banner consisted of a white flag with a red bird at the center of it. Soon after getting my banner and family name established, I headed over to the nearest village. On my way, I checked my skills to see all of the experience I had gained from my youth. I even had an unspent skill point that I would later use. Right as I arrived in the village, I decided to take some time and look around. It seemed to be a pretty large village, but there weren't too many people out and about. I interacted with some of the townspeople and then hired a recruit to join me on my journey. We headed away from the village, and I checked the main priorities that my brother and I had come up with. These included establishing our family clan to get our siblings back and to investigate Nakarada's folly. I then checked the encyclopedia of the world, and I was able to find information on my family and just the world of Calradia in general. As I was traveling to the first major city, I came across 6 bandits who tried ambushing me and my 1 recruit. They told me I have to pay some dinars, which is the currency of the land, or they would kill me. I was not planning on paying these bandits in any way other than blood. So, I rode my 1 recruit into battle. Thankfully, these bandits seemed really poor, and they only had farm tools and rocks. My spear and noble steed gave me quite an edge to fighting them. My only recruit actually did a good job and ended up taking down one of the bandits. We then held them off for a little while longer, but then, unfortunately, he got injured. It now was just me and 4 bandits left. I just rode around in circles and kept hitting them with my spear as they threw rocks and tried to hit me back. Thankfully, the reach of my spear was enough to keep a decent distance while also doing damage to them. It wasn't very long until I finished off the last bandit, and I had gained some renown for the Vortian family name. I took one of the looters as prisoner, and I was able to take all of their dinars and equipment. That's a lot of loot. I even equipped the arm wraps and boots that I scavenged from the looters. After the battle, my 1 recruit and I made our way over to a northern empire city. The city was super nice, and it had huge walls surrounding the whole thing. It was also very lively here. People were scattered across it, and there was even a barber. I tried to approach the prison and the Lord's Hall, but I wasn't let into either. I then checked out the arena and saw that there was a whole leaderboard to it. From the fight with the bandits, I leveled up my polearm skill and got an increase in damage when I used them mounted. I also threw some learning points into crossbows. Finally, I checked out the market and then came across an Imperial General outside of the city. I asked him about Neretez's folly. He told me that in 1077 there was a battle called Pendraic. In the battle, an emperor named Neretez led an army with the Khazates and Asurai to fight a coalition of the Sturgians, Battanians, and Vlandians. I headed to the next city, and there I came across the Emperor of the Western Empire. He was able to tell me what happened at the Battle of Pendraic, as he was there personally. After our little talk, I headed over to the village of Arpotis and recruited 2 more recruits. I was able to upgrade one of my recruits to an Imperial infantryman from the fight before. I engaged some bandits, but this time the fight was a lot more fair. It was a 4v4. Not even a single one of my men was injured from the battle. After a little more traveling, I made it to the homelands of the Vlandian people. So my culture. I sold off a bunch of loot from the previous fight, recruited 3 more warriors, and then bumped into Baron in Galathur. He ended up telling me about his part in the Battle of Pendraic. Once I got the information that I needed, I headed to a huge city called Jacqueline. There happened to be a tournament taking place there. The reward was a pretty expensive horse, so I made some bets on the tourney and began. The structure of the first round was 4 teams of 2. 1 person got a polearm and 1 person got a crossbow on each team. I was given the polearm, and of course my partner had the crossbow. My teammate and I focused on the blue team's polearm trooper first. Then, we focused on the blue team's crossbowman. It appeared that the red team and the green team both only had 1 man left, so I knew that this round was in the bag. Of course, my teammate and I came out on top. I bet more money on myself winning the tournament, and then we started round 2. Round 2 was structured as ones, so a 1v1v1v1. I started off as the yellow team and was going against the blue team again. This time, we exchanged a couple of hits, and I had a sword and a shield, so it was a little bit of back and forth before I finally took out the blue trooper. I was now in a 1v1 scenario with my teammate from the last round. Their name was Lysand, and I'm pretty sure they were a noble. Noble or not, I destroyed them in the arena. Before we started the next round, I bet some more money on myself, and then a 2v2 commenced. It was structured kinda like the first round, but of course it was 2v2. I was given the polearm again, and my partner was given the crossbow. Once I won the 3rd round, I bet on myself once again, and the final round had started. We were given horses, shields, spears, and swords. The battle started off a little roughly, as my opponent was able to get some decent hits on me. After I won the tournament, I had found out that my opponent, Sylvand, was actually a lady of Vlandia. I was pretty hyped that I defeated her. I received some renown, and my horse that I sold for a solid 7.7 thousand dinars. That was a big win for me. I then bought some horse armor with my winnings, and was able to bribe my way into the Lord's Keep to talk to Untouched. We discussed the Battle of Pendraic. After our conversation, I had realized that I unlocked some skill points. I ended up putting them into polearms and riding. It was my goal to visit every single city inside of the Vlandian lands. That was when 22 bandits ambushed my party of 7 out of nowhere. This was not going to be good. The bandits struck right when we were marching through a village. My men didn't hold for very long, and I was eventually taken out after taking quite a few bandits with me. This was very concerning, because I was now their prisoner. I had no idea what they were going to do with me. Luckily, after about a day, I was able to bribe one of my captors to let me go with some hidden money they didn't know I had. As soon as I was released, I headed back to the same village where the fight took place, and I recruited as many soldiers as I could. I didn't want a repeat of what just happening again. I then headed over to the city of Galland, bought some food, some light bolts for a crossbow, and then headed to another nearby village to buy more recruits. I came across a tournament at the city of Ox Hall. I joined it, of course. The prize this time was very strong boots. This tournament was structured a little bit differently, with the first 2 rounds only being a 1v1. I quickly won the first and second rounds. The third and fourth rounds were over even quicker because nobody even stood a chance. After the tournament, I bought a new shield with my winnings. I then recruited some more troops and headed to the city of Revolt. I killed some random bandits on the way there. From the loot, I grabbed a cloth head wrap. This gave me more defense than I had. I then joined a tournament in Revolt and easily won it. I ended up selling the prize sword for around 2,000 dinars. Once the tournament was over, I realized that I had unlocked more skill points. I dropped them into random skills and hoped they'd be useful. Since my party and I had experienced the Vlandian homeland, I decided it was time to head into the lands of Battania. That was when I came across another lord who was at the Battle of Pendraic, and I got as much information as I could. I only had to talk to 6 more lords to figure out the mysteries of the battle and what went down. I then went to the lands of the Old Empire, which are now the Western Empire, to join a tournament in the city of Legata. This tournament was a bit different from the Vlandian ones, and a bit harder to be frank. The first round consisted of 4 teams of 4. We were all just dropped in the center of the arena, and an all-out brawl happened. After my 3 teammates had gotten eliminated, it was just me against 3 horsemen. I grabbed a random spear off the ground and mounted up a random horse, only to be dismounted. I then dismounted one of the enemy horsemen and had a one-on-one duel with him. The 2 horsemen were fighting each other and my teammate got eliminated. So it was now a 1v1, and my enemy had a mount and I didn't. Luckily, this guy just decided to charge me, and I was able to dismount him. I then beat him in the one-on-one fight. That round was absolutely brutal. Little did I know, the second round was going to also be incredibly intense. The round started off okay as a 2v2, but then I accidentally wounded my teammate. This made me have to fight off the enemies in a 2v1 situation. I was holding on for dear life as the 2 enemies bombarded me with attacks. I finally got off one swing that changed the whole tide of the round, and ended up winning it. The last 2 rounds ended up being very easy 1v1s, and I won the camel prize. I ended up buying a brand new crossbow with the dinars that I got from selling the camel I had just won. And per usual, I got to assign some perks. My tournament chasing career was finally taking off, as it seemed like I won quite a few so far. I headed into the lands of the Northern Empire to explore and find even more tournaments going on. The first city that I ended up at had a tournament going on, which I of course won. I then checked the Tourney leaderboard for all of Calradia, and I was 39th, which wasn't bad. I arrived at the next major city, which was called Argeron. I did the tournament there, and I won these striped vambraces, which were armor for my arms. These are super nice, as I have a better armor rating than what I'm currently wearing. A bunch of bandits attacked me on the way to the next city. A group of 23 and a group of 10 banded together to try and take me down. I scouted ahead and started to shoot the bandits with my crossbow. I even had my men pull back, so we had more space between us and the enemies. That was when my crossbow men got to work. Finally, once the bandits were split up, I told my troops to charge. The battle went really well despite being outnumbered. My troops were just far more superior, and I had much better tactics than the enemies. I got a lot of loot from the bandits, and then I recruited a new companion from the next city's tavern. He was kinda just hanging out there and had a lot of good traits. So I decided to gear him up with some of the loot we had just gotten from the bandits. I then sold any remaining items. My party had just entered the Khazate lands. The first city that we came across, Makeb, had a tournament going on in it. I must have been following the tournament master or something, because every single city that I go to has a tournament going on. Just starting off on the first round, this tournament already felt different. I had a bunch of weapons that I wasn't accustomed to. I ended up getting a bow, a sword, and sometimes javelins. It appeared that the rounds of this tournament were also taking a little bit longer as well. I honestly think they were a little bit harder. Despite this tournament feeling harder, I ended up coming out on top. Of course, I sold the reward. After the tournament, I killed some rogue bandits on the way to the next city, and then I won the tournament in the next city, winning a 17,000 dinar horse, which I obviously sold. I finally came across a city that didn't have a tournament going on. It was a nice change of pace, not gonna lie. The Kassate lands were kinda boring, so I started heading over to the lands of the Asurai. At some random castle that I came across, there happened to be a lord stuck in the dungeon. I wasn't able to talk to them sadly to get information on the Battle of Pendraic. This was kind of annoying because it definitely would have helped my progression in the campaign. Luckily enough, a random lord patrolling nearby had some information on the battle. I had now talked to 5 out of 10 lords that had information on Pendraic. I ended up passing a few more cities and then joined my very first Asurai tournament. It wasn't anything special, but I did win some really good shoulder guards from it. As I made my way along the Asurai coast, I recruited some random horsemen, and then took on some bandits. Shortly after, I arrived at the Asurai Western Empire border. I came across another tournament which I was super sick of at this point. I was doing way too many of them. There was really good leather armor as a reward though, so I had to partake in this tournament. Every time that I got some new equipment, it also meant that my companion was going to get some new equipment. I saw another tournament going on in the next city, but I checked the reward and it wasn't anything good. So I immediately forfeited as I didn't want to waste my time fighting for something that wasn't even worth it. It was about time that I started making my way back to the Vlandian lands, so I started heading to the city of Sargot. When I arrived, I talked to Fredicard the oil presser, and I set up a caravan in the city. I ended up paying 22,000 dinars to get things set up and get actual good guards defending my caravan. My companion, Samandrai the Grizzled, was in charge of leading this caravan. He would no longer be in my party, but be a part of the first royal caravan in my clan. This should start earning me a lot of dinars per day, which in theory should pay for my troops' wages. I saw the caravan take off for the very first time. It was now time to start beefing up my party, as the caravan that I had just launched had 30 members, and I only had 15. I recruited as many men as I possibly could in the city of Sargot, and I had as many as 27 troops now. This was a pretty significant increase, and my clan was now established. An established clan meant that we had 20 or more members, 2,000 dinars, gained 50 renown, and had at least one companion. Feeling emboldened by my clan's new rank, I saw a bandit camp and decided to attack it. I ended up having to wait until nightfall to attack. While waiting though, I saw a random army marching through the lands. I decided it would be a good idea to go over and talk to the nobles of the army. One of them informed me that one of their relatives was captured by a nearby gang in the city of Charas. He said he would pay me to go free them. So I graciously accepted this offer and added it to my to-do list. I realized that the time that I had spent traveling and talking to this army, I had missed my opportunity to attack the bandit camp. So I decided to head back to the bandit camp, and of course on the way, I encountered more bandits. This was the first battle that I had fought that had more than 20 members on each side of it. So I was given a command screen before the battle launched. Here, I was able to plan out heroes and leaders for each part of my army. I set my troops up in a defensive format, and the enemies rushed us. I rode over and dispersed the enemy lines a little bit. And then I told my troops to engage when they were out of formation. We won the battle with only 2 casualties. I finally was at the hideout during nighttime, and I attacked it with some of my most loyal troops. All was going well, and I was taking out most of the enemies with my crossbow. That was until I told my troops to charge, and they left me with 4 enemies I could just barely kill. The bandit leader came out of hiding, but I was in no condition to fight. So I had gotten injured and almost died, but thankfully some of my extra troops had pulled me out of the battle just in the nick of time. My party headed back to Sargot to heal up and rest. While we were there, Radagos, the one bandit who was a part of the raid that killed my parents, approached me. He told me that his partner had betrayed him, and he gave me the location of where my siblings were being held. He vowed to help me get my siblings back as long as I allowed him to kill his ex-partner in crime. I agreed to the deal and bought a better helmet, as the last bandit raid didn't go very well and we were going to be doing another one. In the meantime, I upgraded some of my troops, and then headed to Charos to try and free that one royal relative that was in the quest. I was really injured from that last bandit camp, so I wanted to avoid conflict. Once I talked to the gang leader, I ended up paying her off to release the royal relative. I also did the tournament in the city as I needed to make back my dinars. When the tournament finished, I picked some perks on the skill tree. I also added some learning points to the steward, crossbow, polearms, and scouting skills. I then headed directly to the bandit hideout. Radagos and I planned our attack at nightfall, and we got to work. The camp wasn't very heavily fortified, and I was able to eliminate most of the guards with my crossbow. When all the guards were clear, I made light work of Gelter, the bandit who killed my parents. Radagos then executed him and got his revenge. My brother took our siblings to Sargot as I dealt with Radagos. He was the reason that my parents died, so I decided he needed to pay for it. After everything was handled, I picked up Nogan from Sargot, and he joined my party. My sister Alda turned 14, so I decided to gift her a trip to the realm's court. This would in turn increase her stewardship skill. She also took an interest in the art of healing. I then instructed my brother to develop a sharp mind. He then asked me what skill I thought was most important, and I said stewardship, so he decided to study it. I then decided to check out the skill tree for some of my troops, just to see what they could become. After that, I geared up Nogan with a bunch of loot that we got from killing bandits. I wanted to make sure he had enough equipment in case he were to ever lead a party for our clan. I then entered the tournament in Sargot and won, so I was able to sell the prize and some of the loot from the bandits for some dinars. From the Sargot market, I ended up buying some horses so I could carry a lot more loot in the future. I cleared out a bunch of bandit camps on the way to Battania, and then I met an elderman of a random village who offered to sell me some grain for a low price and said I could mark it up and sell it for more in another city. I told my brother Nogan to go ahead and do this quest, which I provided him some troops for protection. As Nogan went to go sell the grain, I continued pursuing nobles in search of information on Nereteza's folly. I first came across a Battanian noble named Bethag. She told me that I could talk to Keldog, the High King of Battania. He was actually at the Battle of Pendraic and would be able to tell me some information on it. I asked her where I could find this High King, and she directed me towards a nearby city. As I was riding there, I ended up running into a couple of nobles that had some information on the battle. I had to have gotten so lucky because there was a total of 3 nobles in this party that had information on Pendraic. Once I got their accounts, I then checked, and it looked like I only had 2 more nobles to talk to before I got all the information I needed. It also appeared that Nogan should complete the quest I sent him to do in about 4 days. I continued my search for Keldog. He ended up not being at this city that I was told he was going to be at, but at one nearby. I just needed to talk to one more noble who knew about the battle, but I had no clue where to look for them. It seems like randomly roaming around has worked out pretty well so far, so I continued to do that in hopes to find the next noble. As I continued roaming, Nogan had finished his quest, and he was heading back to return to the party with the troops and dinars that he made. Roaming around really didn't seem like it was working. It was honestly wasting some of my days. So I ended up talking to a random noble that I found, and they said that the only person who would have information on that battle that I haven't talked to already is in the lands of the Khazaits. Great, that just happens to be halfway across Calradia from me. It was very unfortunate that I had to return to the same lands that I was just at not too long ago. At least this time while traveling, I knew who I was looking for. A Khan named Monchug. This was incredibly convenient and lucky, but I ran into Monchug the second I entered the Khazait lands. I did it! I finished talking to all of the lords and ladies that I needed to. I was now directed to talk to 2 more people, unfortunately. Apparently, though, they were professionals on the topic. I checked out my skills, and my scouting ability had leveled up. so I was able to invest in a perk that allowed me to have plus 10% vision range on the campaign map. There was a tournament going on nearby, so I figured since I was in the area, I might as well stop by and win it. As usual, I sold the loot as soon as I got it, and then I started heading back to Battanian lands to continue my investigation on Neretez's folly. Obviously with more tournaments on the way. It seemed like there were tournaments always going on in the Northern Empire. You would think that's not something they complain about because they are a good source of money, but to be honest, they get a little bit repetitive. Right before I entered the Northern Empire city that has one of the wise people I'm looking for in, I bought a few more troops. I arrived at the city and talked to a lady named Istiana. She said that I had one piece of the dragon banner which belonged to Calradios the Great. He was the man who came to Calradia and basically founded civilization here. Apparently, a legend says that any true son or daughter of his who brings the banner into battle will never lose. Istiana said she would give me the location of the other half of the dragon banner if I swore to use it to help the Empire. I wasn't sure if this was my intention, but I told her it was just to get the other banner piece. She gave me the location of the other piece, which it was at a bandit hideout. Before heading off to it, I did the tournament that was going on in the city. The prize was leather armor that I already had, but Nogan didn't have any. It was also a lot better than what he was already wearing, so I equipped it on him. I finally headed out to the bandit hideout location. I arrived just at nighttime, so I was able to attack right away. I loaded in first person. I honestly had no idea that you could even play this game in first person, so I was spamming buttons to get out of it. Honestly, this is a really cool feature to have in a game like this. When I was collecting my loot from the hideout, I grabbed the banner piece. I decided to check my skill board, and I saw that I had over 40 unspent skill points. This didn't seem right, so I inspected closer and saw that this was actually Nogan's skill board. I never assigned any of his skill points. This was going to take a while. I then made it to the next city where I needed to meet up with someone who knew a lot about the dragon banner. Of course, when I got to the city, I had to check if there was a tournament going on. There was, and the prize was a full helm overlaced Koyef, which is a really good helmet. I knew that I had to do this tournament to win that prize. But on the third round, I almost lost. I was taking a bunch of hard hits from this enemy, and I wasn't doing a good job of blocking them. After some time, I regained my composure, and then I started getting some hits off. After quite a few, he went down, and I ended up winning the tournament, getting the helmet. I was super relieved because I really wasn't sure that I was going to win it. Once I put it on, it looked absolutely epic. And Nogan wasn't mad either, because he ended up getting my older helmet, which was better than his current. I then finally talked to Arzagos, and he basically gave me the same rundown that Istiana did. The only difference is, he wants me to destroy the Empire with the dragon banner. Before I knew it, I was heading out to a bandit hideout to get the very last piece of the dragon banner. Surely enough, after taking over the bandit hideout, I found the third piece of the dragon banner. I was able to assemble it finally. Now that looks pretty dope. I could now bring my dragon banner into battle against my foes. It actually increased the amount of damage that my troops did to mounted enemies. Once the banner was built, I headed back over to Arzagos to figure out how to build a non-imperial kingdom. It was pretty straightforward. I had to get to clan tier 4, have 100 troops, be independent from any existing kingdom, and own a non-imperial settlement. I also returned to Istiana, and she told me how I can create an imperial kingdom. It really wasn't much different than founding a non-imperial kingdom, but I had the same requirements, it's just I needed to own a settlement that had an imperial culture. I did another couple tournaments, and then I made a big decision, one that was going to completely change the game. I found a random Vlandian lord and asked if I could enlist in the service of King Durthert. I was able to enlist as a mercenary into the Vlandian kingdom, and I got paid for every time I fought battles that helped them. It just so happened that the Vlandian people were at war with the Battanian people. There was even a really large battle going on nearby. I joined that battle and helped out the other Vlandian nobles. We already outnumbered the Battanians, and I knew that this was going to be an easy victory, which meant I was going to be getting a lot of loot for free. There were quite a lot of people on the battlefield, and it was pretty cool to see all of the troops we had ready to go. The enemy sent out one of their cavalry units alone to come and scout us out. I thought that this was kinda strange, because we could easily take out that unit. We chased that scout back into the blob of Battanian soldiers. I started to just shoot my crossbow at them randomly, and I was getting hits because they were so clumped up. I was able to sneak behind enemy lines with some other horseback units. I started shooting bolts at the enemy's backs, while the rest of the Vlandian army started to engage them from the front. Once the two battle lines met, I pulled out my spear and started to charge into the enemy's back. The battle went exactly according to plan, and we slaughtered the enemies. I was also able to take one of the Battanian noblemen as a prisoner from that battle. I ended up getting a whole bunch of loot, and I was very satisfied. I don't think that I could have joined the Vlandian kingdom at a better time. There were so many Vlandian parties ransacking the Battanian villages that it made it seem like we were winning the war. A party of 29 wasn't going to be enough to take on an entire village. So, I went to some Vlandian towns and recruited some troops. My party was also riding super slow because we had so much loot from that previous battle against the Battanian forces. So, I did what any normal person would do and sold a lot of it. I approached the village of Druamore with my party of 43, and we started to raid it. Of course, the villagers started to fight back. It was strange, because they started to engage on our party like they were raiding us. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case, and we clearly outnumbered them. Right when the battle lines collided, the villagers started to take heavy casualties, and the battle was basically over. I honestly felt kinda bad, but I thought they would have a lot of loot. They pretty much ended up having nothing. I continued pillaging the village to see if there was anything else that I missed. I honestly didn't get much loot, and I could have gotten a lot more if I just fought a regular battle with an enemy noble. At that moment, I decided that I would go sell my loot and never raid another village again. I would, however, only start fights with other nobles. When I finished selling my loot, I joined the tournament that was going on in the city of Ox Hall. I ended up making half of the dinars that I made from pillaging the village, and this was only one tournament. And that's another reason why I didn't think that raiding villages was really worth it. Not too long after, I noticed a group of 67 Battanians marching into the Vlandian kingdom. So I went to a nearby village, recruited as many troops as I possibly could, and then set up a little ambush. The Battanian noble ended up approaching me, and he was acting like he was gonna take me down. I think that's because he had more troops and was feeling cocky. I set my troops up how I normally do. Infantry in the front, archers in the back, and cavalry on the side. As usual, I rode up ahead. I wanted to engage the enemies and take out some of their horsemen before they actually engaged my troops. Oof, that was risky. The enemies could probably tell what I was doing, so they sent horsemen after horsemen to try and stop me. After taking out a few more horsemen, the battle lines were about to meet. I told all of my troops to charge and hoped for the best. My cavalry got right to work and were taking out quite a few enemies. I saw a lot of green in the kill log of the battle, which is a very good thing. I rushed over to the enemy backline of archers and was able to take 2 kills before heading back towards the front lines. Things weren't really looking the best, and it looked like most of my infantrymen had been killed by the enemy infantrymen. I only had archers and a horseman left. It did, however, say that the tides of the battle were pretty equal. This made me a little bit confused, but maybe my cavalry was going to pull through. I was wrong. It wasn't the cavalry, it was the crossbowmen. They started unloading bolts on the enemies that were super close to them. I'm kind of surprised they didn't use their swords, but I'm glad they didn't. The few enemies that remained fled the battle. We had won. Against all odds, we won. I honestly don't know why I decided to fight a battle that I was outnumbered by 24 in, but I'm glad that I did. Strangely enough, I had to fight the 2 people that fled. We'll just say I had to hunt down the 2 runners and take them out. Well, that didn't take long. I now had another noble prisoner of the Battanian kingdom. It was also pretty nice because the enemies that I had just taken out had some prisoners with them. So I was able to recruit some of them into my own army and take on more troops. This was the moment that I've been waiting for. I grabbed all of my valuable loot. I then made my way over to Ox Hall again, but I was overweight, so it was taking longer to travel. I got distracted on the way and started putting some of the loot on Nogand, as it was better than his current equipment. I also checked out my skills and chose some perk points for riding and crossbow that make my crossbow accuracy improved. I finally made it to the city and started to sell off all of the loot that I had. It was now time to upgrade some of my gear. I bought some expensive armor and expensive gloves. I also sold my horse, which was worth around 19,000 dinars, so I ended up only paying around 10,000 dinars for these 2 armor pieces. I upgraded a lot of my troops as I assumed I was going to be fighting a lot more battles. I then ransomed off my prisoners at the local tavern. I was pretty surprised because I got a lot more dinars than expected. Unfortunately, the war came to an end. The Vlandian and Battanian people made peace. Funny enough to say, this was unfortunate for me because I wanted to take on more big battles. However, for the good of the Vlandian kingdom, this was a good thing. The Battanian kingdom had to pay the Vlandian kingdom a certain amount of money per day, and that was to keep peace because they lost the war, so the Vlandians were getting free money. Well, it's time to get back to tournaments. I needed a steady source of income, and tournaments was a good one. I checked the tournament leaderboards, and I was 5th in all of Calradia. My goal was to get to the very top. I traveled from city to city, and I only did the tournaments that had really good rewards. This prevented me from wasting time, and I was also getting a lot of dinars, as well as upgrading my armor. As usual, Nogand's gear benefited from this as well. At a random Imperial city, I bumped into someone named Cietra the Ill-Starred. She had a lot of really good traits and was looking to become a companion. So I took her into my party. The next tournament went very well. I honestly don't think I've ever been in a tournament that I played out and actually lost. My party traveled to another couple cities, and I recruited yet another companion and won another tournament, and even another one after that. The reward of this one though really caught my eye. It was the same helmet that I was currently wearing. Nogand is gonna be happy. I also started to get gear from my other 2 companions. I planned on having them lead caravans, so they needed to get geared. Out of absolutely nowhere, a random courier arrived, bringing a message from Gyarios, the king of the Western Empire. He said that he wanted me to pledge allegiance to him as a vassal because of my growing reputation. I was pretty honored, but I was gonna go ahead and ignore this courier for now. I finally was sitting on a lot of dinars, so I went to Ingalathir, the oil presser, and asked if I could buy his oil press. He very gratefully accepted, and I now had an oil press. I also had won the tournament that was going on in the city. That was it. That was the tournament that brought me to the top of the Tourney leaderboards. I was now ranked number 1 in all of Calradia. I never really looked at the clan interface for hosting parties, so I ended up checking it out, and it appeared that you could assign different people in your party different roles. This is pretty cool. I also ended up seeing my oil press on the Others tab of the clan interface. I also was able to change the workshop to start producing new things. I did some more tournaments and sold some more loot, and I was now able to afford a caravan to the city of Ox Hall. Even though I was now broke on dinars, I was making a lot per day, so the investments were worth it. I made up to 500 dinars in one single day. Keep in mind, this is all passively too. I attacked a bandit hideout, assigned some perks, and bought a snazzy cape. That was when the Vlandian people declared war on the Aserai. This was amazing news. I immediately came across an enemy caravan and started to chase them down. And when I say chase them down, I really mean it. I chased them down for almost 3 days straight. It wasn't until they trapped themselves on a peninsula that I was able to attack. I plan on employing the same strategy I always use and taking out some enemies before they make it over to my front line. So, that's exactly what I did. I ended up taking out some of the enemy horsemen and looked cool while doing it. The new cape added a whole new aesthetic. Things were going as planned, and the enemy numbers started to dwindle steadily. half of the enemy troops finally decided to come over and attack my troops. This didn't make any sense, but it worked out for us. We mowed them down. I was still trying to comprehend why they did this, but I told my troops to charge, and we pretty much had to take out a last stand. My party won the battle with minimum casualties, and we got a crap ton of loot. I then made my way over to the nearest city, where I sold all of that loot for around 6,500,000 dinars. Now that's what I call a dub. I noticed a big Vlandian army heading into the Aserai lands. They were doing a castle siege. I joined in and started to help prepare the siege equipment. The siege equipment took a full 2 days to construct, and once it was finished, all of our 900 plus Vlandian troops stormed the castle. I myself was on the front line. It was dangerous, but I knew that it had to be done. I rushed right to the front of the castle and started taking out some of the enemy archers. The less arrows being shot into my army, the better. Unfortunately, the enemies had a catapult in their siege defenses. A single shot from that catapult went right into my army. It took out a significant amount of my men. Finally, after what seemed like forever, our battering ram made it to the front gate of the castle. It started battering away at the gate until the gate finally collapsed. Right as it did, our troops poured into the little airlock between Gate 1 and Gate 2. There was even a little area above where the enemies could throw down rocks at us. Fortunately for my side, a lot of my allies already made it up onto the castle walls by scaling them. They opened the gate for us, and my men flooded into the castle, hunting down the rest of the enemies that remained. The battle was basically over at that moment, once we seized control of the outer walls of the castle. After that, I took my share of loot from the siege and headed over to the Imperial lands to recruit some more troops. The newly claimed Vlandian villages were exhausted of people, so I didn't even attempt to recruit from them. I then made my way over back to the new Vlandian Aserai border, and I noticed another large army getting ready for a siege. I, of course, joined them. Nothing new, Inric on top. That was when a huge army of 576 Aserai soldiers pulled up. 344 more enemies came, and I knew that it was time to skedaddle. The castle troops plus the 2 armies would be way too much for the Vlandian army to take on. Surprisingly enough, it looked like the Vlandians were doing a great job sustaining. I went back because they needed me. When I assessed what the outcome of the battle would be, if my troops were to also join in, I noticed that things looked a lot more even. Even though I was only a paid mercenary of the Vlandian kingdom, I felt that it was my duty to at least try to help out. Arrows came raining in as I charged the enemy horse archers. The enemy infantrymen were so far pushed up that their whole backline was open. I was able to glide past them, taking out a whole bunch of archers on the way. I then made my way over to the front lines of the battle to assist my infantrymen. After quite a while, my army prevailed. We hunted down all of the enemies who tried to flee the battle, and their fate was set in stone. Everything wrapped up, and I was able to take an enemy general as prisoner. I had taken quite a few other prisoners as well. There was quite a lot of loot from this battle that I planned on selling. I noticed that the enemies had regained control of the previous castle that we had fought over. I had then returned over there because it looked like things were under control at the current one. Only 35 enemies? They don't even need my help. Easily enough, we gained full control of the castle. I then made my way over to Imperial lands to sell off some of my loot. That was when I realized I was on the tail of a caravan that I could raid. Of course, that's exactly what I ended up doing. Being the brave soul that I am, I immediately rushed into the enemy cavalry. I planned on taking out as many troops as I possibly could before sending in my own. This made the battle go a lot more smoothly. I was honestly surprised that that worked out. I immediately snatched all of the juicy loot that I possibly could and headed to the nearest city to sell it off. Obviously, I made sure to upgrade any pieces of armor or equipment for me and any companion that was better than what we had. All of the loot sold for around 23,000 dinars. This was epic. I then met a random brewer in the city. His name was Geminon. I then paid him a lot of dinars to set up a caravan, one that was safe, to make profit off of it. While heading back into the Aserai lands, I noticed another caravan running by. I had also finally paid attention to this tiny peninsula. Now this thing could be a good trapping point for future enemy caravans. I returned to the border, and sure enough, there was no shortage of action. I immediately helped out my allies against some enemies who were trying to siege a nearby castle. I then headed over to assist in sieging a castle. Yep, this is going to be an easy siege, no doubt. Even though we outnumbered the enemies by quite a lot, I needed to be very cautious with my army. Most of my troops were on the front lines of this castle siege. I ran the same strat from a previous castle siege, riding up to the walls and taking out as many archers as I possibly could. The battering ram got battering away, and we were now quickly into the airlock. I nearly lost my life when an enemy defender threw a giant boulder right next to me. Luckily, I backed off right in the nick of time. The gate was about to be destroyed. So I backed up quite a bit and got my horse into a charging position. Right as it broke open, I charged right past all of the enemy defenders and made it directly behind them. They probably weren't worried about one single unit making it in, but I caused a whole bunch of damage. I jabbed at the enemy's backs with my spear and then tried to disrupt their lines as much as possible so my troops could squeeze in. After applying constant pressure and enough ramming with my horse, my troops poured in and we were now taking over the castle. We then surrounded any enemies that remained on the walls, and they didn't have anywhere to run except directly into us. Another castle siege was in the books, and I was able to sell all of the loot that I just got from the siege at the same castle we just captured. I then made my way deeper into the Aserai lands with one of the big Vlandian armies. Once there, I was able to lure a smaller Aserai party of 85 troops into the giant Vlandian one. We easily melted them. We then started a castle siege on yet another castle. This one was easily won, and I was able to head back to the city we captured beforehand and sell my loot. On the way back, I was acquainted by this random Aserai general who was trying to take me out. Luckily enough, King Durhurt ran right past me, and he scared off the random Aserai general. I decided not to sell my loot after all at the specific city that we had just taken. I decided that I could go sell my loot in the Vlandian lands as I wanted to go there and look for a wife. I noticed that there were these two caravans trailing not too far behind me. I was able to kind of trap them in the little peninsula area I talked about earlier, and I was able to attack the one with 39 troops. This was a very easy battle, and I got a lot of good loot from it. I then started chasing the caravan with 50 troops, but they were able to escape. Stupidly enough, they ended up coming back, and I was able to trap them in the peninsula once again. I took them on as I wanted their loot. Even though we were only taking on a caravan, the enemies did outnumber us by quite a bit, so I had to take precautions. I went out ahead and took out as many cavalry units as I could, and archers. I then told all of my troops to engage, and we had completely wiped out the enemies, getting all of their loot. My party quite literally could not hold any more loot in it. So I had to head to the nearest city and sell it all off. I got around 14,000 dinars from all of it. I then assigned a whole bunch of perks and chose different perk abilities. The journey home ended up having no obstacles and was very smooth. Once I got to my homelands, I recruited more troops and headed to the nearby city of Sargot. I talked to a noblewoman named Ellis in the Lord's Hall. I told her that I wished to be one of her admirers, and then we talked to see how things would work out between us. She seemed very flattered and agreed to meet up with me again in the future. I then did what any other rational person would do and headed to the next city to talk to the next lady, Sylvand. She too was pretty impressed with me, and I was pretty impressed with her. I definitely felt a spark. Once again, I moved on to the next castle, looking for another potential mate. Unfortunately, I didn't find one, so I moved on to the next castle. I then came across another noblewoman named Andalindis who was trying to get married, so I talked to her, and things were going pretty well. That was until the end of the conversation. Things didn't really work out, and we didn't have a lot in common. I really had my eyes set on Sylvand. We seemed to be the most compatible, and she had a lot of skills she could bring to the table. Meanwhile, while I gave the ladies some time to think, I told Nogan to start his own party. It was pretty cool seeing 2 parties on the map with the Vortide flag. This meant that our reputation and clan were growing. I gave Nogan some protection and guidance while he built up his army. I also limited the amount of money that he could spend on wages every single day. I had done enough fooling around in my homelands, so I decided that it was time to head back out for war. This time though, I was coming a little bit more prepared with better troops. I went deep into the Aserai lands and saw a whole Vlandian army get completely exterminated. This was bad, and it now looked like a lot of the Aserai troops were chasing me. Why are there so many people chasing me? What the heck? I was able to lead a lot of the Aserai parties into a couple Vlandian parties. This created a lot more of a fair fight, and one that I could actually win. I employed my usual tactics of riding to the backlines and taking out as many enemies as I possibly could. This was a little bit intimidating because the enemy army was huge and I was in the dead center of it. After the main forces collided, there weren't very many troops left on either side. It looked like the battle could go either way, but I had to ensure that we win this. I tried taking out as many troops as I possibly could, despite having 1,000,000 arrows lodged into me. Thankfully, we won the battle, but barely. I referred to this battle as the Battle of Arrows, because all of the different arrows that were stuck in my armor and in me. I went to my usual loot selling city and ended up with around 19,000 dinars worth of loot. I sold it and got my money. I then made my way back into the Vlandian homelands with the story of the great battle that I had just fought in. I immediately talked to Ellis and impressed her with my journey. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and she really wasn't that impressed. So we cut things off. I was afraid that I was gonna bottle things with Sylvand, so I decided that I needed to get more renown before I talked to her. Randomly, a courier approached me, and they delivered the news that the Vlandian people declared war on the Sturgian people. Soon after, another courier found me and said that the Vlandian people and Aserai people made peace. This was going to be a whole new war against a whole new faction. I came across a castle that looked like I was possibly able to capture. I knew that if I wanted to impress Sylvand, this would be a way to do so. I then recruited a whole bunch of horsemen and headed out to a bunch of other cities to see if there were any other ladies that I could woo. As I headed over to the Sturgian-Vlandian border, I noticed that there was a huge siege going on. There were about 1,200 Sturgian troops trying to take a Vlandian castle. This actually ended up being a good thing, and you'll see why later on in my journey. I snuck past the giant Sturgian party, and then started seeking some smaller Sturgian parties in their homelands. Unfortunately, it seemed like all of their troops were a part of that main army. When I headed back to the castle that was just being taken, there was now a Vlandian party taking back the castle. I, of course, joined them. We captured the castle, regrouped with another Vlandian army, and I lured some troops into fighting those armies. This resulted in some good loot and put the Vlandians in a great position, as they were starting to win the war. We began a siege on the castle that I wanted to capture, which honestly made me sad. I then noticed that there was a giant Sturgian party approaching. I quickly got out of there as fast as I possibly could, but it looked like my allies didn't do the same, and I'm honestly not sure why. My allies' party was getting destroyed, and there wasn't anything that I could do about it. If I tried to join in on the fight, I would definitely go down with them. The giant Sturgian party that had just taken out my allies' parties was now tailing behind me. They ended up going to the castle we had just taken from them and started to re-siege it. King Durhurt tried to raise some troops nearby and contest the castle siege. Unfortunately, the Sturgian army took the castle before we were able to do anything. Don't even ask me how I got in this situation, but King Durhurt and I were now being tailed by the 1,103 men. I was able to slip past them and kind of stay behind. King Durhurt, on the other hand, completely led his troops into a trap. He cornered himself, and the battle had begun between the two parties. Things were not looking good for the Vlandians. I even tried to get a closer look to assess the odds on who would win. My opinion held firm. I decided that it would be best if I just left the area. On the way out, another 300 Sturgian troops arrived. It looked like more Vlandian armies were coming to assist. I wasn't 100% sure that they were really going to help though. It seemed like we were outnumbered quite a lot. I tried to bait the enemies into a fight. Things didn't really work out though. I was able to get super close, but I was afraid that I would have to take them on alone. Luckily enough, I was able to catch the enemies just in the nick of time, and we had the numbers advantage. Once we won the battle, I got thanks from one of the Vlandian leaders. We were able to take out one army, but there was still an army with over 950 troops to deal with. We needed to be smart if we wanted to take out this giant party. Unfortunately, the Vlandian nobles did exactly the opposite. They completely got themselves killed. The Sturgians were pushing further into our lands, and that was when it happened. The enemy army broke up. I'm assuming that they weren't able to sustain being in such a large party for so long. Now was our time. I first picked off an enemy army that only had 50 troops. I then started chasing some of the other armies and got one with 76 troops. At this point, we were taking out all of the small armies, and it was super effective because since they weren't in a huge army, they couldn't win any of the battles. And taking out 100 at a time is a lot easier than taking out 900. When the moment was right, and the Sturgian and Vlandian forces were both distracted with each other, I decided that it was time to end my mercenary contract. I then headed to a Sturgian village and started to raid it. This way, the Sturgians would declare war on me, and I could take the castle that I've been eyeing. Once I finished at the village, I headed over to the castle of Neviansk and began my siege. This was the very first time that I was doing a siege alone. I then upgraded all of my troops to make sure that we had the manpower to take this castle. With the Sturgians being so occupied with the Vlandians, they didn't even bat an eye to my siege. The invasion began. My strategy to take this castle was to just rush the walls with ladders as fast as we possibly could. This way, the enemy troops wouldn't even be organized and in position to be able to defend the castle by the time that we were inside of it. Call me smart or whatever, but I was able to get most of my troops onto the enemy castle walls before they were even set up. In addition to my brilliant plan, I grabbed some ammunition from where the catapults were at, and it happened to be explosive. I threw this off the walls and into big groups of enemies. I was taking out 5 to 6 enemy troops with every single bomb. This was overpowered. Luckily I did this because it changed the tides of the battle. After I did as much damage as I possibly could with the bombs, I came down from the tower, grabbed a sword, and headed to the inner walls. A small detachment of my troops and I made it to the front gate where we took out the remaining defenders. We then were able to open the gates and let the rest of my forces in. This just sealed the fate of the castle. I then saved some troops from the dungeon and brought them into my own army. My party was now at 128 out of 117. I couldn't handle managing this many troops, so I added them to the garrison of my newly taken castle. This way, if it ever goes under siege, there'll be extra defenders in here. Well, I did it. I finally owned my own castle. In under 200 days, I went from rags to owning my very own castle. There was even a castle management screen where I can construct projects. For example, my training fields were currently being upgraded to the next tier. I didn't have much time to celebrate because I was still technically at war. So I headed out and found a Sturgian party with only 62 members. I talked to them and saw what it would take for our nations to make peace. Well, I guess my clan and their nation. Unfortunately for this noblewoman, it costed a lot. I was winning the war, so there was no way that I was going to pay that. With these, we took care of the Sturgian party. I then headed to a Battanian city and sold off all of my loot for 44,000 dinars. I then headed to another city to look for a companion to govern my castle. Even when I'm not there, I need someone to watch things and make sure everything is going smoothly. Once I got the whole governor thing worked out, I headed back over to another Sturgian castle. Unfortunately, the Vlandians were already sieging it and took it over. I took out some more Sturgian stragglers nearby after seeing if they would negotiate for a cheaper peace deal. They didn't. I noticed that I had a lot of extra loot in my party that was weighing us down. So, this time, I headed to our castle and deposited all of the extra loot that I didn't need. I didn't sell it right away. This was a smart thing to do because I was now moving a lot quicker. A Sturgian army with over 600 troops was now marching towards my castle. I started to get a little bit nervous because I knew that they were going to try and take it back. I upgraded all of the perks that I could, and then I sent my younger sister out as an envoy to develop her stewardship skills. One piece of advice that I gave her was to never let her guard down, which also increased her tactics skill. Out of nowhere, it seemed like the Sturgian party had just decided not to attack my castle. I was pretty grateful, but I was also a little bit confused, so I headed out to try and investigate. Before I knew it, they chased me back to my castle and started sieging it. I think that was just a trap to try and lure me out. I was able to make it back inside of my castle, and then I upgraded as many troops as I possibly could. This was going to be a hard siege. My troops got to work building anti-siege equipment, and the enemies built a siege camp. There was a point in time where the enemies let their guard down, so I took a little detachment of soldiers and headed out to try and destroy the enemy siege equipment before they even noticed. Things were going pretty well actually. I was able to take out a lot of the enemy troops in small groups instead of having to face them as a giant army. This ended up being a great idea, and we definitely messed up some of their siege equipment. My troops did as much damage as they possibly could, but I had to give the order to retreat back into the castle. This was because there were so many enemies just pouring out of the siege camp. The invasion was now going to begin. It appears that the little ambush that we just had made the enemies want to invade as soon as possible. There were two little areas with ladders, and then a battering ram that we had to take care of. I set up swordsmen on the walls that had the ladders near them, and then my archers near our catapults and along the rest of the walls. I myself headed up to the same tower that I was doing a lot of damage from when we were sieging this castle. I knew that the only way we win this battle was if I took out the battering ram and as many troops as I possibly could with this catapult. I hopped on it and waited for my troops to load it up with the explosive ammunition. My first shot was a direct hit on the battering ram, which was a good sign. My second shot was into a huge group of soldiers, killing quite a few. We successfully took out the enemy battering ram by pelting it with a whole bunch of explosive ammunition. The enemy troops then had no other choice than to go to the ladders. This worked out perfectly because I was able to take the explosive ammunition and throw it off the walls directly into the crowds of enemies. I then took out my trusty crossbow and started shooting as many bolts as I possibly could. This way, there'd be a lot less pressure on the guards defending the wall. Before we knew it, the enemies were retreating. They weren't gonna win this time, so it looked like they were gonna try and regroup and attack again. Surely enough, they started constructing more siege equipment, but I was able to ambush them. So I took out another detachment of troops and caused some trouble. This time, the strategy was a little different. I had my men line up right next to the battering ram and form a shield wall. I also had my cavalry just start running around and taking out any stragglers. The idea of this was to kind of have the enemies get chased into going directly into my infantrymen and then taken out. This strategy worked out exactly as planned. They were going directly into the infantry and getting hit by the cavalry from behind. We had taken out so many enemies that they had to retreat and then start their full-scale siege right now. They honestly would have just run out of men if they kept sending them out to attack us. The second siege of Neviansk begins now. I set up our defensive positions the same way the castle was defended the first time. The only difference was that I was going to be manning a ballista. Wow, this thing is incredibly accurate. After pelting them with all of our ranged defenses, the enemies decided that it was time to retreat. They were losing way too many troops and gaining no ground. There was a decent amount of injured troops still left on the enemy side. So, I sallied out with all of my troops and we met them in the battlefield to try and fight. A lot of the enemy troops were wounded and were still trying to recover from the siege. So I felt like this was going to be an easy battle despite being outnumbered. As usual, I went ahead and dealt with as much cavalry as I possibly could. This ended up being super effective, and I was able to take out most of the enemy's horsemen. They didn't really have any left, which was crazy. I then had all of my horsemen follow me and charge into the enemy's lines. Sadly, this wasn't very effective. I decided to send in my infantry and crossbowmen for an all-out attack. With the enemies being distracted by my infantry and crossbowmen, I had my horsemen rally behind me, and then we charged into the enemy backline before the two lines collided. This attacking maneuver was probably one of the smartest things I've ever done, and it resulted in us losing almost no troops at all, so it worked. My party looted a lot of items from the enemies. They did have over 600 troops after all. I then headed to the nearest Battanian city and sold off as much loot as I possibly could. I also had quite a few skills that I needed to put perks into. Obviously, I did take on a lot of troops after all and successfully beat them. I did get a little bit nervous because I saw another Sturgian army with over 400 troops. It looked like they were massing at this location. I knew that a lot more little groups were going to be heading to this large army, so I went in between the Sturgian battle camp and their homeland. Surely enough, I caught a party of only 100 troops. They were light work. After that easy little battle, I upgraded some of my own troops to make sure they were ready for another siege. I also headed back to my castle to prepare defenses. After waiting quite a long time, nobody showed. I was a little bit confused because they definitely had the numbers to try again. I went out to see what was going on, and I came across the giant party. I then saw an even bigger Vlandian party come by, which scared away the Sturgians. I then further tried to see where that big Sturgian army went. They were nowhere to be spotted. I knew with that Vlandian army nearby, it would keep the Sturgians away and at bay. So I headed back into my homelands, the Vlandian homelands. I only had one thing on my mind, Sylvand. Now that I owned a castle, I knew that she'd be impressed. Unfortunately, after traveling to the last city that I saw her in, she wasn't there. So I asked around and found out that she was at the castle of Ox Hall. This was pretty cool as it was a lot closer to my place, but I did waste a lot of time traveling to Galland. When I arrived, I immediately went to the Lord's Hall and had a conversation with her. It was very successful and she agreed to marry me. The only issue was that I had to get permission from the head of her house. I asked where I would be able to find the head of her clan, and she said it would be in a nearby city. I headed over there and made a decent proposal with a lot of dinars. It was successful. On the 7th day of autumn, 1086, the celebration of marriage between Sylvan and I happened. We were now officially married. I brought Sylvan back to the area where I had my castle. I wanted to show it off. This was also going to be the new homeland for our clan, so it's best that we both got acquainted to it. I started to patrol the area and was acting like a police. I took out any random raiders and made sure they wouldn't be in these lands ever again. I then headed into the Sturgian lands to see what was going on. They haven't been bothering me lately. I saw some Sturgians fighting some Battanians, so now it looked like the Vlandians and Battanians were at war with the Sturgians. Of course, I helped out the Battanian party. We won. I continued exploring the Sturgian lands, and that was when I saw two huge armies heading towards my area. The Battanians were sieging a Sturgian castle. I'm sure the Sturgian armies will make a stop there first. What do you know? They did, and now I'm involved in this. After barely escaping the big Sturgian armies that I almost got consumed by, I headed back home in need of a break. Managing my castle seemed relaxed compared to the ongoing wars that we've been involved in. I ended up rearranging all of the different priorities and constructions going on in my castle. The first thing that I was focusing on constructing was the training grounds. It was already pretty much completed, but what it did was increase the experience of our garrison troops. This made them the best that they could be when fighting off invaders. Right outside of my castle, 2 bandit groups were riding around causing chaos. I wanted to keep my lands crime-free, so I started hunting one down, and they led me into another group of bandits. I took both groups out with ease. We won't be seeing you guys again. After dealing with the looters, I made my way over to the Sturgian lands to see what they were doing again. It looked like a pretty large army of 337 units was heading towards one of my villages. I wanted to avoid getting involved with an army that big, unless I had to, so I kind of just ignored them and started chasing the bandit group I saw earlier roaming around my lands. I quickly took them out and then started heading back towards the Sturgian homelands, as it looked like that huge army had dissipated. It seemed like there were quite a few small Sturgian parties that weren't very built up. I ended up chasing them around as I wanted to conduct my own little offensive on the Sturgians. I found it pretty hilarious because as a kingdom that's existed for less than 50 days, we were taking on the Sturgians, a kingdom that has been around for ages. I was able to corner and capture Fredkar of the Brotherhood. He made the mistake of not going over a bridge and rode directly into the mountains that he couldn't cross. He was my very first captive that I hunted down and took from the Sturgian kingdom. I then was able to chase one of his family members, Korik, back into my lands. Things weren't looking good for the Brotherhood clan. Of course, I engaged them in battle, and I won, so I took another Sturgian prisoner. I tried talking to my new prisoners to see if they would be willing to make peace between our realms. Unfortunately, they didn't have the authority to do that. I didn't actually plan on making peace with Sturgia, but I wanted to see how much it would cost if I did need to. Luckily enough, I had another Sturgian captive in my party. His name was Vilder. He claimed that the Sturgian council required 71,000 dinars to make peace. Well, that really stinks for him. I decided to head back to the Sturgian lands to try and continue messing with them. That was when I came across the Battanians sieging one of the Sturgian castles. It made sense to help out the enemy of my enemy, as we were both going to benefit from this battle. I also would get a bunch of free stuff from it, so might as well. It didn't really make sense to get hands-on with the battle because we outnumbered the enemies by a significant amount. So I just sent my troops in, and they got the job done. Well, that was easy. I was gaining so much experience from all of these bigger battles. So I started to level up my skills, as I needed to be more powerful to take on bigger armies. I was honestly becoming a little bit too cocky. I tried baiting one of the Sturgian parties to come and try and attack me. That was when all of them tried to prance on me at the last second. I had just barely made it into the Battanian castle. If I was a second later, I definitely would have died there and then. Once the Sturgian parties were scared away by the Battanians, I was able to catch some stragglers. I now had a new prisoner named Chastamir, and I took most of his troops as prisoners as well as all of his loot. At this rate, we were going to have all of the Sturgian leadership in captivity before we knew it. After messing around with the Sturgians a bit more, I headed back to my homeland. Of course, I came across some more pesky bandits who were trying to mess with my villages. It appears that they weren't the only ones. A rather large Sturgian party was raiding the village of Neviansk, so I sprung into action and started to help. I was feeling pretty confident about this battle, so I charged in on the enemy troops. My only concern was what was going to happen after this. Some of my scouts reported that there was an army of over 700 Sturgian troops heading towards my castle. So this battle was only a distraction. It now became my main priority to quickly defend it and then get as many troops as I possibly could into the castle. That's exactly what my army had achieved. We all started to rush the enemies after I weakened their horsemen and some of their archers, and took out all of the enemy units before they could even have a chance to retreat. Run! Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, go ahead and subscribe for more content. My party was able to make it inside of the castle before the enemy troops started to siege it. Things were still not looking very good for us though. My troops scrambled to make as many siege defenses as they possibly could before the battle started. Luckily enough, we constructed all 4 of the siege machines that we possibly could. I then saw a flaw in the enemy's siege tactics. They had left their equipment undefended for a very short period of time. That's when I took a detachment of my horsemen and we headed out to take out the siege equipment as well as any troops that were trying to defend it. Things were going incredibly well, and we had taken out a significant amount of enemy troops. Unfortunately though, not all of their siege equipment was destroyed, but the enemies were regrouping, so I told my troops to all retreat. Right when we made it back into the castle, the enemies decided to attack. I'm sure they didn't want a repeat of what just happened, and if they just kept sitting there, it would happen again. I strategically placed all of my archers and swordsmen, and the battle began. I found myself on the right side of the castle, in between a bunch of my troops and the catapult. I didn't want to disrupt their formation, so I had to very cautiously slip past all of them. That was when it happened. My horse had slipped off the castle wall, and we both fell to the ground. Fortunately, it wasn't a huge fall, but we both did take a lot of damage. I dismounted my horse to give him a break as I arrived at the staircase. I then went up the castle stairs. My goal was to make it up to one of the towers and utilize the same bombs to take out enemies that I used in previous sieges. Once I made my way into position, I handled the catapult. One of my men loaded the catapult for me, and then I shot it directly into the heart of the enemy forces. I took out 22 enemies with that single shot. People still sing about that shot until this day. This catapult was absolutely life-saving in this siege, as I kept pelting the enemies with the explosive ammunition. Once they started scaling the walls, I started throwing bombs at the enemies. This not only took out a bunch of Sturgian troops, but it also took off a lot of pressure from my troops on the walls. After what seemed like an eternity, it seemed like the enemies finally started to retreat. We were victorious. We won the defense of Nevian's castle. I then started upgrading some of my troops. There were still another 245 Sturgians waiting outside of the castle, but they were all injured. It seemed like a good time to make peace, as the main Sturgian army was pretty much defeated. There was no way that they would be able to come back from this, so I could now finally live peacefully with my wife in my castle. I started to negotiate peace with Osfin of the Sturgian kingdom. I told him that I would release all of the lords and ladies of the Sturgian kingdom and pay them 50,000 dinars to go away. He accepted the offer, and the war was now over. That's right, get out of here. Right as the Sturgian troops had left, I had checked my villages and then headed over to the city of Carbanseth. It was currently run by the Battanians. Once there, I started to upgrade some of my companions' armor with the loot that we had gotten. I then sold everything that I had gotten from the battles we won. It totaled up to be 45,000 dinars. I sold my items and headed to the next Battanian city. I knew that I needed a new source of income, as I wasn't going to be fighting large battles and selling the loot from them anymore. At least not until I start another war again. So I had one of my companions start a new caravan and start trading. I then made my way over to one of my villages to see how things were going in them. It seemed like most of the elders weren't really satisfied with our relationship, so I was now going to pay special attention to whatever they needed, and I also set up a new party, with Nogan being the leader of it, so he could go around and take out all of the bandits near the villages. This would surely make them like me more, right? I also assigned Sylvan to be the new governor of the castle of Neviansk. She provided a lot of benefits that none of my other companions could, so this was definitely the best move. Geez, Sylvan's got this on lock. Look at all those bonuses. Since we no longer had to worry about an invasion every 5 minutes, I felt it appropriate to spend time with Sylvan. Quite a few days had gone by as we wanted to expand the Vortide family name. It was finally nice to be able to relax and not worry about war. Taking time off in the castle was definitely the best choice that I could have made. After quite a few days of trying for an heir, I headed to the city. I decided that I was going to buy some more workshops, as we didn't have a lot of income coming in and I had a pretty large army, which needed to be paid for. I ended up buying a brewery in one of the nearby Battanian cities. Right after that expensive purchase, I had joined the tournament going on in the city because I wanted to get some money back. So, I bet a whole bunch of money on the tournament and then got fighting away. The first round, though, didn't go exactly as planned. I was honestly getting destroyed by the enemies as I was being triple teamed. I was doing my best at this point to get off as many hits as I possibly could. Things weren't really going as planned, so I had to straight up just start running away from the enemies. My goal was to now lead the green and yellow enemies into each other, as I was 1 and they had a 3v3, so I wasn't really much of a threat. This ended up working out very well. The yellow enemies and green enemies were now colliding. I was able to take out 2 of the green enemies, and then there was just 1 yellow and 1 green enemy left. Then it was just 1 green enemy. I easily took him out and ended up winning the round. The tournament continued as usual, and I won. I then bought a wood workshop, and then headed out to find more workshop opportunities as well as tournaments. It honestly felt refreshing to be doing so many tournaments, because I used to be able to do them all of the time, but had to stop because of war. I forgot how fun they were, and how much money you could really make by doing a bunch of them. It started to become a routine again. I would head over to the next nearest city, check if there was a tournament going on in it, and if there was, I would participate. If there wasn't, then I would just head over to the next city and check if there was one going on. My travels had brought me to the Western Empire lands. There weren't too many tournaments going on around here, so I just scouted out the taverns for good companions. Why does it seem like all of the possible companions in the Western Empire are very cruel? Kinda weird. After quite a while of searching, I found someone named Thakir the Falcon. He had all good traits, so I brought him into my party. After bringing him in as a companion, I sent him out to go run a caravan. I needed the money, and he seemed like he would be a very good fit. That is why I brought him in as a companion after all. In preparations for the next tournament, I decided to check the Tourney leaderboards. I noticed that High King Caladog had the same amount of wins that I did. This was very frustrating, as I wanted to be on top. It was at this moment that my tournament career had just become a whole lot more serious. Alright, let's get to work. And just like that, I was back to being first on the leaderboard. Feels good to be on top. As I was traveling back to my castle, I got information that it was Varric's birthday. I sent him on a trip to the realm's court to improve his charm skill. He had also won a horse race while I was gone, improving his riding skills. Of course, on the journey back to my castle, I took out some bandits on the way. Right before I made it back into my castle, I noticed that an elderman named Dinin from one of the villages that I own needed some help. He needed a whole bunch of tools to be transported to the village. So I went out to go find those tools and brought them back to the village, further improving our relationship as it needed to be. After things wrapped up in the village, I headed back to my castle to spend some time with Sylvand and try for a new heir. Time started to fly by. Night after night went by in the snap of a finger. I was also able to manage all of the different things that I couldn't while adventuring. In other words, I was able to tell my companions what skills they should level up. After spending enough time at the castle, I headed back out to continue my tournament journey. I wasn't even taking breaks between tournaments at this point. I was just going, doing them, and then doing the next one in the next city. I honestly didn't even care about the dinars at this point. I was after the reputation. So in other words, I wanted more renown. The reason why I wanted it was because I could increase my clan level with it and then form my own kingdom finally. In addition to all of the tournaments, I started killing any bandit group that I also came across. This too provided good renown. The construction in my castle on upgraded training fields had finished. So I headed back and started construction on a new workshop. This would increase the construction rate that I could build things at. I then took out some more bandits, traveled back to Vlandia, and got a quest to escort a caravan. Of course, I kept my word and actually escorted the caravan. This would get me money, renown, and I would be able to take out bandits on the way. After dealing with a party of attacking bandits and making it to our first city, the caravan started to head to the second one. That was when we got ambushed by another 40 bandits. We made light work of them and arrived at the next city. This whole caravanning thing was taking a little while, and I was getting impatient. But I had committed to this challenge, so I stepped up and finished it. After taking out an absurd amount of bandits and visiting 3 more castles, I had finally finished the quest to escort the caravan. When the quest was complete, I got 8,000 dinars, and my relationship increased with the lady who gave me the quest. 8,000 dinars was quite a lot, so I started to look for someone who would give me a similar quest. I wanted to get that good amount of money once again. I ended up not getting the same exact quest, but I got one that I thought was a little bit more interesting. I had to go to the different villages that this lord owned and collect taxes from each village. It seemed like at every single village, though, there was some kind of scenario that I had to deal with. At the very first village that I visited, a mutiny broke out. So I ended up having to send my troops in to calm things down, but I ended up losing quite a few of them. Dang, I didn't realize how hard it is to be a tax collector. I ended up bringing all of the taxes that I collected from the nearby villages back to Carbanseth. I was able to keep my cut of them, and the lord that I did that for seemed very happy. Who would have thought? A tournament was going on at Carbanseth too. Things were going smoothly. I just had to say something, didn't I? Because during the next round, I was fighting off 2 different enemies at the same time. I was able to kill one of them, and then was fighting off a 1v1. Unfortunately, this enemy was able to get the best of me, and took me out. I'm pretty sure that was the very first time that I had ever lost a tournament. This was incredibly embarrassing, and I had to redeem myself. So, I went to the very next town and entered the tournament there. I was fighting my heart out, because I wasn't gonna lose another tournament. I had made it to the very next round, and was fighting another 1v1. This time, I had won the tournament. I honestly don't even know what happened in the last one, but I somehow lost. I had never lost one before that, so something must have been off. After redeeming myself, I headed back to my castle. There, I upgraded my different skills and assigned different perks. I then took a couple days at the castle to spend time with Sylvand. After that, I came across a Battanian landlord. He asked me if I would be able to do some tax collecting for him like I did previously. So, I said yes and got to work. It was honestly a lot of fun being a tax collector and dealing with the different scenarios that the villages threw at me. The only downside of it was that the villages seemed to dislike me more and more each time I went to collect taxes. I delivered the taxes to the Lord's castle, and then I got my cut of it. I promised myself that I wouldn't do much more of these quests, as it seemed like it affected my popularity. I then won a tournament, leveled up some of my perks, and had a weird encounter with a stranger. This random guy had asked me if I wanted to buy a bunch of velvet from him that might have been stolen. So I said yes, as I didn't think there would be any harm to this. Unfortunately, someone came up to me right away afterwards and accused me of buying stolen goods. I mean, I guess he wasn't wrong. So I talked to him, and he said that he would give me a little bit less than what I paid for the goods, and return it to the rightful owner. That was the right thing to do, so that's exactly what I did. I then continued to keep doing tournaments, started another caravan escort quest, and bumped into someone who really hated me. You see, it was really odd because I didn't even remember who this guy was, but for some reason, he hated me. So I just kind of let him be and continued my escort mission. Once it was finished, I came across a bandit hideout. So, of course, I went and got prepared for nighttime so I could set up an ambush on it. Night fell, and I had brought some of my best soldiers with me. It was pretty cool because we were all matching. You could tell that I was in charge because I had these really cool shoulder pads. All of the other troops just looked very similar and had the same loadout of weapons. We began storming the enemy bandit camp. The bandits were super unprepared for us and honestly had no idea we were coming. It was pretty cool to see my troops just charging in and taking out any of the enemies that got in our way. We also looked pretty cool while doing it. We then started to approach the bandit leader. We had killed all of his minions, so it was now time for him to come out. He wanted to fight a duel with me, so I accepted it. The only reason why I did that was because I wanted to take him down myself, and I didn't want any of my troops to steal my kill. It was pretty embarrassing for him, because I immediately just blocked his attack, hit him with my shield, and then stabbed him with my spear, and he instantly went down. I felt pretty good helping all of the villages nearby, so I headed to another village and got another quest to help out. This time, I had to hunt down 7 different bandit parties. This seemed like a lot, considering I didn't see a single bandit party anywhere near this village. After looking around for over 3 days, I didn't even come across a single bandit party. So much time was being wasted. So, I got this good idea of sneaking into a forest area near a bandit hideout and scaring all of the enemy bandits towards the village. This way, when I took out the bandit party, it would count as one of the parties that I needed to take out that was near the village. This technique worked. I was able to scare 2 different bandit parties into the range and take them out. Unfortunately, I now had to do this 5 more times. This is honestly such a waste of time. I just hope the rewards are good. After doing this for what felt like 20 times, I was finally able to get to the last party that I needed to take out. We had done it. All of the bandit parties had been eliminated. It was now time to collect my reward. And of course, I only got the small sum of 1,800 dinars. This felt like such a waste of time, because I had spent all of those days killing those bandits, but I could have been doing something else that would have gotten me a whole bunch more dinars. When I arrived back in my lands, I started to select perks for my companions as well as myself. I also had noticed that there was a siege going on nearby, so I decided to check it out. It looked like the Western Empire and the Battanians were at war. This could be another good opportunity to sneak in and grab another castle. To look not too suspicious, I headed over to another Battanian city and did a tournament. I was honestly thinking this would be a great time to sneak in and take the castle of Pendraic. When I was trying to plan things out, I had noticed a pretty large Western Empire army march by. It wasn't doing anything interesting, so I just started to head back to my castle. That's when I spent more time with Sylvan and started to plan out what I could do to get another castle in my clan name. It was nice to finally take a break and spend a few nights in the castle. All of this constant adventuring and war is definitely tiring. Nevertheless, we must go on. It wouldn't be possible to conquer all of Calradia while I sit in a castle with my feet up in the air. I honestly should have waited a few more days before heading out though. My wife Sylvan had fallen into labor and given birth to our very first son, Denoric. I was ecstatic. The Vortian bloodline now continued on, and we didn't have to worry about it ending. I was contemplating turning back my army of over 100 men just to go see Denoric. The only issue with that is I was already almost at the castle where the tournament I was supposed to fight in was being held. It only made sense to just go to the tournament and win some money from it, so that way I could bring home some new gifts for my newborn baby. So that is exactly what I did. I entered the tournament and started to fight my heart out. The first round was a 4v4v4, and my team was dominating. We did so well that by the end of the round, my whole team was still alive. The second round wasn't any slower. We had taken out all of the enemy teams within a matter of minutes. It wasn't until the third round that my teammate had been taken out. But don't worry, I was the best archer in the whole arena, so I had taken out both enemies without even trying. The final round had arrived quickly. I was immediately rushed by a highborn warrior who made the mistake of swinging first. I collected my highly coveted horse that I won as a prize. The only thing that was on my mind was to getting back to the castle to see Sylvan and the new baby. I wasn't able to stay long and immediately headed back out to go and kill bandits that were plaguing our lands. It was my personal duty to be able to provide all of the money that we needed to keep this clan up and running. It did seem like we had quite a lot saved up, but it really isn't that much when you think about it. The amount of dinars that we're going to be spending once we have a kingdom is going to be insane. So right now, every single one counts. I don't want to waste any time or waste any money. I stumbled upon a bandit camp. This was going to be a gold mine. All of the forest bandits in the area bring their loot to this one location. So if we could clear it out and then loot the bandit hideout, you know that we're going to be rolling in dinars. Our raid began as my Vortian sergeants had rushed the enemies to take out the first little campfire. The enemy stood no chance against my heavily equipped sergeants. These men were the most respected and feared in my clan. They had the most experience in war, and they were very calculating and precise when it came to battle. We had arrived at the bandit leader and his men. There was no way that I was going to fight this bandit leader in a one-on-one duel. I was already pretty injured from earlier, and I wasn't going to stoop as low as to fight a duel with a bandit leader. These guys had no honor and no respect. As my men had finished clearing up the rest of the bandit camp, we had made our way into some Western Empire lands. That was when I saw a very stacked caravan. This had given me the idea to return back to the little choke point between kingdoms where I took out a whole bunch of enemy caravans at the time. I saw one of my own caravans, and then I decided that I would take out the next caravan that comes through here. There ended up being 3. One of them was Vlandian though, and I didn't want to hurt my reputation with the Vlandian kingdom. I set my troops up in their usual fighting formations. I had then rushed in to attack the enemy horse archers. They were trying to do their own engage on my troops, but my archers were prepared, and I had also moved in to take them out. Nothing ever beats the feeling of riding into battle by yourself, taking out as many enemies as you possibly can. Once the enemy horse archers were weakened, I had sent in the rest of my troops to finish off the job. It didn't take them long to take out all of the enemies that were trying to defend this caravan. In a matter of fact, it had only taken them a couple minutes. Most of my troops were all veterans who had seen war before, so they knew what they were doing. We had then collected all of the loot that we had gotten from the caravan, and that was when Nogan had received a marriage offer to marry some lady named Nadia. We both didn't really know who this lady was, so after doing some extensive research, we found out that she was from the Western Empire. It seemed as it was in our best interest to accept this offer, so Nogan got married to her. I was very happy for my brother. I had found Sylvan, and now he had found Nadia. We both could also expand the Vortide family line even longer now. This also secured a pretty peaceful relationship between Nadia's family in the Western Empire and the Vortide clan. It was surprising to think that the beginning of our journey began with our parents dying and the kidnapping of our siblings, to us getting our siblings back, both getting married, and owning our very own castle. There was no reason to hold on to all of the goods that we had gotten from the caravan, so I ended up selling them at the Western Empire city of Odyssey, and then I bought a brewery there. Nogan's wife Nadia had finally met up with our party. Her stay was short-lived though, as I assigned her to go be the governor of Nevian's castle. I also led our party back to the lands that we owned. It was nice to see Nogan riding around defending the land from bandits. I had also made my way over to one of the villages where I had gotten the quest to bring the villagers tools. I sent Sylvan out with a detachment of troops to go and get this job complete. It was in our best interest to keep a good relationship with the nearby villages to our castle. That way, whenever we needed to recruit troops, we would have extra options. I had arrived back at the castle where I was finally able to sit down at the throne and relax a little bit. I then had a little feast and managed the current projects going on at the castle. Since the standard of life was pretty good here, I made sure that the toll collector was our first priority. My party made its way out back into the lands of Calradia. I had peacefully met someone from another clan, and then targeted a Vlandian caravan. I know I avoided this earlier, but I figured that they would have the type of armor that I'm looking for. I was definitely getting a little bit bored with the armor that I currently wore, but I didn't know if there was anything better. I guess we are going to find out. The raid was super simple, and we were able to hold a choke point on a bridge. The enemy caravan had sent its horsemen in to attack us on that bridge, but they obviously had no success. We then were able to take out their backlines and steal all of the goods that they had. Not too long after the caravan raid, I had enlisted in an arena tournament. To no surprise, I had won. It honestly seemed like a good time to track down yet another caravan. I didn't want to target the same factions that I had already destroyed a caravan a part of, so I headed over across the world into the Khuzait lands. Well, that caravan stood zero chance. This might have seemed like a pointless trip, but I wanted to take out a caravan that wouldn't really affect my relationship with the kingdom that I really cared about. To also make the journey even more worth it, I was doing tournaments on the way back. This way, I would be returning with a whole bunch of extra loot and dinars that I didn't have before the trip. The time was almost upon us. The Vortide clan was so close to getting tier 4, which meant that we would be able to establish our very own kingdom. I only needed less than 20 renown to establish that kingdom. While riding around, I had noticed a very large Battanian army. I ended up confirming that suspicion as I saw 2 Sturgian armies collide with that giant Battanian army. This had inspired some very grand ideas in my head. Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more 100-day content. Also, go check out my merch store, link down below. I was always scheming of a way to take over Pendraic Castle. Well, now that could become a reality. Especially with half the Battanian forces distracted with all the Sturgian forces, I would be able to swoop in and take this castle with ease. I just need to get my kingdom up and running. It seemed like the fastest way to do this would be to get a whole bunch of renown in the shortest amount of time. This could easily be done if I had taken out a pretty large Battanian army. So that's exactly what I went to go do. I approached the nearest Battanian army and immediately started to attack. They had around 20 more troops than we did, so this was going to be great for gaining renown. We were attacking the Battanian forces at one of their own villages. This meant that they were going to have a little bit of extra reinforcements from the villagers. The fight started with me 1v1ing the only Battanian horseman. This was a pretty intense duel, and he was able to get a couple hits off on my horse. I, however, did prevail and took him out with my long spear. It seemed like right as I had taken out the horseman, the rest of the Battanian forces started to rush out of the village. That was when I retreated to my troops, and we started to engage all of the enemies. After winning the battle, we had gained enough renown to level up to clan tier 4. I then headed back to the castle of Neviansk to talk to Nadia. Once there, I had told her that it was time to declare our own kingdom. This new kingdom was going to be founded on Vlandian values and beliefs. It's also going to be called the Kingdom of Vortia. It was at that exact moment that all of my clan companions and family members had gathered around the table to establish our kingdom and plan out what was going to happen with this next war. It was pretty cool because the new room that we had set up allowed me access to see all of the information of what was currently going on with the kingdom. I could even see all the different policies that we had enacted since we founded the kingdom on Vlandian policies and beliefs. I couldn't afford to waste time thinking about our kingdom's policies, so I immediately started to summon all of the parties in my kingdom and then started to engage on another Battanian army that was nearby my castle. This battle had gone how they all go, and we were victorious. We had taken out the enemy lord. I then headed to all the nearby villages to recruit more troops. Fighting those 2 battles was easy, but at the same time, I did take on some casualties. Once the army was slightly recovered, I had taken on yet another battle with a Battanian lord. We outnumbered his army by around 20 troops, so this was going to be an easy battle, especially considering I had a lot more veteran troops than he did. It was time to take things on the offensive. I made my way over to a Battanian city. It looked like the Sturgians were taking on that city and wanted to siege it. So I figured that I would help them out in their efforts, as this was going to weaken the Battanian army even further, which would open up a window of time for us to attack the castle of Pendraic uncontested. The Sturgians didn't attack the city immediately. A small Battanian army of around 400 had tried to sneak away from the castle. I rode my much smaller army at a faster rate to catch up to this Battanian army. They didn't know it yet, but I was trying to act as a bridge between the Sturgian army and the Battanian army, so that way I would be able to take out the Battanians with the help of the Sturgians. I was very happy with myself because this allowed the Sturgians and I to take on a whole Battanian army and take it out without having a lot of casualties. While riding back to my kingdom, I had bumped into Jimenez of the Hand. He was a part of the clan of the Hand. I enlisted that clan as mercenaries into the kingdom of Vortia. This entailed a simple contract, as the clan of the Hand would be taking on the enemies of Vortia, and I would be paying them for it. Usually I like to take on these responsibilities myself, but having a bigger pool of troops to draw upon when we needed to invade a castle was the goal. I summoned one of the parties of my new mercenaries to join my army. I also then went to recruit some more troops from the nearby villages. It seemed like it would be a good idea to be over-prepared for my siege of Pendraic. I had noticed that one of my mercenaries was fighting an enemy Battanian party near the kingdom, so I moved in to assist, as I wanted this smaller army to join my bigger army. We were nearing around 300 troops now, and that seemed like it would be a good amount to take on the castle. The siege began, and we started to prepare the siege camp. It looked like things were pretty balanced. The enemies had more troops than we did, but we had more experienced troops. I really didn't expect this, but it looked like quite a few Battanian parties made their way over to try and interrupt my siege. I immediately stopped building the camp and then tried chasing off some of the enemy parties. Unfortunately, there were quite a lot of them, so I had to retreat back to my castle and wait for the enemies to disperse. The enemies had finally decided to leave me alone, but that was when I noticed a huge party of 700 Battanian troops marching on my castle. It seemed like they weren't super interested in what was going on here or trying to siege the castle at the moment, so I was able to head out and take out some of their smaller parties, as I didn't want them to assist their larger party. After taking out quite a few Battanian lords, I tried to lure the large army into sieging my castle. It seemed like they really weren't that interested. It honestly seemed like they weren't even interested in attacking my castle. I'm assuming that they just wanted to prevent me from going around and taking more of their lords as prisoners. If that was their intention, they were definitely doing a good job at it. I had to waste quite a few days just sitting at the castle. I then tried to move in and take out some of the smaller enemy parties. My attempt wasn't successful. The large Battanian army would immediately charge me anytime that I got close to the smaller ones. This made a lot of sense from a strategic standpoint. I was pretty impressed that the Battanians came up with this strategy. It surely was working though. That was at least until I started to put all of the enemy lords into my prison. For some reason, this made the enemy snap, or it maybe just gave them a valid reason to try and attack my castle. The huge army of almost 800 Battanian troops finally came and laid siege. I was pretty excited about this because I had a lot more veteran troops than they did, but they had twice the amount. I also happened to be very competent with my strategies. Talking about strategies, another large Battanian army of around 700 had joined the siege. We were now outnumbered by roughly 1,000 troops. Things weren't looking good. I really needed to employ my best possible strategies in order to come out of this alive. As usual, I had put all my infantrymen right where the enemies would be scaling the walls on ladders. I had them set up an impenetrable shield wall. That way, the enemies wouldn't even be able to step foot on my castle walls. This would also prevent them from being able to gain any ground. The enemies surrounded the whole castle. It honestly looked like thousands of ants were running at us. Since the last siege, we restocked on explosive bombs. This was honestly a necessity for us, as it was going to be the main way that I took out the enemies trying to climb the ladders onto our castle walls. Each bomb that I dropped was taking out 10 plus enemy units. This strategy alone was changing the tide of the battle. You could see the total amount of Battanians dramatically decreasing. After doing as much as I could with the bombs, I had to personally get involved with the defense on the right side of our castle. Unfortunately, the enemies were making it up onto our walls. So I had to pick up one of the axes that were laying on the ground and start hacking away at all of the enemies coming up the ladder, as well as the ones who already made it up here. I was attacking from behind the enemies that made it up on the castle wall. This was a very strategic point to attack from, but it also was a little bit hard because I was stuck in a tunnel and had to pretty much make things work. After quite a while of hacking away, we gained control of the situation. The enemies were still making it up onto the castle wall, but the second that they would drop on it, they would end up dying. I had more troops rush over to this ladder that all the enemies were getting up from and start to defend it better than they were before. Unfortunately, there were just so many enemies that they were able to break our line once again. I also didn't have too many troops remaining to help out on this right side of the castle. As I was doing my part in this siege, I ended up falling off the castle walls. I got completely injured and passed out. This was very bad as I wasn't able to lead my troops for the rest of the siege. Thankfully enough, they pulled through and completely defended the castle from all of the attacking Battanians. The Battanians might have had a chance if they really stuck with what they were doing, but they decided to retreat once there was quite a lot of them taken out. That was insane. We had taken out over 1,000 Battanians in that fight, while only losing around 200 to 300 men. I was knocked out for quite some time after that battle. Nogan had led until I was 100% healed. He had finished off all of the remaining enemies that were at our castle and actually laid siege to the castle of Pendraic. Conveniently enough, the siege was going to start right when I was fully healed. I immediately made my way over to where our siege camp was and led the assault. Nogan had informed me that we didn't have any siege equipment to take on this castle, so I did the only thing that I could. I had all of my troops just immediately rush up to the castle ladders. I was given information that an enemy catapult happened to be in the farthest left tower, so I made sure that all of my troops were only going up the ladders on the left side, as this catapult wouldn't be able to target them. Despite only having around 10 days to recover from my last injuries, I immediately made my way over to the castle walls. I raised the very first ladder as I wanted to make sure that my troops were able to get up onto those walls as soon as they possibly could. The enemy catapult was able to shoot some ammunition over at my troops, but it only took out 3 of them. I was super happy that only 3 of them were killed by this catapult. This proved that my strategy of only attacking the left side of the castle was effective. Sure, it would be a little bit slower than if we had troops on both sides, but the catapult wouldn't be able to take out 10 plus troops every single time that it shot. To me, this was definitely worth the trade-offs. It's also possibly the reason why we might win. I had a lot of faith in this castle siege, as we outnumbered the enemies by around 200 troops. So it did seem likely that we were going to be successful, but you never know what could happen. Since I didn't climb up the ladders myself, I was pretty much sitting down below, pelting the enemies with bolts from my crossbow. Sooner or later, I did run out of bolts, and I couldn't find any on the battlefield. So I had to pick up a bow and collect the arrows that were down, scattered around. One of the ladders ended up falling during the siege, so I had to get it back up with some of my troops. Once it was back up leading to the castle walls, we started to make a lot of advancements. I even snuck over to the right side of the castle, got up a ladder that nobody even realized I was climbing, and I made it behind enemy lines without them even realizing it. Right as I stepped foot onto the castle walls, 2 enemies immediately started to attack me. There were also some archers shooting arrows at me. This was probably one of the most stressful things in the world because my life flashed before my eyes. I just barely was able to take out the one enemy that was fighting me. It seemed like all of the other enemies decided that it wasn't worth it to take me on and went to go and reinforce the right side of the walls. This honestly kind of saved me because I didn't know if I was going to be able to take on 4 enemies all at the same time. The siege was pretty much over at this point as well. My troops had made it successfully onto the walls and were taking out all of the enemies that were left in the towers. The very last defender even tried hiding away. He ended up dropping in between the gates of the castle where none of my men were at. Well, that plan backfired. All of my troops were ecstatic, and I was even more. We had just conquered our second castle. The kingdom expands. I wanted to start things off right with the new population of the Pendraic castle. I showed them mercy instead of pillaging or devastating the village. If I was going to be a good ruler, I was definitely going to have to treat my citizens right. This decision might cost us some prosperity bonuses, but it'll be worth it in the long shot. I wanted to make sure that we had strict rules and policies in the castle, as I didn't want people to revolt. So I appointed Sylvand as the governor of the castle. I had then disbanded the army that Nogan prepared for this invasion. We had secured the castle of Pendraic and I was pretty satisfied with this gain. My plan now was to peacefully negotiate with the Battanians a surrender. I would say that we were easily winning the war. The Battanians did, however, have more troops, but they were taking on more casualties, had less prisoners of ours, and also lost a castle. Before we can try and negotiate for that peaceful resolve, it looked like the Battanians wanted to put up one last fight. They outnumbered our army 350 to 300. I wasn't concerned though, as we did have more veteran troops, and also taking out Battanians really wasn't that hard. It seemed like overall, they had a lot less equipped troops than we did. Of course, I had marched forward and took out as many enemy horsemen that I could. Once the time was right, I had moved my infantrymen up while covering them with my archers and crossbowmen. It's time to charge! I had strategically set my first line in to engage with the enemy's first line. I then had my horsemen get in position, ready to flank, as the enemies didn't even realize they were so close to them. When the moment was right, I sent my horsemen in, and we started to completely devastate the enemies. It seemed like this was probably the best strategy to take in this course of action, because there were a whole bunch of enemy infantrymen and not a lot of archers. So this strategy worked out perfectly. It really wasn't long until the enemies conceded defeat. I was able to take on some prisoners, and then I had to formally appoint myself as the ruler of Pendrea Castle. This honestly seemed like a funny thing to do, but I wanted to set the precedent for all future rulers to make sure they make their decisions fair and square. It was also time to make peace with Battania. We were absolutely smoking them. Right when I had proposed a peace offer, they replied saying they would pay 870 dinars every single day as a tribute to make peace. Now that's what I'm talking about. It was now time to celebrate in the Kingdom of Vortia. We had just completely won a war and gotten a new castle out of it. My troops were also spreading across the land. The only thing is, I was paying mercenaries now a whole bunch of money when they didn't need to be paid. There was no war going on anymore. So I decided to relieve one clan of their mercenary duties. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like they took the contract ending very well. Obviously, we're not at war anymore, so there's no need to be paying mercenaries to do a whole bunch of work that they're not doing. Well, honestly, that's their loss. If they don't want to work with me in the future, then that's going to be their problem. I pay good dinars. The war was finally over, so I could now take a look at all of the different policies that I could propose for the kingdom. There were quite a few, 32 to be exact. The first policy that I brought on was Sacred Majesty. This allowed the ruling party of the kingdom to gain 3 influence per day, but it took away 0.5 influence from non-ruling parties. This was a good way while creating a kingdom to make sure that my family stays in power. This might seem a little bit dishonest, but we literally created the kingdom, so all of the Vortide family has a birthright to rule. I had then also appointed the Royal Privilege Policy. This allowed the ruler of the kingdom to override popular decisions at a reduced rate of influence. This seemed like a very good policy to have, because what if somebody tried to overthrow the Vortide family? If a coup was staged and everybody tried to get us out, then this would be a great way of being able to hold on to our power and suppress any rebellions. It was super nice to get an overview of my brand new kingdom. We had now expanded to 2 very strategically placed castles. In the scenario that we had to defend one of the castles, we could draw upon troops from both to deal with the siege. I stored all of the loot that I had gotten from taking out so many Battanians inside of my castle of Neviansk. So I went to go retrieve most of it and brought it to one of the nearest cities, where I had sold it for over 30,000 dinars. I had then made my way into the Vlandian lands, as I wanted to buy some new armor that was better than what I was currently wearing. I didn't end up finding anything. I tried on a whole bunch of different armors, but the only thing that was a little bit better was around 200,000 dinars, which I was not going to spend. After getting fed up looking for some armor at a couple of cities, I set up a caravan from Praveen. One of my companions got displaced from their other caravan during the war, so it made sense to get another one up and running. I continued my search for slightly better armor or equipment in Sunguard. I ended up coming across a shield that was lighter and more durable than the one that I currently had. I bought that shield for around 10,000 dinars. I ended up riding by a Sturgian castle. It looked like the Vlandians were trying to siege it. This was pretty crazy because that meant that I could possibly utilize even yet another war. When I was back at my kingdom, I appointed my sister Alda as the new governor of Pendraic Castle. This was ideal because then she could level up her skills to become a better leader. I was then back and forth between my castles because I wanted to make sure that everyone was working on the correct upgrades and they were getting the resources that they needed to be extra productive. Since we were no longer at war and the kingdom was doing pretty good, I decided that it was time for me to head back out. I wanted to spot new opportunities that could possibly expand the kingdom, as well as meet any new companions that could potentially help. While I was traveling, my brother Varric had reached young adulthood. I decided that it was time for him to travel as an envoy to increase his charm skill. As he left, I had also mentioned to him to never let his guard down. This would improve his strategic skills. It was awesome to see the Vortide family growing up and expanding. Sooner or later, I hope that it gets big enough for us to rule all of Calradia. Until then, we're gonna have to keep expanding and growing as a kingdom. My adventuring had brought me into the lands of the Asurai. I really hope nothing too exciting is going on back at home. I guess I won't know until I return. Until then, I was distracted by a tournament that was going on in the nearby town of Sinala. Before I entered it though, I checked the tavern, where I found a man named Gavin Bloodaxe. We talked, and he told me that he was a part of the old Emperor's Guard. His comrades and him were blamed for the death of the Emperor, and the people turned against him. He continued telling me that his guard felt very betrayed by what happened, so they did some unspeakable things. Gavin said that he was very ashamed of what happened, and he seemed very sincere about this, so I invited him to work for me as one of my companions. This way, he could restore his honor. He gladly joined my house, and him, Sylvan, and I all joined the tournament going on at the city together. For the very first round, I was placed in a 1v1v1v1. Most tournaments were styled like this. After doing a whole bunch of hacking and slashing, I had won the round. The next one was on horseback. Unfortunately, my team was not the best. I was left in a 1v3 situation. My teammates really couldn't hold their own. I carefully took out 2 of the 3 blue team contenders. Sylvan, my wife, was the only one that still stood. It didn't feel right taking her on in the tournament. It reminded me of a while ago, back when we first competed against each other before we were married. I knew that she would still want me to try, so I just acted how I normally would against an opponent. So that's exactly what I did. I had taken her out with a lunge to the back. The third round consisted of a very intense duel. I was constantly slashing at my enemy's shield. I ended up hitting it so many times that it broke. Since there was no shield, I was able to take out the enemy swordsman in a matter of 2 swings. I then moved on to the archer, which was a breeze, and it was down to the final round, which really wasn't that hard. Nothing new, Inric on top. I then led my party away from Sinala. We made it further into the Asurai kingdom. I chased down and then started talking to a random Asari Sultan. He was named Unquid. I wanted to see if he had any cool quests that needed to be done. Sadly enough, Sultan Unquid said that I am a king of another kingdom. This meant that I couldn't be entrusted with any important quests. This kind of made me realize that being king meant that I was not able to do a lot of the things that I used to. And honestly, this was a good realization, because I really just needed to focus in on running my kingdom and expanding it through war. Even me just being here now was pretty risky, as anyone could declare war on us at any second. I quickly made my way through the rest of the Asurai lands to the side that I didn't enter in on. I decided that I really only belonged near my castles, and defending them was my highest priority. On the great journey back to the Vortian lands, I had stumbled upon a forest bandit hideout. Of course I wasn't gonna let it just sit there, so I grabbed some of my most entrusted men and we started to raid the camp. My troops had moved in to attack the enemies while I pelted them with crossbow bolts. This honestly just felt like crossbow practice, and my guards were there to finish off anything that I didn't hit. Finally, the bandit leader had come out of hiding, looking to see who was destroying all of his troops. He asked me the duel, and I said very well. I really wanted to make an example of him. Just the only concern was that I had a spear and he had an axe. If I don't keep a lot of distance between us, then I'm not going to be able to even get any hits off on him. Luckily enough, I devised a plan. I just would hit him with my shield, step back, and then stab my spear at him. This proved effective. Real quick, if you're enjoying the content, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more. Right after defeating the bandit leader, we left the hideout and made it to a random imperial city. Here, I geared up Gavin with some better items and told him to form his own caravan. This caravan will provide a lot of dinars for the kingdom, and it'll also help Gavin increase his skills in stewardship, so that way he could maybe even lead a party in the future. We were almost back home, but I noticed something on the way. The Sturgians were attacking a Vlandian castle. They had over 1,000 troops in this siege, and things were not looking good for the Vlandians in this situation. I was pretty happy that I saw this on the way back home, because I now knew that the Sturgians and Vlandians were at war. This intel could lead us to getting more castles into our kingdom, especially if we declare war on Sturgia while they're at their weakest point. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. I was finally back in my own lands. When I got to the castle of Pendraic, however, I noticed that the loyalty was incredibly low. I told my sister, the city governor, to start focusing in on games and festivals. This increases the city's loyalty by 2 every single day. After hanging around the castle for some time, I was finally convinced that a rebellion would no longer happen. Our loyalty was back to 20, which was still incredibly low, but it was better than 14. I headed over to Nevian's castle just to make sure the loyalty there was also good. It seemed like everything was under control here, at least more than at Pendraic. There just so happened to be a tournament going on at Carbanseth. Since it was so close, I traveled over there so I could enter the arena and fight in the tournament. Things really didn't start off well though. We had immediately lost the other swordsmen on our team, and it was now me versus 2 enemy swordsmen. They both had shields, so it was almost impossible to be able to swing at them. I brought both of them into my archers, where one of the archers had started to help me out, and this changed the tide of the battle. We were then able to move in and take out the 2 enemy archers. The next round wasn't as intense. 2 swings and I had taken out my competitor. The third round was even easier. I just had to block twice, and then I took out the enemy within 1 swing. The final round of the tournament was a little bit longer. I had to hit the competitor at least 3 different times before they were knocked out. Now that's a tough warrior. Since I was already at a town, I decided to try out smithing. I didn't have any resources on me, so I went to the town market and bought a whole bunch of wood. I then turned that into charcoal. It wasn't long until I used up all of my smithing stamina. Honestly, this wasn't a good hobby for a king. I'll just stick to waging wars and managing castles. I received great news. Nogan's wife Nadia was with child. The Vortide family continues to grow bigger. It'll only be a matter of time before the empire's expanded with pure blood. Even though I do trust our companions in leadership positions, I really only want the Vortide family to be in power. This guarantees that no rogues will be able to take over our kingdom, and it will be a lot more secure. It appeared that some kind of siege was going on in the Sturgian lands. The Vlandians were still at it. They wanted to take over another Sturgian town. I made my way a bit further into the Sturgian lands to see if there were any castles that I could take over. Ironically enough, that was when the Battanians declared war on us. I was sweating arrows as I was pretty far away from the 2 castles a part of my kingdom. I really hope nobody takes them over while I'm gone. I was just approaching the lands of Vortia when a Battanian caravan had gotten in my path. Unfortunately enough for them, they had just declared war on me. I didn't plan on letting this caravan pass by for free. And trust me, I made them pay their toll. There was only 1 single survivor after we had gotten done with the caravan. He started to run with what little goods he could carry, and he didn't make it far until we had caught up to him and ended this 1-man army. I think karma was getting its revenge. A huge army of over 800 Battanian soldiers was approaching the castle of Pendraic. I guess I know how that 1-man army felt now when I chased him down. It looked like there was another huge army of over 400 troops approaching the castle. Right when they got close enough, they had besieged it. Things were not looking good for us. I don't think we could be in a worse situation. Even though we were heavily outnumbered, it still looked like we had a fighting chance. So I started to upgrade as many troops as I possibly could. Any glimpse of hope was crushed. Another Battanian army of over 550 troops joined the siege. I really had no idea what to do. I was desperate at this point, so I started building as many catapults as I possibly could. Unfortunately, we only got 3 up by the time the enemies launched their siege. In preparations, seconds before the siege started, I rushed all of my swordsmen to the walls. This way, when the enemies climb up with ladders, we'll be able to take them out with ease. I don't want to worry about my archers dealing with enemy melee. Honestly, at this point, we were just running a Hail Mary. We were outnumbered 4 to 1, and things were not looking good for us. My plan was to use the catapults not on the enemy siege equipment, but on the enemy units themselves. This would hopefully take out as many troops as we possibly could, so we won't have to fight them off later. Good thing I was a mean shot on the catapult. Every single time that I had fired it, I took out at least 20 to 30 troops. The siege had progressed on, and the enemy battering ram had been destroyed by my other catapult. At this point, I was just shooting as many ballista shots as I could into the large crowds of Battanian soldiers. The strategy seemed to be working, but it was taking absolutely forever. And I'm not joking when I say forever. I think I shot off at least 40 to 50 bolts already. As our defense held strong, the enemies started to retreat. They still outnumbered us a good amount, but I don't think they were confident enough to try and take us on. That's right, keep running. I was absolutely amazed that we had won this siege. The enemies lost over 700 troops and had around 450 injured. We had less than 200 casualties. Now that's what I call a good defense. I was honestly convinced that every single Battanian general was a part of this siege. We had taken at least 10 generals prisoner just from that siege alone. The enemy forces were scattered. They didn't know what to do, so their huge army had disbanded. We were well put together and ready to take on yet another fight. So I had my party set out and we started chasing them. I was able to catch 3 Battanian generals, and this time we outnumbered them. So I sent my troops in, and with ease they had finished the battle with minimal casualties. Well, that's another 3 prisoners. The Battanians seemed desperate at this point. They started to attack my smaller parties. Luckily enough, I was in the area to assist. Yeah, that's right, you thought. If I wasn't convinced before that I had all of the Battanian generals in my custody, I was surely convinced now. I ended up having to go back to the castle of Pendraic because I couldn't carry any more loot on me. So I had unloaded all of the loot that we had gotten from all of these battles, keeping only the necessities, like horses and food. My eyes were set on Carbanseth. The only thing is, I don't have enough troops to siege that town. It had way too many defenders, 643 to be exact. One of my scouts had informed me that my village of Lindum was under siege. I went over to see what was going on, and a small party of only 16 troops was trying to attack it. Now that's just pathetic. It appeared that the Battanians were struggling to rebuild their armies. To make things even harder for them, I was taking out all of their small parties roaming around. Hey, they were the ones who started the war, don't judge me. As I roamed further into Battanian lands, I had come across the High King Caladog. This was the moment of truth. King versus king. Of course, I won. Caladog was now amongst my prisoners, and I think this is a good point in the war to say that I pretty much won it. Or did I? As I was distracted with High King Caladog, another army that was pretty large in size decided to siege Pendraic. Unluckily enough for them, I headed over immediately to the castle and was getting ready to attack them head on. I was a little bit nervous about this battle. We only had a slight advantage, and I didn't know if there were more parties to come and assist them. I immediately charged up to the side of the enemy army. They probably didn't know that it was me. I looked like a single scout seeing what their forces had. Little did they know, I am the cavalry. I immediately started charging the enemy horsemen. They didn't know what to do besides start riding away. You know, it's kind of ironic because why would a whole bunch of horsemen run away from one single horseman? Now that's the power of intimidation. I kept making my rounds as I took out enemy after enemy. I even utilized my crossbow as I rode past the large horde of enemy troops. I slowly kept picking away at the Battanian army while my troops made their way forward to join in the battle. Hold, charge! The inevitable happened. I told my troops to fully engage and not back down. My troops did exactly what I said, confidently. We had fought in together so many different times, and they knew that we had the edge in this battle. It felt like a good time to go on the offensive. I started rallying my troops and headed towards the Battanian lands. I do have to give it to them though. They raised troops at an incredible speed. We had just taken out all of their armies, and they had another 300 troops ready to fight. The downfall of this though is those troops had absolutely no experience in war. They had the numbers, but they didn't have the brains. I ended up having to retreat my troops a little bit after taking out that 300 plus enemy army. Then, the unthinkable happened. The Kingdom of Sturgia declared war on me. I was now at war with 2 different kingdoms. Battania was definitely going to take advantage of this. They had immediately sent over an army to put my castle under siege. I'm assuming that this was a part of their plan. Hold me at one castle until the forces of Sturgia arrived to join the siege. Little did they know I wasn't going to let this happen. Right as night fell, I sent out a little division of horsemen to try and take out the enemy siege equipment. This realistically wasn't even a battle. My troops didn't even touch the equipment, and we had just taken out all of the enemy guards defending it. This was at least 100 of the enemy troops. We now held an advantage. Oh, I spoke too soon. We were now outnumbered once again, and the siege continued on. We tried yet another ambush on the enemy siege equipment. Well, I guess I shouldn't say on the enemy siege equipment. We technically were just going out there to try and take out as many of the enemy troops that we could. This once again was a success, but we were still outnumbered heavily. After holding out for quite some time, the enemies had finally decided to invade. I ran the same strategy as last siege with all of my swordsmen on the walls. To be honest, even though we were outnumbered by quite a bit, I really wasn't that scared. We defended this castle from 1800 troops last time, so I really wasn't worried about a mere 900. Once I had everything set up perfectly, I had rushed over to one of my catapults. Immediately, I began flinging rocks at the enemies. Even though I was confident about this fight, I needed to ensure that we actually did win. After quite some time, that enemy battering ram had arrived directly in front of our gates. I headed down a level to start throwing stones at it, and that was when I realized the enemies were retreating. This was incredibly odd because they still had a lot of troops left. I wonder why they gave up so easily. Hey, I guess I'm not gonna complain. Right as the siege ended, I had seen 2 parties of Battanian troops. One was around 350 and the other was around 100. Of course, I attacked the army of 300 as I wanted to take out the bigger group first. After the enemies retreated, I headed back over to the castle of Pendraic. I wanted to drop off all of the loot that I had gotten from the previous couple of battles. Alright boys, everything except the horses and food, let's go. After securing my loot, I then started to pursue the second Battanian party from earlier. It wasn't long until I had caught up to them. We did have a lot of horsemen in our party after all. When we caught up to them, we had completely destroyed them. They only had around 100 weak troops, while we had around 120 well-seasoned troops. All of this talk about troops made me realize that I need more. So, I ended up heading over to every single village nearby and recruiting all of the troops they had to offer. Even though we had a lot of experience in wars, I never had to fight off 2 different kingdoms at the same time. I was for sure feeling the pressure of this as a pretty large Sturgian party was already attacking one of my villages. I then headed over to a Battanian village to raid it. The prior Sturgian attack on one of my villages had inspired me to start raiding some of the Battanian villages. Even though this seemed like a good idea, it was distracting me from defending my castles. A huge party of over 1,200 Sturgian troops had made their way over to the castle of Pendraic. They put it under siege, and I had snuck into the castle walls to try and defend it. As usual during sieges, I employed my regular strategies. All of my troops had poured out of the castle unexpectedly. We started ambushing all of the enemy soldiers around the siege equipment. It wasn't long until the enemies received reinforcements and we had ended our little ambush. We were able to take out around 60 enemy units, which wasn't bad. Surely enough, right after the ambush, the enemies decided to attack. So it was time to load the walls with all of my swordsmen. I even was able to fit my horse on top of the gate this time. The Great Siege had begun. all of the enemies started marching their way towards the castle. Once again, they were grouping up, and I was on the catapult, doing what I do best. Things were going the same way that they were last siege. The enemy troops were pretty much just standing there while they waited for their siege equipment to progress forward. Their battering ram had made it all the way over to the front gate. This was making me a bit nervous. Actually, to be honest, it made me very nervous. I even ended up destroying some of my own defenses with the rocks meant for that battering ram. The gates had been breached. I really didn't know what to do. All of the enemies were pouring in to the second gate. I tried throwing as many rocks as I possibly could down at the enemies attacking. It was only a matter of seconds until we had run out of boulders. That's when I told a good chunk of my melee to head over to the front gate. We must defend this thing with our lives. Except for me, I was on the ballista. Now you might be wondering why I wasn't in the front line helping my troops. I saw an opportunity in trying to take out as many possible enemies with the ballista in the tower. This seemed like it would be a whole lot more effective. Once I got up there though, I realized that none of the enemies were really in range to be hit. I then started shooting my crossbolts into the crowds of enemies trying to attack us. Not too long after, they had decided to retreat. We were victorious. Honestly, this siege kinda scared me. That army had made it the furthest that any other army has ever made it during a siege. That defense was so intense, it made me realize I wasn't going to be able to fight off both kingdoms at the same time. I decided that I would declare peace with Battania, as I was winning the war against them. They accepted and gave me a decent amount of gold per day. This now made things a little bit easier to handle. It was no longer a 2v1, but rather a 1v1. Only having to worry about one war was a huge relief. I ended up upgrading some of my troops and hiring some new ones. That was when I noticed a large Sturgian party heading towards the lands of Vortia. Now this was getting ridiculous. I couldn't even get a break from fighting. I could not defend against another siege. I was so sick of being locked behind walls for days at a time. This rush of emotions made me rally all of the parties of Vortia. Once we were all together, I had finally started to attack the enemy Sturgian party. They were in the middle of sieging my castle, but this time I set up an ambush. I was willing to do anything to avoid fighting another siege, even if it meant fighting a battle with the odds stacked against me. I used my usual strategy of riding ahead and taking out as many enemy horsemen as I possibly could. This for sure evened the tide of the battle. It was now time to send the troops in. Things really weren't going as planned. I was losing a lot more troops than anticipated. I was honestly seeing more of my men being taken out than the enemies. This was pretty concerning, but it was still the beginning of the battle, so we had time. As time progressed, all of my infantrymen and ranged units were taken out. Only the cavalry survived. The Sturgians were in a complete opposite scenario. All of their cavalry was taken out, but they still had range and infantrymen. It's a good thing that my cavalry units are some of the most powerful in all of the lands. To further prove that point, my cavalry, being the only units left that I had completely demolished the enemies even though we were outnumbered by them. Also, almost none of them had died. They were the final survivors at the end of the battle. After the fight, I disbanded my army. It was very important to me to make sure that all of the parties of Vortia were in tip-top shape. So disbanding and allowing them to rest and recruit some more troops was the ideal move. That was when the unthinkable happened. My former mercenaries had completely quit their jobs. We no longer had additional parties roaming around the lands to defend them. I will have my revenge on the Clan of the Hand. Until then, I'm gonna have to try and find a replacement clan. Despite the bad news of losing my mercenaries, I had received some good news. Nogan and Nadia's child was born. This once again meant that the Vortide family was growing. We'll be the most powerful family in all of Calradia before you know it. First off though, I gotta make sure we don't get destroyed by this massive Sturgian army. Even though I wanted to avoid sieges, defending Pendraic was necessary. There was no way I was gonna be able to take on 800 enemy troops against my 400 in the middle of a battlefield. So I was back to it, using a whole bunch of siege equipment and ambushes to slowly chip away at the enemy army. Our first ambush was successful. We had taken out a significant amount of enemy troops, over 300 to be more precise. I then was able to sneak in another ambush. This one wasn't as successful as we only ended up taking out around 100 troops. Hey, I'm not gonna complain. The enemies only had 490 now instead of over 800. I knew for a fact I would be able to take on a battle of 500 versus 300. So I made my way out to the middle of the battlefield and started to attack the enemy forces. The first Sturgian that I had taken out was one of the generals. This wasn't luck, it was skill. I made sure to target the enemies that were most important first. This had a huge mental impact on the enemy troops. The enemies weren't even able to hold steady. They were all over the place. They weren't able to hold a single formation no matter what. And our cavalry charges were just disrupting them even more. Surely enough, the kingdom of Vortia succeeded. We were definitely playing defense a bit too much lately. I decided it was time to rally the troops and take it to the enemy's heart, their homelands. The first thing that I did when I arrived in the Sturgian lands was attack a random general. I then scouted out a bunch of Sturgian castles until I found one that had less than 200 defenders. This bad boy was my target. As we were constructing our siege camp, I had received word that my son, Denoric, had reached a milestone age. Some information that made me really happy was that Denoric had picked up on some of my social skills. I unfortunately wasn't able to celebrate because we were in the middle of a siege. The second that our camp was ready, I had rushed all of my troops to the left side of the castle. There was an enemy catapult in the top left tower, so it made sense to get really close to it so it wouldn't be able to take out a huge chunk of our troops. Even though we were taking precautions against this catapult, on the way over to the walls, it was able to get off one shot. Thankfully enough, it had only taken out about 7 soldiers. We arrived at the walls and started getting the ladders up as quickly as possible. I wasn't going to be the first one to climb up them, because if I had gotten taken out, then who would lead the assault? My troops started flooding in, and I was shooting a bunch of enemies with my crossbow. When the time was right, I started scaling the walls and headed into the castle. It looked like all of the enemies were just retreating. This meant that we now owned the castle. What a successful siege! The only downfall about taking over a castle in the Sturgian lands was that it's so far from the rest of the kingdom. If we're gonna have to defend this castle, when we're gonna have to defend this castle, it's going to be very hard. As I was making my way deeper into the Sturgian lands, I had noticed a giant army of 500. This was a little ridiculous, so I decided to see how many dinars we would get from making peace with the Sturgians. It appeared to be around 100. Now that's not bad, especially when it gets us out of the war. As I was heading back to the Vortian homelands, I had noticed a city rebelled. I went to go scout it out. Unfortunately enough, I saw that the Vlandians had already made their way over here and were sieging the town back. This wasn't a wasted trip, because I had gotten information that Carbansath was going to rebel soon. We just had no idea when. If I time this perfectly, I'll be able to take over my very first town. I started selling as much loot as I possibly could. I needed to make sure we had a whole bunch of extra dinars if we were going to own a town. I then started recruiting some more troops and selling off even more loot. I found myself back in the Vlandian lands, but they weren't too far away from Carbansath, because obviously once the rebellion happens, I need to be nearby to take it over. I honestly spent so much time waiting. I even rallied and disbanded my army a couple different times. Time really felt like it was taking forever. I even headed back over to the castle of Pendraic to make sure everything was going smoothly. Of course, that's when the rebellion happened. I wasn't prepared at all, and my troops were nowhere nearby. So I just headed over to a random rebellion party and decided to attack it. This looked like one of the most powerful parties that they had, so it made sense to attack them now and take them out before my troops arrived and we were sieging the castle. Right as all of my men had joined my party, I rode over directly to the town and besieged it. Geez, those are some of the fastest builders I've ever seen. The rebellion town had immediately put up 2 catapults and 1 ballista. I didn't want to mess around with any siege equipment, so right as the camp finished building, I had sent my troops in to attack. It seemed like the left side of the castle strategy worked out really well in the last siege, so I decided that we would use the same strategy for this one. Let's hope it works. I didn't want to wait until the siege was practically over this time to get up onto the castle walls. so I went and found a random sword on the ground and started scaling one of the ladders. Right as I made it atop of the walls, I had seen a sight that I was a little bit confused about. It looked like there was a pit full of a bunch of enemy archers. There was no one really defending the actual walls. This strategy had me super confused until I felt the wrath of it. As I was trying to fight off 2 enemy soldiers, I got hit by at least 3 or 4 different arrows. Now I see what their idea is, but it's still unconventional. The giant group of enemy archers was scattering across the castle very quickly. As I was fighting on another side of the walls, I had seen the giant mob of archers just randomly running by. I ended up running out of bolts and picked up a longbow to launch arrows directly into the crowd. I was pretty impressed with how good the longbow was. Maybe I gotta get myself one of these. After fierce resistance, we had finally taken over the town of Carbandseth. This was the very first town that ever belonged to the kingdom of Vortia. Now I just needed to crush the last of the rebellion. Once they're gone, we'll fully own this castle and have nothing to worry about. I might have spoke too soon. I realized that the loyalty of this castle was going down significantly each day. Essentially, this means if I don't get the loyalty down anytime soon, I'm gonna have to be dealing with a rebellion of my own. As Carbandseth was constructing fairgrounds to try and improve the loyalty, I chased down some of the enemy rebels. Well, they stood absolutely no chance. It seemed like we had a whole bunch of good things coming in, one after another. Right after taking out the rebels, I had learned that Sylvan had given birth to our second child. It was a girl, and we named her Beswinda. Sylvan picked the name, by the way. With everything going on, I wasn't even able to check out the keep of Carbandseth yet. Now that I was finally here, I realized that it was massive. It was also a little bit disorganized, but hey, I'm not gonna complain. We own this whole thing. I lounged around for quite a while, and then I went to go talk to Sylvan. I wanted to spend some quality time with her. Well, it's time to get back to reality. I headed back out into the real world. That was when I noticed the Castle of Pendraic's loyalty was incredibly low. I had to change its priority to festival and games to make sure that this castle didn't rebel. Of course, I couldn't get a break. In the midst of this loyalty situation, the Battanians had declared war on me again. How many times am I gonna have to beat these guys in war to show them not to mess with me? Apparently, that number's at 4 or 5, because that's what we're on at this point. After taking out a few more Battanians, I saw a rebellion party. I immediately chased after it and took it out. That's just one less thing I have to deal with now. I handled a few more Battanian parties, and then made my way over to my castle in the Sturgian lands. It happened to be under siege by the Battanians. It seems like I'm never gonna really get a break until I completely dismantle the Battanian kingdom. Things were not looking good at the castle of Uthelheim. There were only 119 defenders inside of the castle, and I had 115 in my party. That mere 234 troops isn't going to be enough to take on the 530 Battanians. I was desperate. I tried to recruit some more troops at a nearby village, but it just wasn't going to be enough. At this point, the castle was lost, even though they didn't technically own it. Not only was Uthelheim being sieged, but a village was also being raided. I figured that I would have a better chance defending the village than this castle. So, I ended up giving up on it, and I headed over to the village of Bogbeth in a rush. I felt very much like a coward just giving away that castle, but sometimes you need to know when to fight and when to be smart about things. What do we have here? On the way to Bogbeth, I ran into one of the Hidden Hands clan members. He only had 28 in his party, so it was an easy victory. That's a decent amount of loot for a small party. It appeared that the village of Bogbeth was no longer being attacked anymore. Those villagers really deserve a medal for fighting off the Battanians. My priority now changed from having to defend to going on the offense. I guess we'll see how long that lasts for. After I took out another small Battanian party, I checked on the war report. Since it pretty much had just begun, I wasn't able to get any useful info out of it. Nogan's party is under attack. Hopefully he can hold out until I get there. No, my brother has been captured. It seemed useless to head back over that way because I knew that the party who attacked him was going to be long gone. I guess the only thing to do now is build up the army and take out as many Battanian parties as I can. Oh yeah, and I'll have to protect Sylvan. So that's exactly what I did. I ran up on another Battanian party that was half of my size. These guys really didn't even stand a chance, and I now had myself another prisoner. Oh, thank you very much for the loot. I made my way onward to Calradia, the town that I currently owned. That was when I saw a huge army of 688 Battanians. I immediately told Sylvan to join forces and headed over to handle the situation. Surprisingly enough, it looked like the giant army had gone right past Calradia and to the castle of Pendraic. I tried baiting the Battanians away from Pendraic by getting up close and personal, but it didn't work. They were determined. Once the castle was laid to siege, I immediately snuck in, losing a little bit of my troops. There's no way that I would be able to defeat this army fighting them out in a flat field. Utilizing the walls and catapults are realistically my only option. This strategy has worked in the past and it'll work now. It seemed like the enemy troops had prepared 2 siege towers. I decided that we needed to ambush them and take them out. There was a perfect opportunity where only a small amount of enemy troops were guarding the siege equipment. They also had a battering ram that I didn't even notice until now. My cavalry got straight to work. They attacked the battle lines as they passed through to attack the siege tower. I had them focus in on the one on the right side first. This tower had a lot more troops guarding it than the left side, so it really made sense to attack this one with our fresh troops before attacking the other one. It wasn't long until the tower came crumbling down, and I rerouted my troops to the next one. I do have to say, for an ambush, the enemies were mobilizing pretty quickly. They kept reinforcing their troop lines as quickly as they possibly could. The second siege tower crumbled even quicker than the first one. It was now time to ride back into the castle. Almost everyone was able to make it back into the walls. That was except for one horseman that looked like he was stuck. I headed back over to see what was going on. No man left behind. When I made it over to the lone horseman, I saw that he was stuck on something. I tried guiding him out and was successful. We could now retreat back into the safety of the castle. Now that was an intense ambush. Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more. If you want to get more involved in the Vortide community, check out the Discord linked down below. There is some really cool lore that brings some of the videos together, and a cool leveling system. Join now. The enemies were doing their best to rebuild the siege equipment that they had just lost. I even was able to utilize my catapults to take out a ballista they constructed. It felt like it took a century, but the enemies are finally ready to attack. We had around 400 troops and they had around 650. Let's see how this goes. I divided my archers into small groups and placed them throughout the different catapults on the walls. That way we have enough troops at each one to actually fire them off. Of course, I made sure that I was at one of them too, so I could shoot fireballs down at the enemies. I ended up launching my flaming rocks into the air, just to see how far they would go. We weren't in range to hit the enemies yet. I, in theory, could have hit the left siege tower. The thing is, there weren't any enemy troops directly behind it though, and I wanted to take out as many of those as I possibly could. I wasn't really worried about the towers themselves. Nice. Let's refocus up. Come on, bring some rocks over. Let's see this. Okay. Why is it taking so long to load this thing? Huh? One single soldier? Okay. After quite a few not so successful shots, I finally hit one that was insane. What can I say, my catapult skills are a little bit rusty, but that shot alone makes up for it. Let's go, we did it! It's always the best feeling in the world after a large castle siege to lock up all of your enemies in prison. They were just trying to take over this castle, and now they're sitting in the dungeon. Now that's ironic. In addition to things being ironic, it's also kinda awkward. Calradia, the High King of Battania, was also in that siege, and now he's my prisoner. I don't think that this war is going to be going on for very long. With the siege wrapping up, I headed out to take out any of the enemies who might have escaped. That was when I saw a small caravan being attacked by a Battanian party. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to save the caravan. I was, however, able to get revenge. I happened to notice that the Battanians were also at war with the Sturgians. This put me at an advantage. We should, in theory, see a lot weaker Battanian armies now, especially if the Sturgians are on the offense. I felt like a bounty hunter because I was going around and taking out each Battanian party one by one. They were a lot smaller than mine because me and Sylvan had joined together, so having 230 troops was very overpowered, especially when most of the other party sizes were anywhere from 60 to 100. The war was pretty much balanced out. I lost a castle, and most of the Battanians were imprisoned and lost over thousands of troops. It seemed like all I had to do was to continue taking out the Battanian parties, even if they were small. We just need to tip the tide of the war in our favor, and then we can get free money from Battania. Or maybe I could even expand the empire with a new city or two. I continued doing my job of patrolling the kingdom and taking out as many Battanians as I could. That was when the Sturgians had randomly offered me a non-aggression pact. I'm assuming this is because we were both at war with the Battanians. Now that I had a minute to breathe, I stopped at Calradia. Oh no, the loyalty's at a level so low that we could have another rebellion here. To avoid this, I told Nogan to take over the city. He has a perk that allows the loyalty to increase by 1. This also seemed like the perfect job for him, as he had just escaped captivity and made it back to the castle. I really thought that it would be a good idea to expand the kingdom currently so we could raise a bigger army and take over more castles. The only issue with that idea is that I have to convince someone, so I approached a random lord that was in a clan only and sent a message out to the clan leader. I then continued my torment against the Battanians, taking out every single Battanian party that even got close to my territories. It was pretty funny because I was getting so much loot from taking out all of these armies that I wasn't even able to sell all of it at my city. I did, however, get a nice 40k from selling a pretty large chunk of it. This time, when I checked the war report, I saw that I had 23 Battanian prisoners, and they had 0 of mine. I also inflicted double the amount of casualties to them that they have to us. I realized that I was over my capacity on things that I could carry, because I was getting way too much loot from these enemies. I dropped off almost everything that wasn't horses or food in the town of Calradia. I planned on selling it once the war was over. When the loot was fully secured, I headed back out and attacked even more enemies. Honestly, I think we could consider this a crusade at this point. Well, I guess besides the holy part, but we were basically going around taking out all of the Battanian parties that we could get our hands on. These events will go down in history as the first Vortian crusade. I even decided that it was a good idea to attack one of the villages nearby our territories. The Battanians had done this to my 2 villages that were adjacent to this one. It's time to get some revenge. As I was raiding the village and slowly collecting all of the loot, I saw a whole bunch of enemies start to pull up. We were surrounded, but the enemies weren't confident enough to actually attack me, or at least it seemed that way. I decided to charge them head first and take on these 6 different generals with Sylvan. When I deployed the troops, I made sure that I had a line of archers all the way in the back, a line of infantrymen holding a shield wall directly in front of them, and then my horsemen on the left side. This formation is my signature strategy against larger enemies. Just because they all run into the shield wall in the middle, I charge my horsemen in from the side, and my archers do a bunch of damage as they approach. I honestly have no clue what the Battanians were thinking, but they sent one of their flagmen all the way to the front of the battlefield. I was able to take him out before our armies even collided. Now that's embarrassing. My strategy was working exactly as planned. The enemy started to charge my shield wall, and I was about to call the horsemen in. When the cavalry arrived, it was GG. The enemy stood no chance. I think I saw 1 red death on the screen, while the rest of them were all green. In other words, we completely demolished them. Well, this is awkward. That's at least another 5 generals. Despite taking heavy casualties, it was definitely worth it to have taken that fight. We took out so many Battanians, and we also gained another 5 prisoners. I once again was over capacity with items, so I headed to Calradia and started selling a bunch of them. I ended up getting around 22,000 coins from the loot that I brought over, and I was still over capacity. Oh, it looks like somebody wants to propose a marriage. Alda? Probably not. I won't have any other people to run armies then. I finished taking out another Battanian lord, and that was when I realized something that I wish I had noticed sooner. The castle of Druamore only had around 200 defenders. This would be an easy siege, and it's in such a strategic location. This seemed like it was too good of a deal to be true. It would be way too easy to take over this castle, especially when all of my troops fully heal. Alright, let's do this. I got a good feeling. I started off with my usual bum rush strat. We were running up to the ladders as fast as possible and hoping to scale them before the enemies got into position. Get those ladders up, boys. If you asked any of my men about me, Inric of Vortia, they would tell you that I'm a very hands-on leader. I like to get dirty in the battles right away. There is none of this stay in the back while my troops fight it out kind of thing. Let's go, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is kind of awkward. Oh my gosh, there's only hammers on the ground, what the heck? Oh no. Oh. Come on, boys. As we made it onto the actual walls, it was already over. We basically had this castle in the bag. My troops and I made it all the way over to the keep. We rushed it and made sure that there were no survivors. We were victorious. Obviously, since Clan Vortide was the only clan in the Kingdom of Vortia, I was able to take this castle for myself. There were no disputes over it. Well, I guess I can't say no disputes. The Battanians definitely thought it was theirs. But it's not anymore. I was really considering making peace, but I would have to pay 1,000 dinars per day, which was not worth it because I was clearly smoking these guys. I had to grind out Battanian parties, which is pretty crazy to say, but I want to make sure that I don't have to pay any money if I propose peace. Now honestly, that peace isn't gonna last for long. I just need to buy myself a little bit of time so I could build up a huge army and finish off the Battanians. I then ended up checking the loyalty in Carbanseth. It was dangerously low at 15. Nogan was doing a very good job at keeping it stable, but it wasn't increasing, which is what we really needed. I checked out the castle that we had just captured, and it looked like the loyalty wasn't too bad here. It was at 51. That's much better than the town at least. I headed to Pendraic. I hadn't been there since the last siege. I knew that this was one of my older castles, so it was a lot more stable. I made sure that a fairground was being constructed there, as well as at the castle of Neviansk. Well, things should be good over there for a while now. I once again made my way back over to the town of Carbanseth. I decided to throw 10,000 dinars into the city's reserve, so that way they would be able to construct the fairground a lot quicker when I actually needed to construct it. Right now, we just need to focus on its loyalty. I then sold a bunch of goods at the market and headed over to the next nearest city to sell even more goods for around 70,000 dinars. Now that's pretty crazy. I honestly didn't believe it at first, but I had over 1 million dinars. The Kingdom of Vortia has really come a long way. I still remember the days when I wasn't even able to afford a 20-man party. The castle of Neviansk had finished its fairgrounds upgrade. This meant that we got at least +1 loyalty per day. I then started the workshop as its next construction. This would increase how much we could build per day. While I was chilling at Carbanseth, I decided to check out my kingdom's stats, and that was when I realized I had almost no caravans formed. This was because they had been taken out during the war with the Battanians. I re-enlisted all of my companions to form new caravans. I didn't want to lose out on a whole bunch of money that I could be making. Be free, my caravans! So, how am I going to build up this huge army of mine? The problem isn't the dinars. It's having someone who wants to actually join my army and fight against the rest of the world. Everyone knows that we're the smallest kingdom here, and we're definitely outnumbered. So it's quite obvious that joining the Kingdom of Vortia is a huge risk. I ended up sending out a messenger to the Brotherhood. This was a clan that had a pretty good reputation, plus they were Vlandian. I ended up striking a deal with them to join the kingdom as mercenaries. This pretty much just meant that I was paying them to fight off the Battanians, or at least whoever I go to war with, which is probably going to be the Battanians anyways. It was pretty nice to see another clan in the kingdom of Vortia. Now we just need to get a few more. With the Brotherhood being a lower tier clan and being kinda new, I decided to donate them 10,000 dinars. This increased our relationship by 3, which was pretty awesome. I guess that's what you call paid friendship. Who would have thought that would actually work? I wasn't very happy with the Battanian troops that I had. Sure, they were decent, but I felt that the Vlandians had a lot stronger soldiers. So I tried going around hiring as many of the best troops that I possibly could. With the castle of Neviansk and Pendraic both being pretty stable, I decided to take Nadia and Alda out of the castles. They would now be serving as commanders in my army. At least that's what I'm going to want them to do for the next crusade against the Battanians. I made sure to act on that right away, so as I got Nadia, I told her to form her own party and start building it up. Alda was next. I grabbed her from Pendraic and told her not to form her party just yet, but to be ready to. Wow, Nogan, I'm impressed. You increased the loyalty at the town of Carbanseth. Out of absolutely nowhere, the Brotherhood of the Woods had left the kingdom of Vortia. They went to go fight for the Aserai. I really don't know why, but I guess it probably had something to do with we weren't really fighting any wars at the moment. Since mercenaries clearly weren't reliable, I decided to take things into the hands of my companions. Well, at least into one of their hands. His name is Genulf Barrelchest, and he happened to have some of the best stats for leading a party. That's exactly why I started giving him some of the better armor pieces in my inventory. I didn't want him to have to lead a clan while not having strong armor. It was now time to expand the kingdom of Vortia by introducing a new clan to it. The only downfall of creating this new clan was that I have to donate one of my castles to them in order for it to be official. I gave Genulf Druamore Castle because it was the one that I had just taken, and it was also a very strategic position. My whole thought process behind this is that knowing this is an important castle and it's the only one that he has, Genulf is going to have to defend this thing with his life. The only actual requirement that I had for his clan was that its name had to start off with a V. After suggesting Vale, he quickly accepted it and said that that was fine. Welcome, House Vale, to the Kingdom of Vortia. By royal decree, I, Inric of Vortia, state that every single clan going forward has to have the letter V in the beginning of their name. It appeared that Genulf had brought in 2 other people into his clan. I didn't even know who they were, but they were 2 more warriors who were fighting for me, and I guess 2 more people who had parties. I honestly don't even know why I ended up giving Genulf some armor, because I forgot that I had given him some money to buy some as well. Let's just say he didn't hold back. I then made my way over to the Vale Castle. I ended up meeting another person named Genulf. He explained to me that he was the brother of the other Genulf that I had just promoted. They were twins. That's low-key kinda crazy. The Battanians were surely watching me because they ended up declaring war the very next day after the rise of House Vale. I instantly formed a party with Sylvan and Nadia, and we were around 420 strong. It really was a smart idea because I found myself in a sticky situation right after. A pretty large Battanian army of 400 troops was attacking mine, and it was time to show them who's boss. They can't just keep declaring war on us and think that they can get away with it. They're not going to get their castles back, obviously. The battle broke loose and both of our front lines had completely clashed. I sent my horsemen in on the side as usual, but it seemed like things weren't working out as well as I thought they would. I don't know why they got caught up in that corner over there. After a little while of fighting, things started to turn in our favor quite a bit. The enemies had around half of the strength that we did. It was at this point that I knew the battle was already over and we had won. Another large group of Battanian troops were heading directly for me. As usual, I started to charge them head on. It looked like we were outnumbered by a decent amount, but I knew that we could take on these enemies as the Vortian troops were just more experienced and overall better fighters. I happened to be completely right. We had taken out the enemy army and only lost a quarter of our troops. Now that's pretty impressive if you ask me. Right after the battle, I upgraded every single troop that I possibly could. This kept our edge on the enemies, because they had numbers on their side, while we had a lot stronger and more experienced troops. Oh no, another battle incoming! I wasn't even fully healed from the last one yet, and I was already being chased by more Battanians. Like I said, they have numbers, and that's it. I ended up riding for quite a while, just so that way I could heal up my troops and then take on the enemies. Once I had around 250, I engaged the Battanian armies. The green hordes were preparing to attack my infantrymen. I sat on the sidelines with a pretty large number of cavalry ready to charge into their back or rear. That's exactly what I did once the enemy infantrymen got distracted. They were attacking my infantrymen, and we hit them from the back. Honestly, our infantrymen got wiped out pretty quickly. They were almost all gone, and now the enemies were attacking our archers. Good thing we have such powerful horsemen. As expected, we won the battle with no issue. I now had 2 more Battanian nobles as prisoners. We for sure took a lot of casualties from that battle. I didn't give my party a whole lot of time to heal up before we engaged the next group of enemies. This one was so small that it didn't even matter though. I came to a realization that the Battanian hordes wouldn't stop coming. It seemed like they just had so many troops that they could raise so quickly. It honestly kinda made me desperate. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do about it, and I considered potentially executing all of the Battanian lords. I decided that this wasn't the right thing to do though. I decided this for obvious moral reasons, and also, everyone who was friends with that lord would become my enemy. I was just getting so sick of the constant attacks from the Battanians. It seemed like we were never gonna have peace at this rate. But since we had taken over another one of their towns, it definitely was gonna come to an end soon. I just needed to hang in there. My army was exposed to another pretty large battle. This one was a little bit different though. We were on the offense. Usually when I fight these, we don't have an advantage against the enemies, but this time we did. So they all just kinda cowered in the back and waited for us to engage. I moved all of my troops up right in front of the enemy army. I then told my archers to get a little bit further up and start raining down arrows at them. This strategy felt really slow. I did see some of the Battanian troops getting taken out though, so it was definitely working. We just needed to be patient. After quite a while of barraging the enemies, I decided it was time to finally charge in. I had my cavalry charge into this side, and my infantrymen slowly approach. I was attempting to attack the Battanians on 2 different sides, but this was very hard because of how they were positioned between some rocks. I gotta give it to them, they chose a really good area to defend. It wasn't gonna be enough to let them win the battle though. The location wasn't gonna make up for their poor quality of troops. It appeared that once again I had a whole bunch of loot that needed to be sold off. So that's exactly what I did at Carbanseth. I sold about 44k worth of loot. Hey, what the heck do you think you're doing? Get away from my villagers. At this point in the war, it didn't even seem like there was much going on anymore. The Battanian parties were scattered, and they kept trying to make bigger ones, but it just wasn't working. I had even captured around 18 Battanian nobles that were now just sitting in the dungeon of Carbanseth. I ended up noticing something that was absolutely huge. The Vlandians were fighting the Battanians. This meant that they were also at war with each other. I have absolutely no idea why they would decide to do something like this, but hey, it makes it even easier for us now. This could honestly be the best opportunity for us to launch a second crusade against these Battanians. I have a feeling that this time's gonna be a little bit different though. I rallied as many troops as I possibly could and started sieging the town of Dungelannis. I was honestly a little bit paranoid about all the Vlandian parties that came by. This siege was basically an attempt to keep all of the Vlandian parties away. I really didn't want them to come by and take the town for themselves. Once I saw that the nearest Vlandian party was gone, I then stopped the siege and started a new party with Alda. I needed to make sure that I had as many troops as I possibly could because it looked like there were over 700 defenders in the town. At this point, it felt like a waiting game. I pretty much just posted up outside of Dungelannis and waited for the other nobles to build up their parties so we could finally take over this town. Oh no, I see Vlandians. We're chilling though. That's right, you thought. Our army was now over 700 strong, so it felt like the appropriate time to try and take on the castle. I knew that the fight would at least be even. I got the idea though to try a different strategy this time. I started building as much catapults and trebuchets as I possibly could. I was hoping to take down at least one of the walls, so that way we had easy access into the castle. The camp finished constructing. It was now time to get the first trebuchet up. It didn't really take that long, but once it was constructed, it took out one of the enemy catapults and started inflicting some damage on the walls. All I have to say is I'm happy that we started this siege when we did. An army of over 1,000 Vlandians had rode by. I knew that if I wasn't sieging this castle, they definitely would have taken it. The siege continued on as I kept constructing more trebuchets. I focused on building the left side ones first. It seemed like they were very efficient at taking out all of the catapults, and I knew that that wall was already almost destroyed. I then constructed some trebuchets on the right side, and the left wall crumbled. Soon after, the right followed it. It appeared that it was now time to launch the invasion. I immediately told all of the troops to just charge into the little gaps that we made in the castle walls. This should be the easiest siege of our lives. I moved in ahead of the rest of my troops and started taking out as many of the enemies that I could with my crossbow. It wasn't long until the Vortian soldiers started to rush into the little gap in the castle wall. While the bulk of my army took care of things over here, I decided to go over to the right side and see if I could sneak in behind all of the enemies. A small detachment of troops ran over to this side. I was able to break through the enemy lines on horse and get into the castle. I even tried going up the stairs that led onto the wall, but my horse got kinda scared. At this point, I planned on just inflicting as much damage as I possibly could and disrupting the defending troops. My men made it onto the enemy walls and were now inside of the settlement. The Battanians were trying to set up a little choke point. It seemed like this was gonna be their last stand. I tried disrupting it as much as I possibly could, just in time for my troops to get over. To be honest, the Battanians were defending this castle in the best way that they possibly could. I honestly couldn't think of any other strategies that they could have employed to win this battle. It was just an overall really hard siege. The defenders were no longer focusing on the gap in the wall. It seemed like they built a little semicircle around the choke point that my troops had to run through. I knew that it wasn't going to last for long, so I rode all the way to the back line of the enemy archers. And boy, was there a lot of them. As we had taken out all of the enemy infantrymen, it looked like the archers were making their last stand. 3/4 of them had pulled out swords and started to take on my infantrymen, while the other quarter had retreated back inside of the keep. It only took a matter of seconds for the archers to break formation and all just start running back into the castle. The town was ours at this point. We now just needed to siege the actual keep. I chose my very best troops for this last battle. When we made it inside, we were met with a whole bunch of archers. There was even a wooden formation that spiraled all the way along the walls up until the tippy top. There happened to be 1,000,000 archers placed on top of it, and they were just raining down arrows on us, so I had to start shooting them as my troops went in to deal with climbing the tower. As I waited for them to get up there, I took a lot of damage from the enemy arrows. This forced me to put my crossbow away and take out my shield and spear. I was on the brink of death. If I got hit by one more arrow, I would surely die. I couldn't take any more injuries. My life was really in the hands of my troops at this point, and thankfully they prevailed. They cleared out all of the rest of the archers, and the throne was now mine. We did it! The kingdom of Vortia had captured another town. The Battanians were surely fuming about this because we owned 2 of their settlements now, as well as a couple of their castles. It appeared that in retaliation to what had just happened, the only Battanian army left decided to attack one of my villages. In other words, they basically betrayed their own people just because I had recently captured their settlement. Things were going great in the war. The enemies were clearly at a disadvantage, and they only had 1 settlement left. This was absolutely crazy. The Battanians had been bothering us ever since we got our very first castle. Now, after the 2 Vortian crusades, they have nothing left except this 1 settlement. I attempted to talk to the Vlandians who are still at war with the Battanians. They didn't really give me any information on any of their battle plans, but if they were the ones who were going to go after this last settlement, I honestly wouldn't even care. I made my way over to the last settlement, Marunath. It appeared that there were a whole bunch of Battanian parties, all scattered throughout and not united into one. It definitely appeared that they were in complete and utter chaos. To further prove my point, the Battanians had made a peace offer to me stating that they would pay me over 1,000,000 dinars. This just seemed like it was too good of a deal to pass up. Even though I would be able to take out this settlement with ease, I knew that I needed the money as I was gonna have to take on the rest of Calradia. It was so weird seeing that I owned more towns and castles than the Battanians. I knew that this break in the war wasn't gonna last for long, and if it did, I wasn't gonna let it. I wanted to make sure that every single Battanian settlement was gone. So once the peace deal is up, I'm gonna head back and take over that settlement if the Vlandians didn't do it already. To make sure our kingdom was in order, I went to every castle and town to check the loyalty levels of each one. These next few months are about to be epic. It's been around 9 days since we made peace with the Battanians. I didn't want that peace to last for too long though. Our army was the strongest that it's ever been, and we had the most amount of troops that we've ever seen. Honestly, the second that I'm able to attack the Battanians again, I'm going to. Out of absolutely nowhere, I got a marriage offer for Veric. The offer wasn't from Vlandia though, and I really wasn't interested in improving our relationships with any other kingdoms other than them. I randomly enough decided to try and enter Aster Castle. I was denied permission, which was super weird because the Vlandians owned it. Well, that's kind of ironic. I was just talking about good relations with the Vlandian kingdom. Apparently, the owner, Barakin, disliked me for some reason. We even had similar flags, so I don't know why. What did I do to you, Barakin? I sent out a messenger to Durthard so that way I could resolve this issue. If Barakin wasn't gonna like me, then I need to make sure that his boss, the king, does. After quite a long talk, which turned into a negotiation, we both agreed on marrying my brother Veric off to Durthard's daughter, Ellis. I'm very happy with this agreement, because now that meant that our families are going to be a lot closer together, and maybe we'll be able to get an alliance with the Vlandian kingdom. Almost instantly, after the negotiation, the wedding took place. I was very proud of Veric, because he was fulfilling his duty to the kingdom, and it was his big day. He was getting married. You know what they say, they grow up so fast. Veric's wedding honestly reminded me of back when I married Sylvand. Dang, time really does fly by quickly. To celebrate the recent wedding, I decided to go around on a helmet hunt. I honestly just wanted to find one that was better than the helmet that I've been wearing. I don't even remember the last time that I took this thing off. I visited 3 different Vlandian settlements until I found the one. This helmet had a very similar aesthetic to the one that I previously was wearing. The other one was just a lot more boxy, and this one was rounded at the top. It even gave me +3 additional head armor. I then walked away from Charis, acting as if I didn't just spend 61,000 dinars on a helmet. This purchase made me feel pretty bad, so I told all of my parties that they could have unlimited wages for troops. Let's just pretend that that's the reason why, because I'm totally not plotting on taking over the last Battanian city soon. I scouted out how much strength we would have as an army if I formed one right now. It seemed pretty low to take on a whole castle. This made me feel like I needed to wait a little bit longer for the other parties in the kingdom to recruit more troops. I waited 2 days before checking the strength of the army that we could build again. This made me impatient because we still weren't at a number that I liked. So I moved out to take things into my own hands and go check on what was taking so long. I located and talked to Genelf. I told him to get his troops in order and recruit as many as he possibly could. We need to do this siege as soon as we possibly can. Once I set things straight, I headed back over to the last Battanian city. It appeared that we now had a strength of around 1,200. That was much better than before. It was time to begin the invasion. I waited for all of my troops to get close, and then I started to prance on a Battanian party. That was when I called the vote to declare war on the Battanians. Now they know how I feel, getting war declared on them exactly after the 21-day peace proposal. Isn't revenge so sweet? I immediately attacked the hopeless Battanian party that was right next to us as we declared war. Let's just say they didn't last for long. Almost all of the parties of Vortia united on me. It was now time to march on Marunath. We were just waiting on Sylvan to arrive now, and the army would be completed. We had over 860 units once she joined us. I told my men to begin the siege. We started constructing the siege camp, and I planned out the trebuchets that I wanted built. I knew for a fact that we were going to have to take out the city walls in order to make this siege even possible. Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more. If you want to get more involved in the Vortide community, check out the Discord linked down below. There is some really cool lore that brings some of the videos together, and a cool leveling system. Join now. Don't forget, this is the last Battanian city. They're gonna do everything in their power to keep it. The camp is now completed. It's time to start the bombardment. I tried building as many trebuchets as I possibly could, and as quickly as I possibly could. The only issue with this is that the enemies had 3 catapults and 1 ballista on their city walls. They were for sure gonna destroy at least a few of the trebuchets that I build. Time started to really fly by, and when I say fly by, I really mean it. It was just a constant back and forth. Ammunition was flying towards the castle walls, and we were getting a whole bunch of it in return. Come on, keep up the pressure. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, nice. The left wall's almost taken out, actually. There we go. There we go. That's the left side and the right side. That honestly felt like the longest siege ever. And the funny thing is, it's just beginning. I didn't really spend any time at all setting up my troops in a specific position, because I knew that I was going to send them to the back of the battlefield. My idea was to bombard the castle with a whole bunch of rocks before actually sending my troops in. May the barrages begin. I really wanted to operate and went over to start winding one up. For some reason, it looked like a whole bunch of the infantry were hanging around me. I didn't want them up this close, so I sent them even further back. That was when all 4 trebuchets were ready to shoot. Now that was pretty epic. Unfortunately, none of the projectiles hit any of the enemies, so I knew that we were going to have to re-aim and try again. Right when the machine was wound up, I aimed the trebuchet directly in between the gap of the right side castle wall. It looked like there were quite a lot of enemies just chilling out there, waiting for us to rush in. Bingo! That was a perfect shot. I now knew my main target. I just needed to aim in between that gap every single time, and we could take out most of the enemy's army. Fire! Nice shot. We continued flinging rock after rock after rock at the enemy troops. That was until I saw their forces were halved. I then sent my troops in and started charging in with them. It wasn't long until the Battanians tried some kind of countermeasure. I don't know what they were thinking, but they basically just rushed out of the castle. I didn't want to engage them like they were expecting me to, because I figured that they probably had some kind of trick up their sleeve. That's exactly why I told my troops to hold their position and not charge into the enemies. Once they saw that we weren't going towards them, they ran back into the gap of the castle. That was incredibly suspicious. I think we're gonna stick to the right side over here. My forces piled in, and it looked like there wasn't even enough space for us all to get through. I pretty much had to wiggle my way forward to get past everyone. I didn't want to be in the back of the battle, watching, while everybody else was in the middle of the action. So I squeezed through and started doing what needed to be done, taking out Battanians. Things were going rather well on this side of the castle. I was kind of surprised we didn't see more resistance. Oh, I spoke way too soon. It looked like the enemies were reinforcing the right side of the castle and didn't even realize that we were completely inside. They started running back to be reinforced by their actual melee units because it looked like they were all archers. It's kind of funny, the reinforcements had to be reinforced. I tried taking an alternate path to get behind all of the enemies. Unfortunately, this wasn't the best idea. I found myself surrounded. That wasn't until my troops came in at the exact moment that I needed them, and they pretty much saved me. We got the high ground at last. But at what cost? A whole bunch of enemies were running up the stairs just to come and attack me. Hopefully I have enough units up on these walls to take them all out. I'm a little bit doubtful that that is the case though. Right when I needed a miracle, the enemy troops started to back off. It almost looked like they were retreating. I'm not gonna ask why, let's just roll with it. After a long and hard fought siege, the Battanian troops retreated to their keep. and the Vortians followed close behind. That's us. Not every member in my army could fit into the keep, so I had to select a special few to go in and get the job done. They didn't disappoint me. It was pretty crazy to think that that battle had just completely destroyed the Battanian kingdom. All of the remaining troops from Battania had turned into their own individual clans. It was pretty clear that they still held a grudge against me too. I was still at war with every single one of them. I'm not gonna lie, those gray and gold flags go pretty hard. Since it looked like they were no longer a faction, I checked the encyclopedia for Battania. It appeared that it was still there, but it was a memory of the past. No current leader was displayed, and no information was given about the faction itself. We really did do it. We took out the Battanian kingdom. They no longer were going to be declaring war on us every couple of weeks. Now, once I hunt down all of the remaining clans that used to be a part of Battania, I'll be able to build up the kingdom and make it as strong as ever. I found it pretty interesting that none of the former Battanian clans wanted to join our kingdom after we defeated them. You would think that they would all be flocking to the kingdom of Vortia because they knew that we were more powerful than they were, and we were going to be able to achieve a lot more great things. Oh, what's that? Let me close out of these. On the 16th day of autumn, 1091, a realm fell. The high kingdom of Battania is no more. It's over! The war is finally over. I honestly had no idea when this day was going to come. It took a little while, I'm assuming because of all of the war declarations, but I received the final decree that the kingdom of Battania was gone. Why does it say that I'm at war? Without even getting any time to celebrate, the Sturgians declared war on us. They probably think that we're exhausted and low on resources after taking out the Battanians. To be honest, they were kinda right. We still needed to fully heal up and rebuild the armies back to what they were. I also had to deal with these pesky clans. It appeared that my nephew Ruggin had turned too. I decided to put him on a path of leadership. I know one day he's gonna grow up to be a great Vortian party leader. After taking out a few more of the former Battanian clans, I made my way over to the kingdom of Sturgia. I knew that I needed to start my campaign over here now if I even wanted to try winning the war. I started to rally the great Vortian army. I told them to rally on my position so we could start this great conquest. Oh yeah, and I decided to make peace with one of the former Battanian clans. It was a little crazy, but they requested around 100k to fully make peace. That was way too much, but I didn't feel like dealing with them while fighting off the Sturgians. After a harsh negotiation, we settled for 85,000 dinars, and we were no longer at war anymore. Alright, now they can't distract us. Let's take over one of these castles now. When all of the Vortian royal parties rallied on me, we made our way over to Varcheg. This settlement only had 517 defenders, which wasn't that many. I had full confidence that we were gonna be able to take this castle, even though we only had a slight advantage. That was until I noticed an army of 380 Sturgians marching right towards me. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to take on the settlement and fight off an army of around 400 at the same time, so I ended up charging the Sturgian army and took them on head first. Well, that was light work. Just by fate, the city of Pencannock had a rebellion. It appeared that the Vlandians weren't integrating the Battanian cities into their kingdom very well. This was perfect because now I could go declare war on the rebellion and take the settlement for myself. Who would have ever thought rebellion would taste so sweet? I arrived right outside of Pencannock, but the one thing that I didn't do was rally all of my troops. So I finally started to, but it appeared they were nowhere near me and I was gonna have to wait quite a while. I decided to ride out and try and collect some of the parties into my army. That was when I saw it, the most devastating thing ever. The Vlandians easily had over 1,500 troops already besieging the settlement. Well, that's disappointing. We could have been taking Sturgian castles with all of that time that we spent riding over here. I ended up disbanding my army and headed back towards the Sturgian lands. I decided to stop at Carbanseth on the way. That was when I realized the loyalty of the city was incredibly low. It was at 18. The governor of the city, Gavin, was decreasing the loyalty by 1 each day just because he was in office. So I removed him, and we were finally going back up in loyalty. Hey, it's only going up by 1/3 of a point every single day now, but that's better than decreasing. As I continued making my way over to the Sturgian Battlelands, I picked up an enemy general on the way. This was a pretty easy fight, so it was a no-brainer to try and catch this guy. And of course we did. I then came across a giant Sturgian party with 723 troops. They were on our tail, but I ended up losing them pretty quickly. It appeared that they were a lot more interested in the Castle of Uthelheim, so I technically didn't get away actually. This did open the doors though, however, for me to attack another Sturgian general that was moving in to assist them. It was a bit interesting because I noticed that the Sturgians were attacking a Vlandian castle. This meant that the Vlandians were at war with the Sturgians, just like I was. It appeared that we had a common enemy, first the Battanians, and now the Sturgians. I decided to take a shot in the dark and send an alliance request to the Vlandian kingdom. They ended up accepting, so we were now best buds. I think I now know why I had to pay 100k for this alliance. The city of Sianon, a Vlandian city, or what used to be one, just rebelled. This was the perfect opportunity to take another city easily. I do feel a little bit bad though, because we had just formed an alliance with the Vlandians, and this was their old city before it rebelled. But to be fair, it is a free-for-all now, because they had lost control of it and it's owned by a new faction. Once all of the Vortian parties were merged into my army, I declared war on the rebellion. I instantly took out one of their parties and then set up a siege outside of their only town. Luckily enough, I did it at the perfect time. Around 1,000 Vlandian troops marched right on by. If we weren't sieging the castle, they definitely would have. I made sure to have at least one siege tower ready, and then I sent my troops in. For once, I didn't fight the battle with my own two hands. I knew that it was going to be such an easy victory that I didn't want to waste the effort, and I knew that my troops would be fine. The castle was ours. Of course I showed mercy and took it under my wing. This settlement is at such a strategic position for the war with the Sturgians. I planned on keeping it safe because it could serve as our base of operations for this whole entire war. Even though the siege was easily won, I did have around 140 troops still recovering from it. It was a little bit unfortunate though, because that was more than half of my army. It seemed like someone really didn't want me to take out the Sturgians, because the Aserai declared war on me literally out of nowhere. We honestly had no quarry with them. I don't know why they did this. I used to take out a bunch of their parties back when I was a mercenary for the Vlandians, but that's unrelated to our kingdom. Oh, that might make sense. The whole alliance with the Vlandians probably is scaring them. They're probably thinking that our alliance will be too strong, and since the Vlandians don't like them, I won't like them. Well, that's not the case. Or at least, it wasn't until now. Since they declared war on me, that's just a step too far. Well, now I know two factions that I need to get rid of. Since the Aserai were located across the map from us, I figured that I would be able to fight off both wars with ease. I just was gonna need a lot of money. So I sold all of my loot at a nearby city, and then started taking out a bunch of Battanian parties, not even thinking about the war with the Aserai. I took out party after party, until I realized that some Vortian nobles were being taken out. I tried to get there as quickly as possible, but I was too late. I finally made it to the Sturgian Lord's party. His name was Tovir. Now this was a man that I respected, hence saying his name. The only reason he gets my respect is because he had taken Nadia, Varric, and Sylvan all as prisoners at the same exact time. One of my messengers had informed me that one of the cities was under siege. When I finally arrived, I noticed around 1,600 Aserai troops sieging the city of Marunath. My only choice if I didn't want to lose the city was to summon all of the Vortian lords and ladies as quickly as possible and help defend against the siege. I snuck into the castle, which made me lose some troops, and then noticed that we only had 715 defenders against 1,522 attackers. Well, we need a miracle right about now. The battle begun, and I wasted no time at all riding over to the nearest catapult. Once there, I focused on taking out the enemy siege tower, as it was heading directly towards our walls. Oh, here we go. Nice. Now I just gotta take out 1,500 troops. Now that's what I call a good shot. With the siege tower being destroyed, I now had to deal with the battering ram. It was pretty much right on top of the gate, so I headed over to the gatehouse with a giant rock. I'm sure you could guess where this is going. I dropped the giant rock right on top of the battering ram, and it ended up completely breaking it. I then made my way back over to the catapult. It appeared that all of the enemies were crowding around the ladders on the right side of the castle. This happened to be the only side that they could actually do something on. I took out their battering ram and siege tower, so these ladders were their last hope. Of course, I was going to take advantage of this situation. Once I used up all of the ammunition for the catapult, I headed over to the right side of the castle. I saw that my troops were just barely holding the line. I needed to personally get involved in this fight if I wanted to even have a chance at surviving. After I shot off my crossbow bolts, I pulled out my spear and started jabbing at the enemies down below. There was a slight elevation on the platform that I was standing on, so I could hit down at them, but they couldn't hit back up at me. It felt like this was going on forever. I just was constantly stabbing at the enemies, and I felt myself getting exhausted. That was until I noticed my troops broke their formation. Things were not looking good for me. With no hesitation, the enemy troops started to storm the rest of the walls. I honestly had zero hope at this point. Usually I come up with some kind of scheme to defend the castle, but I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I honestly wasn't even sure if I would survive this fight. It really wasn't long until I was surrounded. 1 turned into 2, and 2 turned into 3, and 3 turned into 4. I knew there was absolutely nothing I could do, and it was now over. On the very next day, I awoke from a very deep sleep. I did get hit in the head with a hammer after all. To be honest, I was lucky to be alive. It was a little bit awkward though. I was in the dungeons of Marunath, the town that I swore to protect. I really think that's the least of our worries though. I just gotta figure out how to get out of here and rebuild the army before we lose the rest of the kingdom. Talk about perfect timing. One of the captors who was holding me hostage actually came by and offered to free me for 213,000 dinars. That's a boatload of money. But hey, I need to get out of here, so it's worth it. I ended up paying him and made my way over to the nearest village. It was so weird riding with no other troops. And honestly, I could barely ride by myself. I was still healing from the injuries that I sustained during the siege. I made my way over to the next nearest village. Luckily, I owned this one and was able to recruit every single volunteer. Sadly enough, it does look like there's over 800 troops trying to siege Sianan. 858 was a lot less than 1,500. I knew that I would be able to turn the tides of the siege defense if I could just sneak into the town. At this point, I knew what needed to be done. I rode directly over to the town and broke in to help with the siege. It appeared that the enemy didn't have their siege camp fully up yet, so that meant we had a lot of time to build some defenses. I ordered the construction of 4 fire catapults to be built before we actually had to fight. Let's just hope we get them done quick enough. That ended up not being the case. I was only able to finish constructing 2 ballistas by the time that the enemies attacked. Hey, I guess 2 is better than none. As predictable as I am, I immediately headed over to a catapult. Right as I got to one, I started flinging the fire ammunition into the enemies. After a couple shots at the troops themselves, I started to focus in on the battering ram. And let's just say I wasn't disappointed with my aiming. The enemy army proceeded to get closer, and I started taking turns shooting at the soldiers and then the battering ram. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed that it survived this long and made it this far. Actually, I take that back. All of the enemies who were surrounding the battering ram went to the left side of the castle. I was a little bit confused because I didn't think there were any ladders over there when I scouted it out before the siege. I guess I'll just have to find out while I shoot off these last rounds. Being concerned that I was going to find a whole bunch of enemies trying to climb a ladder, I brought one of the explosives with me. That was when I got rushed on the castle walls. There was a ladder on this side. In the heat of the moment when I was being rushed by so many troops, I dropped down on the side of the wall to avoid them. I then saw that there weren't too many left, and I made my way back up there. I was fighting off an intense 1v1 when I noticed that I was being surrounded by all sides. I pulled the same exact move and dropped off the side of the wall where it wasn't too steep. One of the enemies tried to come and pursue me, but I didn't let him. I made sure that I took them out as quickly as possible. I then navigated my way through the castle. I wasn't too familiar with it because we had just taken it recently. I really wanted to find my horse, which I saw, but I noticed that there were 3 different soldiers charging me. That was kinda awkward for them. The second that I could, I mounted my horse and started heading for the gates. I took out any enemies that got in my way, and then made my way outside the castle walls. In addition to scaling the ladders, I now could attack the enemies from the back, so they now had to worry about climbing and sieging while also defending. Honestly, I don't think that I could have made a better decision. All of the enemies decided to retreat because it was too much for them. Their morale was low, and it looked like they didn't really have any hope. Now that's what I call a successful defense. As the siege ended, I realized that I only had 12 troops uninjured. Everybody else was trying to heal. It also appeared that the enemies had 2 parties left with 6 each. Why do I have a feeling this battle is going to be more intense than the castle siege? Charge! Oh wait, I'm the only one on a horse. Welp, it's a 1v3. Let's hope this goes well. There goes one of them. I was very confident in my infantrymen. I knew that they would be able to beat the enemy infantrymen. It did seem like a good idea though to try and weaken the enemies that they would be fighting. Just so that way, once they take all of them out, we can go ahead and chase after the horsemen and archers. And that is exactly what ended up happening. We took out the enemy infantry and then started chasing after the horses. It's the last soldier, get him! Well, that was easy. After that really intense battle of 24 troops, I headed over to the city to hire some caravan guards. I then made my way over to a couple villages and recruited as many troops as I possibly could. We're gonna get Marunath back, I promise. Of course, as I was trying to rebuild my army, one of my cities became under siege. This time, the Sturgians wanted to do some damage, so I ended up breaking into the castle and helping out with the siege. I used my usual strategy of building 4 fire catapults. Once they were constructed, I focused in on the trebuchets that the enemies were constructing. All 4 catapults shooting at a trebuchet? I don't think it stands a chance. Once the enemies took out one singular catapult, they decided to launch their invasion. I don't think that's really going to help them out much, but hey, we'll let them think that. Per usual, I headed straight over to a catapult and started launching projectiles at the enemies. It looked like the other catapults were having a bit more luck though. They were taking out a huge number of enemy forces. It wasn't long until the Sturgians started to retreat like the cowards they are. They literally had half an army left. I don't know why they're running away, but to be honest, it might have been the best decision that they could make, because they literally stood no chance. After everything was wrapping up, I started to pursue the Sturgian forces. It looked like there was an Aserai army also heading towards me. I really have no idea what I was thinking, but I made one of the worst choices that I possibly could. I headed back to my city because I thought that they might try and siege it. That wasn't the case, so I started running back away from the enemies, and then I got sandwiched by the Sturgians and Aserai. This isn't going to be a fun battle. Actually, maybe wait, I don't have to fight the battle. I ended up sacrificing 118 soldiers so the rest of the 178 soldiers could escape. I honestly felt really bad about doing that, but sometimes you gotta do things that you don't like. As I was rebuilding my army, I noticed the Aserai armies right outside of Sianon. This kind of forced me to make peace with the Sturgians, because I knew that they would accept it, and also it just didn't make sense to fight off 2 kingdoms at the same time. I'll be getting my revenge on you guys later. I rallied all of the Vortian parties that were nearby. The only one that I couldn't was Sylvan's, and it was because it wasn't big enough. Once I had around 400 troops in total, I broke into the castle to help with the siege. This one wasn't really different from the other 2 that we had. Alright boys, let's do this. Honestly, the firebombs look so cool at nighttime. It'd be nice if we actually hit them though. There we go. We were able to take out all of the attackers' siege equipment, but that meant that all of the enemy troops were now going to one side of the castle. Unfortunately, this meant that I only had 1 catapult that could take out the enemies now. So I started doing a little bit of parkour. and heading through the castle while dropping down off certain walls. This might not be the best idea as it isn't really safe, but hey, like I said, you gotta do things you don't want to do sometimes. There we go. I finally made it over to the other catapult. That wasn't a challenge at all. Definitely not. I manned the catapult and my troops loaded it up with ammo. I took out almost all of the enemies just by sitting here and launching explosives right at them. Sooner or later, they decided to retreat. That couldn't have gone any better. My daughter Bezwinda had made it to the age of 2. I made sure to develop her social skills as well as her control skills. That way, she could be a noblewoman in court by day and a crossbow woman by night. It seemed like a really good time to finally take my revenge on the Aserai. I rallied all of the Vortian parties and made my way over to the city that I once owned. We were easily gonna win this siege. Nothing was standing in our way. I even constructed 4 trebuchets to take down the enemy walls. That was when an unexpected Aserai army of over 700 appeared right next to me. I'm a little bit disappointed that my scouts didn't see these guys a lot sooner. They have such a huge army, it's hard to miss them. Luckily enough, I was able to outrun them just by a second. We honestly almost got caught after breaking the siege camp since we were slowed. Alrighty, here we go with yet another siege defense. This town really is going to go down in Vortian history as the unbreachable. At this point, I was so used to defending this settlement that I knew exactly what I needed to do, and I knew all of the moves that the enemies were going to take. Alright men, you already know what to do. Launch all those fire bombs at the enemies and take out as many as we possibly can. So that's exactly what we did. Launch firebomb after firebomb until the enemies had no forces remaining. Well, that's not entirely true. I guess they did have half of their army left, but they were all retreating, so they don't count. Another siege defense in the books. Almost immediately after the siege, I chased after the Aserai army that retreated. Unfortunately, they were able to make it to Marunath. It seemed like they weren't interested in staying there though. Every time I would ride slightly away, they would come outside of the settlement and then kind of just hang out. I decided to outsmart them. I went over to a nearby village and waited a little bit of time. That way, once I got far enough away from the city, I was able to sneak in between them, and once they started retreating, they went directly into my huge army of 500. Now that's right where I want ya. We easily outnumbered them, so I decided that I didn't even have to fight the battle myself and just sent my troops in. This might have not been the best idea, because I went from around 530 troops to 370. Alright, you guys get a break. We need to rebuild our armies before we can actually take over Marunath. It was honestly hilarious. The only way that Sianon could fall was due to rebels. The whole town had rebelled because the loyalty was super low. I just find it so ironic that 2 different kingdoms couldn't take over the city, but the rebels, a bunch of townfolk, could. Well, isn't this just a wonderful setback? I guess I'll have to rally all of the Vortian nobles once again. I started the siege once we had around 400 troops. More were on their way, but I knew that I wanted to get things going. To make things even a little bit easier, I decided to upgrade all of the troops that could be upgraded. I then ended up picking 2 perks that would help me out with the siege, one of them a bit more than the other. The important one, Improved Tools, allowed me to build siege camps 20% quicker. We constructed a siege tower and things were ready to go. I sent my troops in to crush the rebellion. It wasn't long until we had the settlement back in our hands. The only thing is though, I lost a boatload of troops. At this rate, it felt like we were never going to take Marunath back. To ensure that we didn't have another rebellion, I assigned a Battanian governor. I also made the town focus on festival and games. Hopefully the loyalty will never fall that low ever again. To make this war worth it, I started selling off all of the loot that I was getting. I got around 40k as usual, which I was pretty happy with. I then decided, out of absolutely nowhere, that I was going to give Gavin Bloodaxe the title of noble. The only catch is, I'm going to have to give him some land. So I decided on giving him Sianon, the town. I also named his clan Vexus. This was a very cool yet unique clan name, and it started with a V, so that's all that really mattered to me. My whole motive behind doing this is that I would now be able to call another party into my army that we weren't able to before. So, in theory, we get to see another clan's party out in the field, thus resulting in bigger armies. The Vexus clan symbol was a little bit confusing, but honestly, it fit the clan pretty well. I think it was some kind of mace, but I couldn't really tell. It did, however, have that unique look to it, just like the name is unique. I ended up taking a little journey into the Imperial lands to recruit more troops. Once I came back into Allied lands, I decided that I had enough troops to go ahead and take on Marunath. Honestly, having that extra party from Vexus was leagues better than what we had to deal with before. Once I had around 600 troops, I decided to start sieging the city. It looked like an Aserai army of around 200 pulled up, but they weren't able to do anything because we had 600 strong. I learned some information from one of my royal companions that was going to completely change how I did this siege. They suggested that I move my trebuchets to reserve while the rest of them built. That way I could deploy all 4 of them at the same exact time. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't think about this before. I just didn't know it was a feature in the game until you guys told me. I ended up doing exactly that. I placed down all 4 of my trebuchets at the same exact time, and they started to get to work. It really wasn't long until we had taken out all of their catapults, and it was now time to focus in on the walls. We managed to take out the right and then the left wall, and finally that last catapult that they had. I then knew that it was time to send the troops in. Another easy siege in the bag. And just like that, we had taken back Marunath. It was lost for quite some time, but we got it back, finally. Right as I took control of the city, I decided to do the same thing that I did in Sianan, work on its loyalty. I didn't want to have another rebellion on my hands. I then disbanded the army as I didn't think we were going to need it anymore, and was met with the hardest decision of my life. I could either get +5 loyalty while waiting in a settlement, or +30 renown from battles. I ended up going with the +30 renown just because I knew that I would be fighting a million battles. Oh no, here we go again, another Aserai party. Surprisingly enough, it looked like they wanted no part in sieging Marunath while I was in it. Actually, it looked like they wanted no part in it and started to head back towards their own lands. I wonder if they deemed this war as lost until they could rally more troops. To be sure that this was the case, I followed them for a decent while, just to make sure they don't turn back out of nowhere. Welp, we did it. We pretty much survived 2 wars at the same time. Sure, we made peace with the Sturgians, but I kinda consider it a victory, just because we were definitely winning the war. The war with the Aserai has been going on for way too long. I honestly don't even know why they attacked me in the first place. They're literally half of the continent away from me. Apparently, they're not my biggest threat right now though. These rebels killing innocent Vortians are. These guys have absolutely no clue what's about to hit them. Well, that was easy. Now you're my prisoner. Oh no, here we go again. I guess the Aserai and rebels were taking turns of who was trying to annoy me. A pretty large army of around 400 Aserai troops were heading directly towards Marunath. I headed straight towards the castle and tried to rally all of the nobles that I possibly could. Wow, food production is pretty low. I hope we get those orchards up as fast as possible, especially if we're going to be holding out another siege. After getting distracted with the apple orchards, I came up with a little strategy. I was going to try and lure the soldiers away from the castle, so that way I would be able to get the extra Vortian troops in my party before we had to defend it. Come on. Wait, what the heck? The plan ended up going 10 times better than I thought it was going to. It was pretty hilarious because Furinhard had completely run right past my party and into the enemy party with no fear. These brave actions sent the Aserai running. In a matter of fact, it scared them so much that they proposed peace. Now that's what I call perfect timing. I was just saying how I wanted the war to end, and surely enough, we now ended it. It looks like I won't be needing the army after all. Once it was official that we were no longer at war, I checked in on the politics of the realm. Our relationship with Vlandia is still really strong. The Aserai were now paying us, and unfortunately, we were paying the Sturgians. I think I know who we're going to be targeting next. Out of absolutely nowhere, Pencannock had a rebellion. I could have sworn this settlement already rebelled a couple different times. The Vlandians need to get their things together. Just for the sake of checking it out, I led my party over to the front of the settlement. It looked like the Vlandians were already on it and sieging the castle back. You already know, if they weren't on top of it, Pencannock would have been ours. Having no hope that we were gonna get a free settlement, I made my way over to Sianon. It's pretty ironic because we got this settlement from a rebellion, so basically free. With the war just ending with the Aserai, I never got to sell off any of the loot that I got. This seemed like the perfect occasion to get rid of it all, or at least however much I could. I ended up making around 14,000 dinars and still had some loot left over. At this point, I felt that my army had been rebuilt since I had last been taken prisoner. The only thing is, I felt like a lot of my troops were very weak. Let's just say the Battanian unit types don't seem to be the best, besides their archers. This made me go on a mass upgrading streak with all of the troops that could get a promotion. I then decided that I needed to head back into the Vlandian lands to try and get some better units. We all know that Vlandian horsemen are overpowered. Now, who would have guessed that's what I came here for? I replaced as many low-tier troops that I could with Vlandian horsemen. I then headed to Carbanseth, which I was informed that there were a lot of my companions just hanging out around the city. Hey, what the heck? You guys aren't just supposed to be sitting here at the tavern. Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more. If you want to get more involved in the Vortide community, check out the Discord linked down below. There is some really cool lore that brings some of the videos together, and a cool leveling system. Join now. I ended up bringing Thakir and Shumsin back into my party. I really didn't want them to just sit around and do nothing for any longer. So I talked to Udris, the carpenter, and got 2 caravans going, one for each of them. That's right guys, go out there and make the kingdom some money. Caravans honestly are pretty expensive to set up. I always end up paying around 22,000 dinars just to get a little bit better troops to keep them secure. I wouldn't do it any other way though, just because I don't want any old bandit group coming by and taking out our caravan because I didn't want to spend a little extra on better troops. It had been a while since I last checked in on the skills of every noble in the Vortian kingdom. Varick had quite a bit to unlock. He had a roguery skill point and a steward skill point that I got to assign. Honestly, the steward one was the only one I really cared about, just because it increased tax income by 10%. Now that's pretty good. Alda, on the other hand, had a lot more perks that needed to be assigned. The first one was a steward perk. It was basically a decision between minus 25% troop wages while being a part of an army, or discarding armor to get experience for the troops. The second set of perks that I had to pick between was plus 10% tariff income in governed settlements, or just getting plus a 10% tax income. I really didn't plan on having Alda govern a castle anytime soon, so I think you know which one I picked. The next decision was in leadership. I picked between giving lower tier troops experience every day versus giving it to higher tier troops. I ended up choosing the first decision. The next one was easy. I had to choose between getting plus 30% healing rate when standing still or plus 15% when moving. I obviously went with the moving one. The last set was in the one-handed skills. It pretty much came down to having longer shield bashes or better one-handed weapon handling. Shield bashes for the win. Finally, the last person I need to level up, Sylvan. I got to decide if she would be better at archery on horseback or using melee weapons. I went with the second one. After making sure that the nobles of the realm were properly guided, I headed over to Marunath. Since we recently had just recaptured it, I wanted to make sure that the loyalty wasn't getting too low. To my surprise, everything was looking stable in the city. I was happy that I was managing the settlement pretty well. Things were going successfully. That made me decide that it was now time to expand the kingdom once again. I headed out on the look for a new companion. So far, I've found most of my companions in the Vlandian and Old Battanian lands. This inspired me to head over to the Sturgians and check their cities for good companions. It really only made sense to do this, because the Vlandian cities, and now my cities, no longer have any more good companions. So Sturgia it is. Ah, who's this? Anbard Bellows Breath. Let's see your stats. Oh, never mind. So far, I checked 2 different settlements, walked over a very sketchy rock bridge, and finally arrived at Ballgard. The second that I checked the tavern there, I saw a companion that had no bad traits. Welcome to the team, Gelthar. In addition to having no bad traits, Gelthar had a pretty good backstory. For his previous lord, he tracked people down. This one time in particular, he tracked down some outlaws. Once his previous lord came in, he completely slaughtered all of the enemies, and any survivors he hung. Apparently, he even hung the young outlaws who couldn't even grow beards. That story is what made Gelthar stop serving his old lord. Gelthar seemed like a morally correct person, so I had to fill him in on what was about to happen, because it might seem a little bit cruel. I told him that the Sturgians have declared war on us when we were at our weakest points, especially back when we only had one castle. They tried to take it directly from us. He seemed to understand and said that he would back the kingdom of Vortia. I think I know who's going to be the next clan leader. I called to arms all of the Vortian nobles. My plan was to take back Uthelheim Castle. It was a little bit weird though, because it seemed like the Sturgians knew what we were up to. Well, that's kind of annoying. That was my rally location. As I thought about this though, it was actually a very good thing, because all of the Sturgian troops got together in one location and were waiting to be slaughtered by my army. Well, here goes nothing. To war! I think this was our 4th or 5th Vortian-Sturgian war, but this one was going to be different. We're going to take over all of their cities and castles. This battle was going to be easy. I heavily outnumbered the Sturgians, so I ended up sending my troops in without even having to lift a finger. I'm not going to lie, that battle hit us harder than I thought it was going to. We had around 980 troops before the battle. Now we're down to around 700. I guess a lot of them are still healing, but still, that was intense. As I besieged Uthelheim, more and more of my troops started to recover, so our numbers were looking good once again. It also appeared that Uthelheim only had around 150 defenders, so this was an easy battle. We did take heavy losses though. Whatever, it's worth it. It's been almost 100 days since we last had control of this castle. After letting my troops recover a little bit, I noticed a pretty large Sturgian army heading directly for us. Maybe we won't be controlling this castle for very long. The Sturgians low-key juked me out. It looked like they were heading towards Uthelheim, then turned back, got some more troops, and ran right past it. I'm gonna have to follow them, aren't I? I'm thinking that their plan is to find any castle or town that looks a little bit weak, and then sieging it. The Sturgian party made it pretty far into our territory. That wasn't until a Vlandian party of over 1,000 started chasing them, and I actually caught them. We outnumbered the enemies by around 1,000, which is pretty crazy. Obviously, we won that battle. My troops have been earning a ton of XP. We just took over a castle and won a pretty large battle. It's time to level them up, or at least the ones that can. We barely lost any troops from that last fight. However, the army is still suffering from attrition, so I disbanded it and let everyone take a breather. Alright, let's get some more troops. That's not too bad. After a day or so passed, I headed back into the Sturgian lands. I unfortunately received word that 2 of my caravans had been captured. It ended up being Shumson and Thakir's caravans. Well, I guess those extra troops didn't come in handy. The time has come. I started rallying all of the Vortian troops and was getting ready to begin my conquest in the Sturgian lands. Varcheg's my first target. I want to take it over so that way I control who can go in and out of the peninsula. Plus, haven't you heard of divide and conquer before? We'll be dividing the Sturgians into 2 different sections and taking out all of their castles one by one. The Vlandians seem to have a similar idea to us about attacking the Sturgians. They actually happened to be attacking a castle while we were rallying. Somehow, the Sturgians managed to whip up an army and start sieging Uthelheim Castle. This was a little bit frustrating, but I knew that they were going to be easy to take out. Well, who would have guessed? We outnumber them 2-1. That was a piece of cake. I defeated the Sturgian army and took 2 Sturgian nobles as prisoners. It also appeared that I freed quite a few Vlandian troops while taking them out. You guys are coming with me. Well, now that we've handled that distraction, I could head back over to Varcheg. Boom, there we go, simple enough. Now I just gotta win the siege. Camp completed, now let's just deploy the trebuchets. Take down those walls, men. I continued pelting the enemies with rocks until I realized, why don't I just send my troops in for this siege? They have 4 trebuchets, surely they can't lose this, right? The stats from the battle started to slowly go up. I couldn't take the anticipation anymore, so I skipped to the end. We did end up winning, but at what cost? We lost so many different troops. A lot of my royal advisors were telling me that I shouldn't even be sending in troops to auto-resolve the battle. That means you guys in the comments. I 100% agreed with my royal advisors that I lost way too many troops when I auto-resolved battles. This gameplay was already filmed with the 700 days mostly. Phase 1 of my plan was successful. I took over Varcheg, and now the Sturgian Empire is split into two. Now I just need to build my army up once more and take over the settlement and castle on the peninsula. I then once again disbanded the army and started chasing after one random Sturgian party. No one's getting through here if I can help it. Welcome to the Prisoner Club's arena. At this point, I was pretty much just taking out all of the Sturgian parties that I possibly could. It kind of reminded me of the times that I was trying to take out all of the Battanian parties back when they still existed. Uh-oh, I completely forgot to assign a project for Varcheg. Thankfully, the loyalty didn't get low enough for it to rebel. I changed the city's main focus to festival and games, so that way we could have increased loyalty. That worked out pretty smoothly. Uh-oh, more Sturgians are attacking the village of Rotobos. Oh, it actually looks like the Vlandians have it covered. I ended up attacking a few more Sturgian parties, and then it was time to get the troops back together. Instead of waiting safely near Varcheg, I headed down the peninsula to the next enemy settlement. There we go, the troops found me, they didn't get lost. We were around 750 strong, and no more troops were coming, so now seemed like the perfect time to begin the siege on Revel. Alright, this time I don't want to actually start the invasion until I see that one of the walls is destroyed. Maybe we'll take less casualties that way. Perfect, that's one of them. Now we just need to get this left side. It wasn't long until both sides were destroyed, and I sent my troops in. We easily won, and it seemed like we didn't take as many casualties as I thought I would. Now that I think about it, that's actually a lie. We're at 300 and we were at 750. That's around 450 troops injured or killed. When I least expected it, a random Sturgian party popped up out of nowhere. I started to chase them until they made a peace proposal. It was almost impossible to decline. They offered me 1.3 million dinars, so obviously I took it. It looks like we won't be needing the army anymore. I was pretty happy with the outcome of that war. We had gained one castle and 2 settlements. There was only one more castle on the peninsula that we needed to take. Surely enough, in 21 days, we'll be back. And we won't have a grace period, so we'll be able to declare war on the Sturgians once again. With the grace period now being active, I'm honestly not sure what to do. I was planning on fighting the war for that period of time, but now I don't have to. With all this free time to now think, I decided to give Uthelheim Castle away. I ended up granting it to Clan Vale. Our relationship was only 65 out of 100, so I felt that it would be a good time to give it to them. It would honestly be tragic for Vortia if we had a civil war, so keeping the clans happy is one of my top priorities. Since I was already back at a city, I decided to assign Shumsin and Thakir to be caravan leaders again. Let's just hope that this time they don't get taken out right away. Last time, they barely led their caravans for over 20 days. And if you think about it, I was paying 22,000 per caravan. I'm sure they didn't even make that money back for the kingdom. Well, hopefully this time's different. It appeared that the Sturgians were being attacked by a random kingdom. I couldn't really see who it was, but I had an idea. Once I got close enough, I saw that it was the Khazaits. I think I now know why Sturgia was so desperate to give us money for the peace proposal. They were fighting off 3 different kingdoms at the same time. The Khazaits, Vlandians, and Vortians. Another marriage offer came for Alda. Of course, I rejected it because I didn't want to lose Alda from the clan. Since I already traveled all the way out here, I decided to explore the Khazait land a little bit more. It pretty much just seems like there's grass, sand, and mountains. That's it. Alright, that was kind of boring. Let's get out of here. My 2 days of exploration weren't really successful. They were honestly kind of grueling. So I decided to make up for it by going to an imperial city and selling a whole bunch of loot. I made around 77,000 dinars from it. I then made my way over to Lageta, another imperial city. Here I recruited some troops and then made my way over to yet even another imperial city. The city was named Ortisia, and I headed straight for the tavern. It appeared that there were no companions here, and honestly no good troops to recruit. So I left the city immediately. While I was traveling, I realized that Sylvan and I hadn't really had a lot of alone time lately. We were both off busy managing our own parties. This honestly wasn't ideal, so she ended up rejoining my party and we were now able to adventure together. This gave us ample opportunities to expand the Vortian Empire. Wink wink. I told Ellis to take over Sylvan's position and become the new party leader. She honestly didn't have a lot of experience, but now is the perfect time to get some, especially since we won't be rushing into any wars, at least for a week or so. I then searched the encyclopedia to look for a new companion that I could potentially take into the kingdom. The first companion that came to mind was Gelthar. He didn't have any negative traits and seemed like an overall good person. I wanted to make sure that I checked out all of my options first though, before I appointed him as a clan leader. I was able to do this pretty quickly because I sent out messengers to all of the potential candidates. It appeared that I had a lot of companions just hanging around. I made sure to recall them to my party and consider them as a potential clan leader. As I was taking things slow and traveling around deciding what I wanted to do, I noticed that Pen Cannock had a rebellion. Rally the troops! Instead of forming my army when I arrived at the castle, this time I told all of the nobles to join me as we rode over to Pen Cannock. Hopefully we won't have to worry about the Vlandians beating us this time. Luckily enough, with my small army of 400 troops, we made it to Pen Cannock. I didn't see a single Vlandian army in sight. I was feeling reassured, knowing that I could finally take this city in peace. I've been wanting it for a while. Wow, I couldn't get even more lucky. A random rebellion party was running right next to me. I took advantage of this and immediately started to attack them. They're basically just handing me Pen Cannock at this point. Once I attacked the rebels, they declared war on me. I now had a valid reason to besiege the castle. Here goes nothing. I couldn't have planned the siege any better. Right as we were wrapping up building the siege camp, the last bit of my troops arrived. I was feeling a little bit risky, so once one trebuchet was built, I auto-resolved the battle, which honestly probably didn't seem like the best idea. Wow, that's crazy. We went from around 800 troops down to 300. That's an insane loss. If our army was around 1,000 troops, I think we would have lost a lot less. It's time to get another clan in this kingdom, especially since I've been planning it for all this time. I finally made a decision. Gelthar is to be the next big clan leader in the kingdom of Vortia. He's gonna be leading Clan Valeris. Honestly, that's such a sweet name. It was final. Clan Valeris of Vortia is now official. Clan Valeris definitely gave off a very opulent vibe. They honestly just seemed like a rich clan. Their banner even gave off that aesthetic. It was a very simple red flower, but also looked a little bit elegant. Oh brother, another marriage proposal for Alda. I might just have to accept one of these so that way they stop coming in. Actually nah, it's not worth it to lose Alda. Oh nice, the Sturgians and Vlandians are still at war? I ended up seeing a Sturgian party attacking a Vlandian village. This honestly made me curious on how long they've been fighting for now. Randomly, two major events snuck up on me. The rebels of Sianon were destroyed, and Manchug of the Khazates declared war on us. I am not gonna lie, that was not expected. I honestly had no idea why they even declared war on us. It made absolutely zero sense. We had zero beef. Oh, I think I know what happened. It looks like they declared war on the Vlandians, and I happen to be in an alliance with the Vlandians. Since I owned quite a few settlements, and we kept going to war with people, I felt like I needed to enact some policies to make sure our loyalty didn't drop too low. The first one I started to vote for was grazing rights. It increased the loyalty of the village by 0.5% while decreasing the village hearth production by 0.25. The next policy that I enacted was forgiveness of debt. It increased every single city's loyalty by 2 per day, but decreased the production of the city by 5%. Honestly, that's a valid trade-off, because the higher our loyalty, the more production we're gonna have in the cities. Well, it's time to go fight another war, I guess. I now had to head back into the mountainous lands of the Khazates. This was kind of a bummer, because I didn't really like the area, and I didn't want to fight any battles right now. Usually I'm itching for war, but not this time around. I wanted to take out the Sturgians and then move on to a new enemy. Not take on a new enemy before the Sturgians were eliminated. And who would have guessed it, another marriage offer. After finally coming to terms with being in another war, I decided to rally all of the troops. I should have done this earlier, but I'm still coping with the fact that I have to fight off yet another war. I started off deploying my usual strategy against taking out enemy parties, targeting them one by one and picking them off the map. Once I took out a decent amount of parties and had enough troops, I headed to the nearest enemy castle. We then built a siege camp and started constructing a siege tower. I planned on quickly sending my troops in so we didn't have to spend a long time sieging the castle. They would get the job done, especially with the numbers that we had. I finally hurried things up and sent the troops in. We obviously won the battle. This time though, instead of immediately claiming the castle for myself, I decided that we would be able to vote on it. Now that I think about it though, it probably would have been a better idea to just keep it and give it to the clan that I had the lowest relationship with. Things ended up working out though, because I just looked at who I had the lowest relationship with and decided that they got the castle. Alright Genelf, it's your lucky day. Once I officially granted the castle away to Genelf, I went over to recruit some more troops. And I'm not even kidding, I received yet another marriage offer for Alda. There's more people in this kingdom than Alda. I hope all of the other nations know that. Autumn has been the most eventful season that I think we've ever had. After finishing off a battle with one of the Khazate parties, a civil war in the Northern Empire broke out. It was caused to the random conspiracies going around about the Dragon Banner. I wonder who has that. Oh, well this is awkward. There's only one city owned by the rebels. Is that even considered a civil war, or is it just one rebellion city? We see this all the time in the Vlandian Empire. Darn it, I keep distracting myself. I gotta focus in on the war that we're currently fighting, and not ones that are going on around the world. Or do I? I actually have a pretty good idea. Or at least it seems like it's gonna be a good idea. I started to rally my troops, and headed over to the last Sturgian castle on the peninsula. I then decided to propose peace to the Khazates. It seemed like they instantly accepted, and we were no longer at war with them. I could now declare war on the Sturgians once again. Uh-oh, why is it not letting me select a decision? I don't have enough influence. What do you mean I have over 1,000? Oh no, I think I accidentally selected the wrong option when making peace with the Khazates. So I accidentally spent over 1,000 influence to force peace instead of consulting the Vortian nobles for a decision. This really stinks. I don't even know how I'm going to be able to afford to raise an army anymore. I don't think I'll be able to. Well, I guess we won't be taking out the Sturgians today after all. This really stinks. I ended up heading over to one of the nearby settlements and started selling my loot out of pity. Maybe making some dinars will make me feel a little bit better about what just happened. No matter how many dinars I traded for, it didn't make up for the feeling of knowing I wasted thousands of influence by mistake. At this point though, I should just stop moping and earn it back. But how? Is there a tournament going on here? In a matter of fact, yes there is. And I joined it as quickly as I possibly could. You know, it's kind of interesting because it seems like we always fall back on these tournaments whenever things get rough. Is that Sylvant? It definitely looks like her. After moving in to get a closer look, I realized that I was having a standoff with my wife. We were shooting arrows back and forth at each other, and honestly, it seemed like neither of us wanted to take each other out. Alright, one of us has to win this thing. She'll forgive me sooner or later. I ended up picking up a shield and then started having a little bit of an axe fight with her. Surprisingly enough, she got shot in the back with an arrow. You're going down. That was a cheap move on your part. Hit him with the 1-2, kick and swing. Works every time. Round 2 and then round 3 both went as smoothly as the first round, but round 4, that was something else. Psych! That was probably the easiest round of the whole tournament. Well, this is awkward. I thought I was gonna get influence from that. I don't really think I did, because I had 30 influence beforehand, and I still now have 30 influence. Well, I guess the tournament didn't work out. Let's try taking out these bandits. Hey, don't run. I just want to talk. I didn't say I was friendly, though. Perfect. We trapped them, defeated them, and we did get 3.5 influence. That's not too bad, surely. We only have to kill around 285 bandit groups to get back up to 1,000 influence. I guess it's good that we're starting now. I kind of went on a bandit hunting spree. Every single group that I saw, I went after and tried to take them out. Ooh, look, another tournament's going on. Alright, so this time I'm gonna pay more attention. 78 influence is what we have at the start of this thing. Where is my opponent? Oh, there he is. I honestly thought I was in here alone for a second. The first round, as expected, went very well. The second round, however, didn't go as smoothly as I thought it would. My teammate ended up getting knocked out when there were still 3 different enemies alive. We didn't need them anyways. I just need to hold off until these 2 other guys get over here and we can do something exactly like that. Perfect. I just need to take you out. There we go. I ended up finishing the next 2 rounds pretty easily. In the third one, my teammate distracted the 2 enemies while I took them out from behind, and in the last one, the 1v1, my opponent didn't even stand a chance. So it is true, I don't even get any influence from these. Well, since I'm in a city, I might as well sell off these items. 48k dinars is not bad. We are literally so close to 2 mil. After I sold off quite a bit of loot, I started upgrading my soldiers because I wanted to make sure that we still had the best around. At this point, I was so determined on passing 2 million dinars. So I headed to the nearby city of Dunglanis and started selling off even more loot. That should do it. 2.07 mil, baby. Now that we finally have some downtime, I feel like we can finally head back to the Vlandian lands to recruit some more troops. This has to be a joke, right? The Asurai declared war on us once again. Of course, I can never catch a break. Honestly though, I think I know exactly how we can win this war. It probably won't be that hard, as long as we stay on the offense for most of it. Wait, what the heck? Only 1 party is available to join the army? Oh, somebody already raised the Vortian banner. Well, that's kind of annoying. I wanted to do it. Well, I guess they'll just have to stay on defense while I go out and attack the enemy parties alone. Honestly, props to you, Gavin, for being so eager to serve the Kingdom of Vortia. Alrighty, into the lands of the Asurai. Real quick, if you're enjoying the video, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for more. If you want to get more involved in the Vortide community, check out the Discord linked down below. There is some really cool lore that brings some of the videos together, and a cool leveling system. Join now. So it looks like they're rallying at that army right there, so we could probably cut off any incoming parties. Let's see, 158 right there. I just need to somehow corner this guy. Looks like the caravan is getting scared away too. Sweet, okay, cutting left worked better than I thought. I probably could have sent my troops to fight the battle without me, but I wanted to make sure that we were minimizing our losses, and honestly, I'm not sure that they would do such a great job at that without me. So here I am setting up our formations. I set out ahead of my army to take out the enemy cavalry. At this point, I was such a professional at doing this, as it was my secret strategy. It seemed like the Asurai knew this though. They didn't even bother with attacking me and went straight for my battle lines. I guess this is the 3rd or 4th time that we're fighting them. At this point, I really had no choice but to tell my troops to engage. To further turn the tides of the battle, I used my horsemen to attack the enemy archers in their backline. We got this battle in the bag at this point. I don't even need to try anymore. Too easy. So it looks like we prevented the Asurai army from growing by 200. That's pretty good. In order to take out the next 500 though, I'm going to need to call in Gavin's army, and recruit some prisoners as well as upgrade my own troops. Uh-oh. That's another 200 troops heading over to the Asurai army. Alright, I just need to cut them off here. No way. How did he even get past me? You have got to be kidding me. On top of what just happened, I realized that one of my armies was completely getting destroyed by the Aserai army. Things are not looking good. Hopefully I could pull something off here. I really needed a miracle at this point. We were outnumbered by a significant amount. 206 to be exact. Well, here goes nothing. Looks like they're being a lot less aggressive this time. Maybe I could actually get some kills on the enemy cavalry. After a little while of picking at them, the enemy cavalry finally decided to commit to my front lines. Of course, in return, I sent my cavalry directly at them. This is going to be a good battle. That's 1, 2, 3. Sheesh, I'm killing it. Literally. My troops are taking forever. I'm one of the only people in the center of all of these enemies. It's time to focus in on the backline. Honestly, it seems like a lot of the other factions underestimate sending your horsemen at the enemy archers. Pretty much no one ever does it, except us, which I guess that's kind of a good thing when you think about it. Time to take in some new prisoners. Wow, that is a lot. Oh my gosh, it keeps going and going. It appeared that most of the Vortian parties had been wiped out. I can't rally an army now. It looks like I'm gonna have to wait till everybody's healed up. Uh-oh, looks like we're being chased by 2 armies. Now they're scared. As I locked on to one of the Aserai parties that was just chasing me, I decided to check the war stats. Things were looking pretty good. We inflicted more casualties than they did, but we were still outnumbered by around 2,000. I ended up traveling near the Vlandian lands, so I could disband my party. Alrighty, let's get some more parties going. Varric, you're definitely in. Sylvan, I guess you're back in, even though I just took you back to my party not too long ago. And I guess that'll be it for now. Alrighty, we're back on the road now, making some more dinars. And recruiting some troops. Let's get back out there. I'm coming for you, Aserai. Yo, how have I never met this Porev guy? He's literally in my kingdom. While I was heading back to the war zone, I decided to upgrade some of my perks. Loyalty or prosperity? I'm going with the loyalty. Well, this one's not a hard decision. Plus 1 party size for each leadership point above 250. That's pretty crazy. I'm not even gonna lie, I didn't read that last one. In addition to leveling up some perks on the way, I also assigned Ellis as the next party leader. It seems like our grand army will be once rebuilt again. When I made it into the enemy lands, I started sieging one of their castles. They only had 156 defenders at it, which was nothing. And of course, the Sturgians declare war on me. This has gotta be a joke. I can't even take out the Aserai now because I have to defend against 2 different kingdoms. Well, time to go across the map again. Nice. For once I don't even have to assist. Let the Sturgian Crusades begin. You guys are going down this time. Alright, I'm finally here, guys. Let's see what's going on. Okay, the situation honestly isn't looking the best. At this point, I decided that the smart decision would be to make peace with the Aserai and fight out this war with the Sturgians. It looks like we need to wait 2 more days though for that to actually work out. It's time to improvise, for 2 days at least. The Sturgians have a slight fault in their attack strategy. Not all of them are grouped onto that castle. So if I take out the surrounding enemies, then maybe once we get some reinforcements, I'll be able to take out that 800. Alrighty, let's do this, team. It appeared that the enemies started their siege on the castle, so I knew that now was the only time that I would actually be able to do anything. I joined in to help fight off the enemies. Let's hope this goes well. We're outnumbered heavily. Per usual, I made my way over to the nearest catapult. I then started flinging some explosive ammo at the battering ram that was approaching our gate. Ooh, that wasn't the battering ram, but I'll take it. After quite a little bit, the Sturgian forces brought their ram directly in front of our gate. I unfortunately wasn't able to take it out quickly enough, and you guys just made the biggest blunder ever, lining up right below the ladders. I'm honestly pretty set, because I have all of this explosive ammunition left over, and I should be able to take out the horde of enemies underneath the ladders with it. After a while of ramming, the enemies broke down our front gate. A swarm of Sturgian troops then swarmed into the airlock. Too bad I don't have any more explosive ammo. They were honestly putting up a pretty good fight. My troops, however, were just more prepared though. They waited for all of the enemies to pour out of the gatehouse and would slaughter them by the dozens. Yo, that would honestly be terrifying, just waiting to either get shot by a crossbow or hit by a sword. That's right, get running. The Sturgians ran away and gave up. I, however, was able to capture them all and take them as prisoners. The castle's secured. I guess until next time, everyone always attacks Uthalheim Castle for some reason. Hey, it's definitely been over 2 days by now. It's time to make peace with the Aserai. And that worked like a charm. Well, this just turned into a 1v1. And the thing is, these Sturgians aren't good at fighting one-on-ones. I bet you from here on out, it's gonna be a full sweep. I restarted with my initial plan, taking out as many Sturgians as I possibly could. At one point, I even had to head back to Sianon to sell some of my loot because we were carrying way too much. Honestly, that's a pretty good problem to have. 41k, not bad. I then ended up leaving the castle and came across a pretty large army of 500 Sturgians. It looked like they were heading back towards the castle of Uthalheim. Classic. I then rallied as many troops as I possibly could, until we outnumbered the huge Sturgian party. Alright, once we get this last group of 90 in, we should be able to attack. Get 'em, boys, get 'em. Let's go. Jeez, 51 influences, not bad. Since the enemies already attacked twice, I figured that it was my turn. So I rallied the troops and started heading into the Sturgian lands. Or at least, what was left of them. 319. That's a bit concerning, I'm not gonna lie. As long as they're just camping out here, we should be good though. I pulled a little switch and bait on that party of 319. I went away from the castle and then kinda cut them off from it, so they weren't able to retreat there. Once they had nowhere to run, I swept in and took them all out. That was pretty brutal. I'm gonna go ahead and disband the army so everyone can recover a bit. Well, what do we have here? The armies and people of Sturgia are exhausted from the conflict with Vortian and given up the fight. That's their problem. They shouldn't have started the war. That peace proposal is definitely a clear indicator that we're probably gonna win the war against the Sturgians. You think if they were winning the war, they would ask for peace? I don't think so. I swear, all of these nations have to be plotting against me. Every single time that I'm about to defeat a kingdom, another one declares war on me. Well, it seems like I have to take out as many Sturgian castles as I can before the Khuzaits attack. Mazhaddon Castle. This one looks as good as any. My troops started building the siege camp, and I made them do it as quickly as possible. I also had them start constructing some siege equipment. My plan was to take out the walls before sending any troops in. That way we minimize our losses and are able to go for the next castle right away. Another peace proposal. This time it's 100k less than the last one. It seemed like the Sturgians were getting even more desperate, especially since I was about to take over another one of their castles. It honestly seemed like they were offering all of their dinars in the proposals, just because the first one was 1.4 mil and this one was 1.3 mil. The only two logical reasons that would make it go down are that they would be winning the war, which isn't the case, or they just don't have enough money to offer the same amount as last time. Well, this is awkward. For them, of course. Oh, let's go. The walls are about to break. That's one, that's two. Alright, let's get them, boys. Nice. We only lost 49 troops out of 589. That was probably one of the easiest sieges I've ever had to do. I'm assuming it's because the Sturgian kingdom is falling apart. What did I say? Uthalheim Castle is under siege again. I definitely called that. Luckily enough, it was only around 400 troops. Of course, I went in and took them out with my 600, right before they were able to get reinforcements. What's the matter? You don't have your friends to back you up anymore? The other parties in my army needed to replenish their troops. This made me disband the army and go and recruit some myself. I was getting a little bit nervous because I hadn't seen any of the Khuzait parties yet, but I kept seeing more and more Sturgian parties. Maybe it's not a bad idea to make peace with them right now and stop fighting the Sturgians because I have no idea what this new enemy was going to throw at me. That's exactly what I ended up doing. A little vote was put into play and I approved it. Even though the Sturgians were really weak, I honestly didn't know the power of the Khuzaits. So this just seemed like the best idea at the time. I then ended up promoting Samandrai the Grizzled into a noble. We really needed some more Vortian parties out on the map. Welcome to the kingdom, House Valor. Nice. They got a pretty cool flag, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, now we just need to make our way into the mountains and start taking over those castles and cities one by one. This seemed like an unfair war, because the Khuzaits had a kingdom twice the size of ours. You know what they say, pick on someone your own size. When I was creating my army, I got word that Nogan and Nadia's child was born. This was pretty exciting, because we were expanding the kingdom once more. It would be quite a while before they're actually able to serve Vortia, but the next generation of Vortians is secured. Nogan looks mad stressed. Oh, he's able to go in. Time for the big reveal. The baby looks healthy, and so does Nadia. That's awesome. Well, we're back to reality now. Time to continue this war and take out the Khuzaits. I'm happy we got to have that special moment, especially during the middle of a war. That doesn't happen too often. Literally the first castle that I saw, I decided to siege. Its name was Takor Castle. I've never heard of this one before, but I guess we're gonna take it over. I then ended up doing exactly what all of my royal advisors tell me not to do. I sent my troops in to take care of the castle siege for me. This was a terrible idea, because I went from having around 800 troops to now only having 350. Welp, that was probably the worst decision I could have made. A huge army of 971 Khuzaits made their way over to Takor Castle. I was able to sneak in right before they started sieging it. That made me happy because it at least gave us a fighting chance against these guys. Vlandia is breaking the alliance with Vortia. What the heck, why? I really hope that they're not planning on attacking us. I guess that's really the least of our worries right now. I gotta win this outnumbered castle siege. Alright, bring the ammo, bring the ammo. Nice. Let's go. Just gotta get this siege tower now. Nice. Surprisingly enough, we were able to take out all of the enemy siege equipment. Now they just had ladders, which really weren't that reliable, especially for taking over an entire castle. Whoa, 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 what are you guys doing? I almost just died there. If winning the siege wasn't so important, I would have those guys beheaded for that. Despite taking out all of the enemy siege equipment with the explosive ammo, we still had some left. This was ideal because I did my usual thing of throwing the explosive ammo directly at the enemies. I was getting super concerned at this point because the enemies just kept coming and coming. It seemed like there was no end in sight. I didn't have any more explosive ammo, but what I did have was crossbow bolts and a spear. I guess I'll make it count. Wait, what the heck? Are the enemies on the walls? Yes, they are. Uh-oh. Well, this is a little bit nerve-wracking. Hopefully we can contain them only near the ladders. That ended up not happening. The enemies were able to slip past the guards on the left-hand side and get behind them. To make sure they didn't do any flanking, I ended up going behind the enemies that were behind my men until some more reinforcements could arrive. Alright, things are back under control. All of the Sturgians that were outside of the castle started running away. The ones that made it onto the walls just completely froze. Well, that's a weird way to surrender. The thing is, I wasn't having it. I was so fed up with fighting all of these wars that at this point, I was giving them no mercy. Yes, I know it's a cruel thing to do, but honestly, it's the only way to teach them not to mess with us. Thankfully, we beat that army. It should be some time until they come back with more. I guess I was wrong about that. What? Where did all these guys come from? Right as I saw that huge party, I immediately took off running. I also called all of the Vortian parties nearby to rejoin my army. Alright, it looks like we're gonna have to take this guy out first. My strategy this time was to have all of my troops stay back, while I had them hidden in between some rocks. Alright men, stay here until I say. It wasn't long until the enemies made their way into my infantry. That was when I had my cavalry flank from the side, and we were now in business. After quite some time, I made my way over to the enemy backline. And surely enough, I took out as many archers as possible. Nice, I didn't even break a sweat. Well, we took out that army of 200, now we just need to deal with another 700. Alrighty, no pressure at all. This is just like every other castle siege we fought off. Right? Let's see, maybe for once I'll let somebody else shoot the catapult. Nope, get off, you missed your first 2 shots. I really shouldn't have let that random soldier man the catapult, just because it wasted our precious time. Now I have no idea if we're gonna even be able to take out this battering ram. Just a bit closer. Wait, what the heck's going on? Why are they running away? They still outnumber us by quite a bit. I guess I'm not gonna complain. The enemies were fleeing the battlefield. I was trying to piece together why they would do something like that. And then on top of it, it looked like they cornered themselves completely. Things could not have gone any more perfect. The enemies basically bottled their own siege, and now I had reinforcements pulling up. This made me even more baffled on why they abandoned the siege. Oh, maybe they saw my reinforcements coming and knew they would be surrounded. That might be it. It was pretty nice that the city of Balgard was just right next to us, and the enemies didn't control it. So I was able to go there and sell goods and recruit new troops. We've low-key got the perfect setup over here. Oh cool, I got a new perk. Plus 20 effect from boosting projects in governed cities? That's crazy. Alright, we can finally go and check out the enemy lands. Ah, who's this? Maybe we could get a mercenary. After talking to a potential mercenary, I realized that there was another huge army of 650 heading right towards us. Where are these guys getting the money for all of these troops? Back to Takor Castle, I guess. That was quick. I sent out a messenger to go and talk to that one clan that might serve as mercenaries. Luckily enough, they said yes and started serving the kingdom of Vortia as mercenaries. Hey, I can bring them into my giant army. This time, instead of sneaking into the castle and defending it, I decided to wait outside and rally as many Vortian troops as I possibly could. Let's go, baby. This is about to pay off. We're gonna have almost the same amount of troops as they have. This battle was 808 on our side versus 801 on the enemy side. You know what that means? We're gonna win this battle, because any time that we have an even amount of troops on both sides of the battle, it technically means that we're at advantage, because I'm that good of a leader. Jeez, I'm on fire right now. I think I hit like 4 people in a row. Oh no, I'm completely surrounded again. I gotta sneak out of this thing. This isn't gonna be a decisive victory. I honestly have no idea who's actually winning this right now. All I do know is I need to stop messing around and take out more troops. These archers look like prime targets. Right as I started losing a bit of hope, we started to gain reinforcements. Let's go. Thankfully the white bar is going up. And now we outnumbered the enemies. I regained full confidence that we were gonna win this battle now. I actually had no clue that we had more reinforcements coming and the enemies had none. It's their last stand. Let's take them out, boys. Both of our front lines had collided. It ended up only being a matter of seconds until the Khuzaits started to retreat. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty pathetic. Now they're just running away, with no honor. We did it, only losing 180. It looks like some of the enemies got away though, only 22 to be exact. Well, they didn't go very far. Okay, now surely we get a break from fighting. At least for a little while, right? If it's not one thing, there's always another. I'm not marrying Aldo away. Wow, a peace proposal already? That's kind of unexpected. You think I would accept the proposal, but I actually ended up declining. These guys wanted a war, alright. I'm gonna give them one. Of course, right as I was rallying my troops and about to do something epic like a castle siege, I got some pretty unfortunate news. The Sturgians declared war on us again. It looks like we won't be showing the Khuzaits up anytime soon. I ended up sending them a peace offer because I hate fighting 2 wars at the same time, and also I knew they would accept. To be completely honest, this actually works out. My initial goal was to take out the Sturgians, and now I actually can do it. I'm going to assume if these guys declared war on me, then they definitely have a lot of troops ready, because last time we were completely smoking them, so they know that I'm not here to mess around. I know that these guys are gonna run away from me. If they can just get baited in, I might be able to corner them just like that. You guys have nowhere to run. Talking about not being able to run, there was another Sturgian party that was slowed from raiding one of my villages. That's what I call unfortunate timing for you, buddy. Oh no, it looks like a couple of villages are being raided over there. There's an army of 325 heading for one of our castles as well. I had a pretty genius plan that was foolproof, and it worked out perfectly. I waited a little while, and then the enemy Sturgian army headed straight to the castle of Takor. They were stuck in place, and surely they wouldn't fight an army of around 900, so this was the perfect way to lure them in. I would probably already say that we're winning this war. The great city of Balgard was starting to look pretty appealing, so I set up a little siege camp right outside of it. I started to employ my usual siege plan, which was getting all of the ballistas built and then deploying them all together. That wasn't until I noticed another army heading towards Takor Castle. Okay, 500 more coming in. That makes sense. 867 versus 848. This is going to be close. I'm going to have to fight it out. I quickly rode over to the enemy front lines. Oh my, that is a lot of troops. Well, I guess I can't be afraid of them. I'm going to have to get up close and personal to take out some of these horsemen. No fear. I ended up riding around and taking out as many horsemen as I possibly could. It ended up taking me over 20 minutes, which is insane. I just skipped ahead to the good parts for you guys. Alright, back in character. I told my men to approach, very slowly but surely. The second my archers got in range, they started volleying arrows at the enemies. Now that's one good looking army. I tried to bait the Sturgians into charging at us by setting up my horsemen a little bit and then bringing them back. I also had my archers move forward as well. Oh, is it actually working? Oh no, they're just repositioning. Once I felt that we had done enough damage, I pulled my archers back and told my cavalry to follow me. Let's take out what's left of their horsemen, and then they'll only have infantrymen left, since we took out all of their archers with our archers. It wasn't long until the enemy horsemen folded under the superior Vortian cavalry. Alright men, we only have one job left. Hit them from the side. I had my horsemen come charging in to the enemy's right side. We had our infantrymen directly in front of them as well. I really don't think that they're going to be able to hold out for too long. Maybe a few minutes max. My coordinated assault is way too overpowered. That blue bar just keeps dropping and dropping, just the way I like it. Well, my part in this battle's done. Now I just get to watch my troops show off their training. Per usual, I disbanded the army so that way the different parties could go and restock their troops. That might have not been the best idea. I forgot that they have to go through Sturgian lands to get to the Vortian lands, which could potentially be very dangerous. Come on, this rock bridge is pretty much getting all of my parties captured. Quite a bit of time had gone by now. I was ready to bring the army back together. It seemed like quite a few of my generals had been captured. Thankfully enough, there were still enough parties to raise a pretty large army. This is going to be crazy if I catch this party. No way. Imagine getting outrun by 579 troops. Once I brought as many Vortians together as I could, I contemplated sieging Balgard. The city just had way too many defenders, so I made my way into the Sturgian lands, or what was left of them at least, and started sieging Av Castle. This seemed like a pretty good target, because I knew I would be able to liberate the city and have troops left over. Alrighty, that one ballista's almost done, let's put these other two down. Now we just sit here and wait until the walls are breached. It honestly felt like it was taking longer than usual. Just need that last wall. Nice. I was given the option to decide if I wanted to keep Av Castle for myself, or have it be determined who gets it by voting. I figured that I would give it to myself, and hold on to it until I find a new companion that can join the Vortian kingdom. There were tons of small Sturgian parties scattered throughout. I was trying to clean them up, No way that guy just juked me that hard. Anyways, I was taking out every single Sturgian party that I saw, just because I needed to make sure they weren't going to band together and form a large army like they did before. Let's bring in the troops. We've taken out quite a few parties. We should be good to attack now. Right as I thought most of the Sturgian parties were taken care of, I came across at least 10 of them. Look at all these little parties. They're almost like ants. Ain't no way they were all able to scatter far enough besides this one party. Well, would you look at that? Another castle that I could take over, especially with 750 troops. I wanted to minimize our losses on this siege, so I decided to use the ladder strategy. No siege equipment, just ladders, and my troops bum rushing. I put all of my soldiers to the right side and me in the middle. There happened to be a catapult directly in the center of the castle, but the nice thing was it didn't have a very big field of view, so my troops all the way to the right were able to approach the castle unscratched. Well, I guess that's not really true. The enemies were still shooting arrows at us. Alright men, scale the walls! Weirdly enough, the enemy was doing some strange strategy. They kept running away from us and then back towards us, charging all of the troops that came down the stairs. Maybe this is a way to lure out a little bit of our troops at a time and then completely take them out and just keep redoing it? I have no clue. Oh, they're doing it again. This time it doesn't look like they're... Oh, never mind, they're coming back. I am so confused on their strategy. Alright, at least this holdout actually makes sense. Too bad it didn't last for very long. I ended up finding myself in an awkward situation. Me and this one troop went upstairs to secure the catapult, but unfortunately there were still the catapult operators up there. I was outnumbered now 2-1. I had my spear, which is terrible for close quarters, but thankfully the enemies kept backing up, and I was able to hold off until I got some more backup. This castle belongs to us now. After securing the walls, we still had to head inside and take over the keep. So I grabbed some of my best soldiers and we went in. Alright, it looks like they set up a little pathway for us that we have to go through. That's the only way we're going to be able to take out all these enemies. This is going to be their last stand. Up the stairs, up the stairs. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Huh? There's only 2 up here? I was honestly expecting a lot more. Oh, I guess there's 3. Well, not anymore. We did it. We took over the castle. We were now only a few more settlements away from taking out the Sturgians. Maybe I was wrong. It looks like the Sturgians only have 1 city left. That means things are going to be a lot easier than I thought they would be. Especially since once we take out the settlement, the Sturgians are gone for good. The armies and people of Sturgia are exhausted from the conflict with Vortia. Who cares? They should have never messed with us in the first place. Well, what do we have going on here? A Sturgian army was trying to secretly take over Takor Castle. I didn't even see that this was going on. Well, it looks like the party's over now, guys. I sent the Vortian troops in to go ahead and take out the siege camp. This went very successfully, and I got a lot of prisoners and good loot from it. Oh, wait, what the heck? I completely forgot we didn't take over Balgard. We were sieging it, but then I had to stop to go and defend Takor Castle. Well, that's annoying. Now I guess I gotta take over 2 settlements. 563 troops. Alright, I guess now's as good of time as any. I began the siege as I knew we could easily take over the settlement. We outnumbered the defenders by quite a bit. Despite this knowledge, I planned on taking out both of the castle walls before sending my troops in. I wanted to minimize the amount of casualties that we would take, so that way we'd be ready for the next siege almost instantly. For some reason, it felt like these ballistas were taking forever to take out the castle walls. Finally, that took forever. I of course took the settlement for my own. It was pretty nice to have so many castles and settlements on deck to be gifted to a future Vortian noble. I like to call this strategy the unlimited party glitch. Unfortunately, the Khazaits declared war on us again, so I made peace with the Sturgians. Of course, somebody's complaining. I don't understand why they want to fight 2 nations at the same time, but whatever. Since the relationship went down a bit, I'll go ahead and gift Fierenhard a castle. That should make things better. Alright, now it's time to hold off against the Khazaits. Your clan member Ellis has just learned that she is with child. Now that's what I call good news. The Vortian bloodline expands once more. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of Sturgians in one area. I decided to check the tavern at Omor, and surprisingly enough, I found another companion in there that seemed like they had their stuff together. No negative traits. Usually I care about my companion's stories, but this time I really just needed a new one, so that way we could get more Vortian parties on the map. Let's hope this guy doesn't have too bad of a story. It's time to do some perk assignments. Minus 25% troop wages while your party is in a siege camp. I don't care about that. Minus 40% food consumption while your party is in a siege camp. Oh, plus 5 influence per day. Let's see, minus 50 sight penalty for traveling in forest, plus 25 sight range when stationary on the map for an hour. Definitely that one. Even though Fadan was brand new to Vortia, I tried to give him a fief right away. Let's see. That works. Oh, I don't have enough influence. I completely forgot that I spent around 200-ish influence just to make peace with Sturgia. Well, it looks like it's gonna be a few days before I could give Fadan his own fief, creating another Vortian clan. In the meantime, it looks like I'm just gonna have to recruit troops into my own party. So that's exactly what I did. I went village to village and settlement to settlement to recruit as many troops as I possibly could. I'm pretty happy with just around 300. Uh-oh, Takur Castle's under siege once again. It's time to rally the troops. 1167 strength. That's pretty crazy. I finally had positive influence, only 22, but it was enough to bring at least another party into my giant army. Now we just wait. My plan of waiting for more troops to arrive wasn't gonna happen, so I had to go in and attack the enemies sieging because they were taking out a decent amount of troops in our castle. The numbers are looking a lot more even now. Time to go in, boys. Of course, the Vortian soldiers came out on top. We outnumbered them and we just had a lot better quality soldiers. It's time for promotions to keep it that way. Oh my gosh. 1,514 troops? Belgard is lost. I guess if we want any chance at all at saving this castle, I gotta sneak into it now. There goes about 100 troops. Why are we not building another catapult here? There we go. As the siege was progressing, I had gotten word that I could choose a path for Beswinda. I chose the options to get her some leadership and horse riding skills. Alrighty, back to the siege. Interesting. It looks like we have a temporary wooden wall up. This will make the siege a little bit easier to defend against. This gap in the wall might be a little bit of an issue. I'm gonna have to put all of my melee troops blocking it, and that way the gate will also be protected by those same troops. Well, here goes nothing. Let's hope that I could defend against these 1,500 enemies. My troops and I flung stone after stone, hoping to take out every single siege engine that was on the battlefield. It was rather unfortunate because I didn't choose what kind of catapults we were placing down here. So, we were stuck flinging little rocks at the enemy siege engines. This didn't really do a lot of damage to them, but what it did do a lot of damage to was the troops. It looks like it's time to only focus in on the infantrymen. Once we ran out of ammunition for the catapult that I was manning, I headed over to the little gap in the wall. Some of the Khazate soldiers were already inside this little gap, but my troops seemed to be doing a fine job at handling them. I'm trying to take out as many as possible. 15 bolts left. These guys do not want to go down. Oh. There we go. That's one. And two. I ended up running out of crossbow bolts, but I didn't see any more laying around on the ground. So I made my way over to the nearest catapult, and luckily enough, there was still some ammunition to be shot off. There's no way this even makes it to them, but we'll see. Oh, nice. The soldier that was continuously loading my catapult unfortunately got hit by an arrow, so I had to load the thing myself. Sadly enough, I didn't think through it, and I ended up wasting some ammo. Well, I guess now we only have 2 shots left. I'd like to say I made both of those shots count. One in the catapult, and one directly to an enemy soldier's head. I was honestly getting a little bit desperate at this point to see how I could help out in the siege. I even picked up a random bow off the ground and started shooting arrows at the enemies. Unfortunately, these guys were so heavily geared it was only doing 9 damage each shot. I decided to come down, go around, and then go back up on the other side of the gap. Oh, no way. I'm able to pick these up? Bonk. Yo, what the heck was that? Oh yeah, I think they have a ballista. Gotta be careful up here. Jeez, 4 of them? As I got in position to throw another rock, the unthinkable happened. Uh-oh. That can't be good. There's no way that we win this siege now. Also, let's hope that King Inric isn't fully dead. Unfortunately, we didn't successfully defend the castle. The Khazaits took it over, and now I was imprisoned. Thankfully though, I survived. That could have been really bad. Oh wow, I can already escape. For 530,000 dinars though? I didn't even read that. Also, that was terrible timing. There's a huge party right there. I guess moral of the story, don't get taken prisoner. Well, that's quite the setback. Looks like now I'm gonna have to head to every village to recruit some troops. I randomly got an offer to free Sylvan from captivity. Of course I accepted. I'd pay any amount of money to get her out of jail. 60's not bad. We're definitely getting there. I ended up going all across Vortia just to recruit as many troops as I possibly could. I even made it into the Vlandian lands and visited a few of their settlements. Well, that took a while, but we're finally back. Well, that can't be good. They're very close to Av Castle. What the heck? What are they doing? I'm surprised they avoided Av. Apparently, the Khazaits and Sturgians were at war. This absolutely baffled me. They were both taking turns declaring war on me when I was winning in the wars against each one. I thought they had some kind of pact, but I guess not. This is honestly a good thing. My enemies are fighting each other. Nothing's wrong with that. Ah, now they're going after Av Castle. Unfortunately for them though, I was able to raise an army super quickly. I am not holding back on these promotions, especially since some of these guys are new recruits. Uh-oh. That's not good. Just need to recruit a few more and I should be good. Why is he so much faster than me? Come on. Here we go. That's an even battle. I quickly set up my troops in a strategic position and then headed directly for the enemies. Of course, I went alone as usual. It seemed like the Khazaits weren't going to just sit around and let me take them out like a lot of the other nations do. They started going right in for my army. I do have to give it to them. That's probably the best decision they could make. Oh, that was right to the head. I held my troops back from going in and clashing with the enemies. Trust me, this was a strategic move. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. My troops stayed disciplined, and even though we were taking a decent amount of casualties from the archers, the enemies were taking way more. Their infantrymen and archers posted up directly in front of ours. It was basically a standoff. Sometimes I don't realize how good on horseback I am. It was literally me against all of the Khazait horseback archers. Alright boys, things have evened out. Get in there. Charge! Well, that was a rough battle, but we came out on top, and that's all that matters. After the battle, I disbanded the army. I wanted to make sure that all of the different Vortian parties were able to recruit more troops. Oh, what do we have here? Khazaits want peace. I will gladly accept that. I think it's time we re-embark back on the Sturgian Crusade. That is going to require a bit of funding though. So I went to the only Sturgian settlement and sold off all my gear there. I don't really know if I'm helping out the Sturgians or hurting them. I'm selling them a bunch of boots and helmets, but they won't have any dinars to buy anything else. So when we declare a war on them, I don't know if it's going to help them or hurt them. I guess we'll be finding out. In preparations for war, I headed back around the Vortian kingdom and started recruiting troops once again. This time though, it was all of the elite troops, no peasants. I even ended up hiring some of the special units that you could recruit at taverns. It's actually pretty nice not being at war for once because I just got hit by that ballista not too long ago. So I finally get a little bit of time to recover. Oh, what do we have here? On the 5th day of autumn, 1095, a child was born to Varric and Ellis. Long live Vortia. I was feeling pretty good about our war preparations. The only thing that we were missing at this point was a few extra parties. So I talked to Fadon. Let's go. I finally have enough influence. Alright, Fadon, you'll be leading Clan Vulcan. I'm not gonna lie, that red sword on a white background is pretty sick. I didn't realize it until now, but we only had 2 out of 5 active parties for our clan. That would have been terrible if we started the war and were missing out on 3 different parties. I was pretty happy that I noticed that. If I didn't, then the war with the Sturgians would have been a whole lot harder. I guess I'm back going village to village now. That's exactly what I ended up doing, until I realized that there was a Sturgian party attacking the Khuzaits. I completely forgot that these guys were at war. This makes now even a better time to strike. Most of the parties were growing in size, so I decided it was time to assemble the army. I was pretty happy with the numbers that we were pulling. 900 isn't bad at all. I was even happier when I saw over 1,000. I can't wait to bring Alice's party into this, because we'll have way over 1,100 at that point. With such a huge army, I made sure to go to one of the nearest settlements, so that way I could buy some food and make sure that we wouldn't run out if we were in a siege. What clan is that? They're not in a kingdom. Yeah, let's talk to this guy, see if we could get him into Vortia. That was quick. We will fight for you if you could afford our fee. Please have a look at our terms and see if they're acceptable. We have to pay them 290 per influence point. That's not bad at all. I immediately called all 3 parties to join my army. It didn't take long for them to find me. Alice also joined in. Wow, this is probably the largest army that Vortia has ever had. I don't think the situation could have gotten any more perfect. I was on top of the Sturgians' last settlement with 1,400 troops, and now I'm about to declare war on them. Wait, what? I don't have enough influence? Of course. Since I couldn't declare war through politics, I decided to do it the old-fashioned way. I approached a small Sturgian party of 100 and told them to give me everything they had. They didn't take very kindly to this though, obviously, and we were now at war. Alright boys, it's action time. I don't think I've seen that many tents in a siege before. That's pretty insane. Surprisingly enough, the Sturgians pulled a move that I didn't expect. I was a bit too focused in on getting my trebuchets down so that way I could take out the enemy catapults and walls. But what the Sturgians did was start sieging one of my castles nearby while I was sieging this one. I'm thinking that they needed to take over another location as a last resort, just in case I successfully actually took over this settlement. After an entire 3 days, the castle walls were finally destroyed. Well, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Alright, now I just need to get over there. Okay. I guess we're sieging another castle then. I was pretty frustrated, I'm not gonna lie. We had just lost a lot of troops, roughly half of them taking out that huge settlement. Now I have to go back and re-siege one of my own castles? Now that's just annoying. Thankfully enough, the castle only had 251 defenders, which was not bad at all. So I sent my troops in, and they did the deed. Oh great, another castle that we might have to retake over. I just need to make it over there before they could siege the castle. Thankfully enough, I made it. I was honestly a little bit shocked, because I thought that I was going to lose the castle for sure. Apparently not though. I was planning on disbanding the army at this point, but there were still a whole bunch of Sturgian parties running around. Wait, why is that? That was their last settlement, wasn't it? At the time, I thought that it might have had to do with them sieging another one of my castles. But this ended up not being the case. On top of all of the confusion, the Khuzaits declared war on me. Things are about to get brutal. I was actually pretty stressed, because I didn't know what was going on with the Sturgians, and I knew for a fact that I didn't have enough troops to defend against the Khuzaits. It didn't feel like a safe time to disband my army at all either, just because there were so many Sturgian parties roaming around raiding my villages. I got a random peace proposal from the Sturgians. They offered me quite a lot of money, around 1.2 million dinars, which isn't bad. I guess it's no longer not safe to disband anymore. Well, that's a lot of parties. Look at them all just spread out like that. Oh, who's this? A new mercenary? Let's go. I uncovered a hidden Sturgian castle. There's no way they own Takor. The Khazaits literally sent 1,500 troops to go and siege it from us. How were they able to lose it to the Sturgians of all people? Oh cool, Denoric gets a tutor. Let's see, Steward and Steward again. I'm not gonna lie, that's an insane amount of parties. I was pretty upset. I noticed a Khazait party heading right for Omor. It's time to rally the troops, once again. Oh, some more potential mercenaries. I'm not gonna lie, I'm happy that worked out because I really need as many men as I can get. Another army of over 1,000? Where did the Khazaits get so many troops from? I don't understand. I ended up doing what had to be done. I snuck into the castle and started setting up my defenses. That should be enough men for the gap, right? The siege began, and things were pretty intense. It looked like the enemy started off pretty close to our castle, which was pretty alarming because there were a lot of them. I immediately tried the explosive ammunition strat. There was a pretty small group of infantrymen just hanging out nearby, so it kinda was worth it, but at the same time, I wasn't getting a lot of kills, so I went on over to the catapult. Nice. Direct hit. Let's just hope I can get another 2 or 3 of those. Alright, load me up, come on. No, you've got to be kidding me. Well, we're doomed. I knew for a fact I wasn't going to be able to hit the battering ram with any more of my catapult shots. This inspired me to go into the gatehouse, grab some giant rocks, and throw it down at the battering ram. That honestly did like no damage. I don't know if this is a good idea. A lot was going through my head at this point. I once again found where some explosive ammo was at and went straight for it. Right when I picked some up, I started heading over to the enemies near the catapult and started throwing away. Honestly, I should have been doing that the whole time instead of the rocks. Alright, it looks like they're all stuck in this little airlock. No way. This siege is not going how I expected it to. I guess I might as well keep up throwing these rocks at this point. Don't know if it'll really make a difference though. What the heck? Where did that rock go? Things were for sure getting intense. I was running out of troops and our choke points were starting to fail. Come on, I just need you guys to hold out a little bit longer. We're not that much behind. I ended up finding myself in quite the situation. Uh-oh. This is not looking good. Oh, jeez. That's gonna leave a mark. Unfortunately, the Vortian troops weren't doing any better. They got wiped out just like King Inric did. Well, I guess we're back in a jail cell. A decent amount of time passed by. This time though, it only costed around 300k dinars to be set free. That's much better than 1 million. As I was recovering, I noticed that another castle was under siege. So I needed to get together as many troops as I possibly could, as quickly as I possibly could. As I was going around, recruiting troops from the villages, there were rumors going around the party. People were saying things like King Inric isn't the same after that ballista shot. And honestly, they were kinda right. I even noticed myself that I was still feeling injured, and my strategies weren't as witty as they normally are. I honestly should have waited a little while before declaring war on the Sturgians, but I jumped right into it, and rushed my healing process when it probably shouldn't have been rushed. Alright, that's enough with all the drama. There's 2 enemy parties that I need to take out. I honestly don't think that anyone's gonna do it for me, so I gotta keep going, even with these bad injuries. Alright, let's see what we got at the castle, and it looks like a few more armies are coming in. It looks like we should at least double our army size. Okay. I was impressed with how quickly we were able to raise troops. I had over 800 within a few days. Alrighty, 700, we could beat that. 650 now. Time to move in, boys. Nice. We were left with around 500 troops, which wasn't bad at all. And more were healing. Yo, those guys came out of basically nowhere. And they're so quick. Oh, now where are you going? I got a few more troops and now you're scared all of a sudden? Huh. What are they doing? Just need to lure them back over here. What are these guys doing? 250? Oh, they're trying to sandwich me, I see. Well, need to fix the cohesion. I'm trying to scare these guys here. Should create enough of a gap. Yep, perfect. You messed up now, buddy. It seemed like the Khazaits were having an issue controlling their impulses. Just because we had a castle with low defenders didn't mean that they had to siege it. But of course they went for it for some reason. I don't understand that at all, but that's pretty hilarious. Maybe this war's about to turn around. I approached one of my former castles, Mekalavia. I then started sieging it with my 800 trusty troops. 99 defenders is all they have? This is gonna be a breeze. Go in, troops. Easy victory. Not a lot of loot, though. Alright, so we got the castle. We only lost around 200, which isn't bad. I literally wasted no time at all and headed over to Omor. Alright, let's get this siege camp up. Well, that was easy. The siege took off like it always does. That was until I noticed a pretty large enemy party heading for one of my castles. So I abandoned everything, and then started chasing the Khazadian party. Oh yeah, and the Sturgians declared war on me. That's just great. It's good that I started chasing this party when I did, because I was able to catch them right outside of one of my castles, and easily defeat them. Okay, finally, back to Omor. Oh my gosh, of course. Now the Sturgians want to get involved. And they have two parties. Maybe I could separate them. Okay, I like where this is going. Just gotta keep an eye on that 400 though. There we go. Take you guys out. Nice. Yep. And now for you guys. A lot of these enemy generals always make the mistake of sieging a castle when I'm nearby. I don't mind it at all. I wonder if they just can't see me and I can see them. But we have definitely taken out a lot of armies because of it. Oh, interesting. It looks like there's a vote to make peace with the Khazaits. I am 100% on board with this. Thank God. Okay, now after the 100th time of saying this, we can finally take out the Sturgians. We know exactly where their last castle is located. So I headed directly over there. 400 defenders isn't a lot for a last settlement. They're basically giving this thing away for free. I started getting the siege camp up, which went by pretty quickly, and then started getting my trebuchets going. The castle walls are breached, let's move in. Things were looking pretty good. We had this whole castle surrounded, and both of its walls were destroyed. I had a really good feeling about this siege, so I wanted to fight this out in person, instead of just sending my troops in. These guys looked like they were barely putting up a defense. I'm assuming they didn't expect me to just ride in through past them, but that's exactly what I did. Let's go ahead and disrupt these troops as much as I can. I need to create a little bit of a gap so I can get my troops in, and that way we could take this thing over with ease. Even though this was risky, it worked. I was creating little gaps in between the enemy soldiers, and my troops kept slipping in further and further. But it was very, very dangerous. I honestly almost got taken out once again, just from doing this. I was extremely happy with this battle, because it looked like there were a whole bunch of Sturgian forces on the ground, and not many Vortian. That really was a satisfying last battle with the Sturgians. Wait, what? I am so lost. It shows they have 0 towns. Where could they possibly even have a castle? I have no clue at this point. What the heck? It looked like there was a very small Sturgian party just chilling nearby. So of course I went after them. This is going to be an easy sweep. Alright, let's take these guys out quickly. Honestly, nothing beats the feeling of riding in the battle with your troops next to you. As I normally do, I rode ahead of everybody in my army. There weren't really a lot of enemies here, so I wasn't afraid. Before I knew it, the Sturgians were retreating back to a little rockside. Ugh.